Nappa's involvement in the story begins as it does in the original story. He and Vegeta head off to Earth to not only avenge their fallen comrade, or make fun of him, but they're also after those so-called Dragonballs that those Earthlings were talking about. You know, those orbs that can grant wishes to anyone who finds them. So the pair of Saiyans head over to Earth, land in East City, and you pretty much know what happens there. Nappa has his best day ever. After having their fill, Nappa and Vegeta head over to the strongest power level on the planet, trying to coax some more information out of them about the Dragon Balls. I mean, they safely assume that these are the guys that took out Raditz, so yeah, why not? The rest of the story continues as per normal, all the way up until that point when Goku arrives on Earth. After that, it continues as per normal again, all the way up until the point when Nappa is about to be obliterated by his former master Vegeta. His back's broken, he's on the ground, he can do nothing, and Goku knows this. He tries to plead with Vegeta to just let him go, and just let him just try and survive, but Vegeta's not having any of that. Vegeta's about to use the Galaxy Breaker on Nappa, but then Goku intervenes with the Kaioken, getting in the way. So yeah, Nappa's saved, but at the moment he's a little bit worse for wear. Not only is his back broken, but he's also feeling really dazed, confused, and kind of puzzled as to what just happened. All of this stems from the fact that his former companion just tried to destroy him, and yet a complete stranger, in fact his enemy, just decided to save him for no real apparent reason to him. Vegeta doesn't even bother to try and finish off Nappa. At this point, he just comments on how much trash he is and just forgets about him, focusing squarely on Goku and this Kaioken ability. Masako! Nappa wouldn't switch sides like that! He's Vegeta's best buddy! Well, to be fair, I think a lot of people would be really kind of disorientated after the fact that their master, who'd been by their side for decades, just suddenly cast them aside. Despite all that Nappa done for him, be his faithful bodyguard, be his closest confidant, everything like that, the ground counselor Nappa was just nothing to him. All of this is going through Nappa's head as he is barely able to keep consciousness on the ground as the Goku-Vegeta fight is going on around him. He's impressed by Goku's new power, or what he can see at least, and is amazed that he can keep up with Vegeta and sometimes exceed him. However, when we get to the point when Vegeta's on his last legs and is trying to escape the planet and Goku actually lets him go, Nappa, as well as Krillin, are completely confused and frustrated at Goku's decision. Goku then tries to convince Nappa if they just band together and join forces, they will be able to take out Vegeta the next time that they meet. This doesn't fully satisfy Nappa in his thuggish nature, but at this point, with the whole broken back thing, I think this is the best that he's gonna get, at least he gets to live. Before Vegeta leaves, his eyes meet Nappa's for one last time. You're nothing to me. You know, Vegeta's just smirking with that really nasty smile of contempt, just confirming what Nappa was thinking. And then just Vegeta blasts off. After all of this has happened, Krillin stumbles over to Nappa and then tries to kill him instead of Vegeta. If he can't get one Saiyan, he can hopefully get the other. But then Goku stops him in his tracks too. Goku points out that much like him, he cannot fight anymore, so he's not going to be doing anything right now. And by the time everyone gets to the hospital, Nappa has a bed in the same room as Goku's, but no one is actually giving him any sympathy. They're treating him very cautiously, just in case he might be putting it on and he might attack them unawares like he's a sleeper for Vegeta, like this was all hoax. However, when the topic arises about the whole Namekian Dragon Balls and that there might be a chance to revive their former comrades, Nappa decides to speak up at this point because he actually has some very valuable information. He knows how to access a Saiyan pod and where it's located, and they will hopefully be able to retrieve it, because you remember in the original story, they tried to retrieve Nappa's space pod, but Bulma inadvertently caused it to explode. So that doesn't happen. They successfully retrieve the space pod. However, Bulma doesn't really trust him, but Goku, once again, speaks up for Nappa, and reluctantly, Bulma decides to take Nappa's advice seriously. And to be fair, does Bulma have a better idea? No? Well, you might as well try it. It might take a little while to try and extrapolate how the space pod works exactly, but at the end of the day, all they need to do is just take out the engines, graft it onto some other space prototype they had in the works, and then pretty much bingo. And also, you know, Dr. Briefs was still working on that prototype ship, the one that Goku went to Namek on, so that's there. They could just make another one, or something a bit smaller. And if Bulma's also helping, they would be able to do this job relatively simply. Remember when they found Raditz's scouter? This actually was a catalyst for space exploration, because space tech out there, more advanced than their own, oh baby, we better get to salvaging and swiping! As the gang heal up, they find out more about Frieza than in the original story thanks to Nappa's stories. You know the whole phrase, what the butler saw? Yeah, this is all down to their common goal, trying to stop Vegeta. Nappa is sure that Vegeta, and by proxy Frieza, will actually go after the Namekian Dragon Balls. No one fully trusts Nappa as he's pretty grudgy and dismissive, but at this point, Nappa is taking an interest in the hero's plight. And besides, both Goku and Gohan seem to be at least somewhat respectful towards him, so the rest of the group begrudgingly decide to do the same. Masako, Nappa destroyed loads and loads of people. Well, Vegeta did the same thing, and yet people seem to forgive him for that. Gohan, Krillin and Bulma head off to Namek in advance. There is no fake Namek. Moving on. There is one key difference here though. With Vegeta knowing that Nappa is still alive and that he's still on Earth and that he could actually be of somewhat use to the Z fighters and could actually turn against Vegeta, he decides to not openly rebel against Frieza just yet. Instead, he actually goes to warn Frieza about Nappa, how he could betray them all, and then says, "Oh, don't worry, Lord Frieza, I'll help you find the Namekian Dragon Balls and be your most loyalist servant ever, way better than that Zarbon creature." And then when the time is right, he will steal the balls from under Frieza's nose. Oh yeah, and then defeat him afterwards once he's gained immortality. This version of Vegeta is a lot more paranoid than the original one, and for good reason. Frieza could easily just destroy him right now for having disobeyed him and gone straight to Earth. But oh yes, this revelation about new Dragon Balls and immortality, you say, Vegeta? Alright, I'll spare you for now. From here, most of the story carries on as per usual, but with just a slight twist. Vegeta is now working for Frieza, helping him find the Dragon Balls. Both the Saiyan and the Emperor then part company when they reach Namek, so that means they can actually be more effective in finding them. But Frieza's not quite sure about whether Vegeta will actually do the deed, and so charges Zarbon with going with him. Gohan, Krillin and Bulma's progress begins as per normal, with them befriending Dende and whatnot. I reckon that our heroes will gather most of the balls first in this occasion, and Vegeta will be actually charged in trying to seek them down and destroy them and gather the balls back, once the presence of the Z-Fighters has been made aware to everyone concerned. Along with Zarbon, the pair of them then confront the heroes right outside Guru's palace, but Vegeta and Zarbon actually encounter a nasty surprise. Nail. He actually is quite formidable, stronger than Vegeta, and then stronger than Zarbon, and before Zarbon can actually enter his beast mode and try and finish off Nail, he just decides to do the deed and finishes off Zarbon right there. Nail is one of those characters that likes to get the job done. After Zarbon's been defeated, Vegeta actually then decides to bargain with the heroes to say, "Oh no, I'm not actually fighting for Frieza, really. I'm going to be betraying him eventually, yeah." But Nail doesn't really care about this plea and decides to fight him off anyway. As I said, Nail is stronger than Vegeta at this point, and so the Saiyan decides to retreat for the time being. But then Dodoria finds him and asks him to explain why Zarbon's not there and where he's gone. Vegeta decides to be all difficult and then gets beaten up by Dodoria. He takes him away back to Frieza to answer for all the questions about Zarbon's absence. In the meantime, Nappa and Goku get their senzu beans and then head off from Earth. Goku convinces Nappa to train alongside of him and actually share some intel about their enemy on the way to Namek. Nappa at this point quickly realizes that the only way to get stronger at this point is to actually go along with Goku and train with him. Nappa decides to become Goku's bodyguard. He still comments about Goku's softness and how he's betrayed the Saiyan way of life. He still criticizes Goku openly, and Goku's not exactly thrilled about this prospect of hearing this for days, but you know, hey, this guy's pretty strong. He might be a good assistant. And speaking of all this training, it actually proves to be even more effective than in the original. And together, they actually come with some really cool tag team wrestling moves. Back on Namek, Vegeta heals up and then escapes thanks to his new Zenkai boost, and then steals the balls from under Frieza's nose, sure enough. Dodoria is then charged to catch him, but now, at this point when Vegeta's stronger, he just gets blasted away. Frieza then calls for the Ginyu Force, and Vegeta decides to hide the Dragon Balls at this point, but thanks to the Dragon Radar, the heroes then accost him. They are also accompanied by Nail, who has been convinced to leave Guru's side, as this case right now is a lot more important than just staying by Guru's side. The safety of Namek depends on Nail's actions. Together, they beat up Vegeta, again, and then they take the balls to summon Porunga, but they are interrupted by the Ginyu Force. Nail is no match for them, and he is just left stranded, broken, and dying. But just as the Ginyu Force are about to depart with the Dragon Balls back to Lord Frieza, Goku and Nappa show up. The tag team duo easily overpower the Ginyu Force, and thanks to Nappa's intel about Captain Ginyu, the whole body change thing does not occur because Goku's aware of that, and they actually manage to dodge it. After dispatching the elite Frieza Force, the two of them then find Vegeta. And so, the avenging match begins. Vegeta initially scoffs at this idea, thinking that Nappa is absolutely not a challenge whatsoever to him right now. But This is a technique that Nappa learned from Goku. He is suppressing his power. Not too long after it begins, Nappa begins to turn the match around. After a very intense fight, Vegeta then gets beaten up again. Poor guy, he can't get a break. Piccolo then gets wished back like in the anime, and there is still the same mistake about where he ends up. He then has some interactions with the now healed Nail. Nappa is ready to finish Vegeta off, but then Goku stops him, saying that Vegeta is in no state to fight right now, and at this point it's probably best that they focus their attention on Frieza. Nappa disagrees at this notion, but then they don't really have much time to argue because then Frieza shows up and blows away Vegeta for them. And yeah, he dies in the same way that Vegeta killed Nappa in the original. Piccolo and Nail do not fuse, and Frieza quickly achieves this final form. Frieza then decides to kill off Goku's friends, and he's beginning to get mad. Finally, there are only Goku, Gohan, Nappa, Piccolo, and Nail remaining. The Namekians decide to fuse at this point, but with a twist. Nail is the dominant personality in this one. Piccolo gets absorbed. Right now, they don't really have much of a choice because they gotta protect their homeland as well as protect Gohan. Once Goku goes Super Saiyan, Nappa is easily overpowered by Frieza, and at this point the only thing he can do right now is make sure that everyone else gets to the ship and off Namek safely. The Goku-Frieza fight continues as per usual. The only difference here is that Nail is around to help Goku evacuate this time, and as a result, Goku doesn't learn instant transmission from Yardrat. So okay, let's wrap up the Namek saga. Goku is back on Earth and Nail becomes the guardian of Namek, and this means that Piccolo's no longer around on Earth. Kami's still around though, because Piccolo's essence is still there, and I believe that the actual soul link that Piccolo and Kami had has been transferred to Nail. Again, I'm not quite sure whether this is the way it works, but at this point, Toriyama can come up with stuff, so why can't I? After his service on Namek, Nappa is actually allowed to stay and become part of the group. However, this makes Tenshinhan and Chaozu pretty cross after what Nappa did back in the Saiyan saga, and it's at this point that Tenshinhan and Chaozu decide to leave the party of Z-Fighters for good, probably never to be seen again. Nappa then reavows his intentions to become Goku's bodyguard from now on. This is a way for Nappa to get stronger and actually respecting Goku's actions for actually saving him. And okay, things carry on as per normal for a little bit. Mecha Frieza and King Cold arrive to exact their revenge upon Goku. Now usually in these what ifs I decide to keep on the same convention at this point, but here we're going to do something a little bit different. A tall, bald man shows up with a mechanical robot arm and a cybernetic eye. No, we're not getting Trunks this time. We are getting this moment, Future Nappa! After making himself known to Mecha Frieza and King Cold, Future Nappa makes himself known to the rest of the Z-Fighters. However, the reception isn't as rosy as it was in the original story. Present Nappa may be on our side, but he's not exactly the smartest cookie out there, and he assumes that this guy must be an imposter. He's just there to act as a decoy for Lord Frieza and destroy everyone there! So, we then get a very bizarre showdown between Present Nappa and Future Nappa. And I don't think even Future Nappa can understand what's going on. Not even Mecha Frieza and King Cold can understand. They're just going, why are the monkeys fighting each other, Daddy? Oh, I don't know, Princess, but it surely has been very entertaining. I mean, two Nappas fighting each other? Nappas? Nappai? While the fight seems kind of even at this point, Future Nappa brings in the big guns and goes Super Saiyan, totally dominating Present Nappa and putting him in his place. Naturally, this attracts the attention of the Frieza forces, and they are quick to try and end this fight and end Future Nappa, but they couldn't really sense the power, and they are basically wasted within seconds. And Goku's helping out too, because he's kind of thinking, well, if the Frieza forces are here, that's kind of bad, and this guy's kind of doing the thing for us, so help, I guess? So in a rather comedic fashion, Mecha Frieza fails to notice that Nappa has indeed gone Super Saiyan, the future one. It's not really exactly easy to tell from a distance, so Frieza's just thinking, oh, the monkey's just pretending. It's not that thing that I saw on that planet and I'm totally scared of and I'm about to have an accident. Frieza then decides that he's going to try and take on Future Nappa and Goku at the same time. He powers up to do so, thinking that this fight will be easy, but oh boy, nope. This ultimately leads to his downfall as he is dispatched rather swiftly by the two Saiyans. King Cold decides to abandon family, turn tail, and run back to the ship. You know, leaving his own son for dead. How cold. Well, cold by name, cold by nature. It doesn't really matter though, because after a very quick volcano explosion from Future Nappa, King Cold and the ship and the remainder of the Frieza forces are completely incinerated. After this little interlude, Future Nappa requests from Goku to have a little bit of a sparring match to try and get an idea about where his power is in comparison to Goku. That, and it's for old time's sake, because Nappa does remember his time with Goku very fondly. It was a lot of time of personal growth, personal strength increase. It was just better times in a way. Despite Nappa never really becoming friends with Goku, he had a lot of respect for the guy because he was an incredible fighter, and he did save his life from Vegeta, who basically threw him away like a piece of trash. Present Nappa wants to intervene and join in the fun, but he's a little too injured to try and continue. He's just gonna have to lick his wounds and sit at the sideline just watching everything going on, going, "What is even happening right now? 2 me's? It should be glorious, but it's so confusing!" That and his future self is a dang cyborg! How cool and terrifying is that? After the sparring match, future Nappa explains that he is indeed from the future, where 2 androids have taken hold upon the Earth and destroyed practically everyone there. In the future, upon Goku's death from the heart virus, his bodyguarding duties didn't just disappear, they transferred over to Gohan, because, you know, the Son family had been very kind to him, so he felt like he should just carry on the thing that he'd been doing before, just with Goku's son. So that's why Gohan survived all that time. He isn't very specific on Gohan's death, only that it happened 13 years after the initial incident in another confrontation with the androids, which resulted in his losing his arm as well as losing an eye. Luckily, Bulma was able to patch him up and send him back with a time machine that she'd been working on, as well as the heart medicine to try and give it back to a past Goku. After that, future Nappa takes his leave, but he just leaves one more request with Goku: to train up his past self a little more and try and give him some more self-discipline and focus. If present Nappa wants to have any chance of surviving, he needs to become a Super Saiyan. After future Nappa leaves, Goku tells the rest of the gang exactly what future Nappa had told him. Almost immediately, he wants to take Gohan and present Nappa off to the Gravity Room at Capsule Corporation to try and get a little bit more training and get things started almost at once. And I think this is definitely where we first see Nappa going Super Saiyan, so all of the fan art, all of the musings for so long finally happen. Nappa gets his golden beard. Why, Masako? What did Nappa have in terms of emotional Do I even need to finish that sentence? 2 reasons right off the bat. Vegeta throwing him away like a piece of garbage all those years ago, and now he's been made to look like a fool by his future self. How galling is that? The only person that can embarrass him nowadays is himself. How degrading, how demeaning is that? That's enough to get you to tip over the edge. There's a lot of anger in Nappa. In the meantime, Nappa and Goku learn how to actually drive cars, with Nappa finally getting his license and Goku, well, let's just say he's still taking classes. In fact, Nappa did so well that he actually becomes, in addition to his duties as bodyguard, a chauffeur for the Son family. Yeah, granted, most of the family can fly, but, you know, Chi-Chi might want to go to the city, she might want to go to the shops, or whatever. Now I'm just imagining Nappa with a chauffeur's uniform and just going, "Where to, ma'am?" As that's going on, Bulma and Yamcha are still an item because Vegeta was never around to throw a spanner in those works. They finally tie the knot and end up having a kid not long after that. A baby girl no less, whom Bulma, who actually wears the pants in that relationship, naturally decides to call Bra because why not? After finally getting the girl and actually starting a family, Yamcha's sense of self-assuredness and satisfaction is through the roof. He is a completely different person. He's got what he wants, security and a loving family. He can finally shed his desert bandit persona. 3 years later, and the android threat over at Sasebo, that little island, begins. And Goku, Gohan, Nappa, and Yamcha, as well as the remaining Z-Warriors, head off to try and confront them. And they also get the senzu beans from Yajirobe. Like in the original story, our heroes split up and look for clues down in the town. Sadly, just like in the original story, Yamcha gets confronted by Dr. Gero and 19, and it's up to Goku to try and save his life, so yeah. Just because he has a family doesn't mean he can fully escape being Yamcha. After relocating to a faraway wasteland, the fight between Goku and 19 begins in earnest. Like in the anime, Goku's heart virus begins to strike, and he is eventually overwhelmed by 19 and is about to be absorbed. This makes Nappa furious and frustrated with himself because he should have remembered about the heart medicine and telling him to take it, but he completely forgot and was overwhelmed and distracted by the training and becoming Super Saiyan. He completely forgot about the heart virus, so now he's just kicking himself. He then decides to try and take on 19 himself, but unfortunately he is outsmarted by Dr. Gero, and he's completely overwhelmed by him too. Things are beginning to look a little bit grim for our heroes, but then future Nappa decides to come in and save the day in some kind of dramatic fashion just to try and rub it in his past self's face. He is shocked to see 2 unknown androids, These aren't the androids he's looking for. However, unlike his past self, this Nappa is a lot more tactical. I mean, he had to become that because, future, no fun. He takes heed of the pitfalls that his past self dealt with against Android 19, and he quickly dispatches the big clown bot. Future Nappa then goes after Dr. Gero, but Dr. Gero has a distraction up his sleeve, and they're very big poofy sleeves, so it's a pretty big plan, and he manages to escape. He is in a much better shape than he was in the original story because he's still got 2 hands. There's no picker though to slice one off. He begins the activation process for 17 and 18. Against his better judgment, but he has no other option. Meanwhile, our heroes begin to learn the fact from Future Nappa that the androids that they just fought weren't the ones that they were expecting to. There are more to come. They then also decide to take Goku back to Kame House so he can fully recover. Now with some time to focus because the gang aren't so much on his tail, he actually has a time to think of a plan and actually do the activation process a little bit slower and more methodically. And he also makes sure to pocket the shutdown remote, so that means 17 and 18 can't see it. He instructs them immediately to go and take out the gang, especially Goku. Upon finding the Z-Fighters, 17 and 18 make themselves known, and this begins to make Future Nappa furious. He can see before him the 2 faces that took out so many of his nearest and dearest and the ones that he was charged to protect, and he failed. In a peak of rage, he chooses to take out 18 first, and pretty much it goes the same way as it did in the original story. Save for a broken arm because, robot arm, it doesn't exactly hurt. The only difference here is that 16 isn't active yet, he's still inside his pod. Unlike previous times, the present Nappa decides not to get involved at all because he saw his future self, who is presumably stronger than himself, actually get completely creamed by 18, so what chance would he have? Both Nappas feel angry, ashamed, and utterly helpless. Gero remotely orders the androids to go after Goku next, and the chase begins. Up on the lookout, Kami senses that something bad is happening down on the Earth, and he decides to take action. He tasks Mr. Popo to go and gather the Dragon Balls like in the Namek Saga because everyone is distracted and Dr. Gero isn't thinking about Dragon Balls, so Mr. Popo should have a relatively uninterrupted, challenge of it. Why does Kami need the Dragon Balls exactly? I'll leave that for later. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero is feeling kind of confident about his plan to eradicate the Saiyans, especially Goku. But he is then surprised by a very unexpected guest, a bug-like humanoid creature who towers above him and exudes strength and menace, but it oddly seems strangely familiar. The monster then just says that he wants one thing from Dr. Gero, the remote control device that he is carrying in his pocket. Dr. Gero still doesn't really know what this beast is. It's only when the beast says his name that things begin to click into place. This is one of its experiments, that biomechanical creature that was meant to be the next stage of android technology. This was him, but how? Well, let's just say that I found a way to get here. And of course we know how he got there. After recognizing that this creature is indeed one of his own, somehow, future creations, Dr. Gero relaxes a little and then proceeds to give him the remote because it's not really going to do anything, it's only programmed to destroy 17 and 18. The only thanks that Gero gets is a key blast to the chest. The blast is in fact so strong that it activates the security protocols throughout Dr. Gero's lab, including activating 16's pod. He is some sort of last resort defense mechanism, something that Gero wouldn't really want to resort on, but in times of crisis, you need everything you got. In a state of confusion, 16 then goes on a rampage, trying to take out Cell, Gero, and pretty much the entire lab. The remote's destroyed, the lab's destroyed, Dr. Gero's been killed, and Cell's now trapped under tons and tons and tons of rubble. Once coming to his senses somewhat, 16 leaves the lab and is eventually found by 17 and 18, who could sense the destruction of the lab. 16 and 17 fight for a short time, but then 18 is able to calm the pair of them down, saying that they should really stick together and go after Son Goku, and 16 responds to Son Goku, so hey, they got a common goal, so let's be friends for now. Since their master is gone, they don't need to go after Son Goku straight away. They can get to it in some other time, but for now, let's go on a road trip. Meanwhile, our heroes have been able to make a retreat back to Kame House with Goku in tow. At this time as well, the 2 Nappas decide to finally call a truce. They then decide to train together to make sure that nobody could ever embarrass them ever again. As this is all going on, the androids aren't destroying anything, they're going on a road trip and having a great time. But little does everyone know that deep down under many, many miles of rubble, something is awakening. Cell is angry, and he is going up and up and up and ready to take on everybody. He is freaking nettled. Shortly after that, Mr. Popo finally gathers all the Dragon Balls. Kami knows exactly what his wish shall be. He decides to wish upon Shenron the very same wish that King Piccolo asked for all those years ago. It's time for Earth to get a guardian who can actually do something that the Earth deserves. The last shot that we see in this part is of a young Kami, deciding to head off into the room of spirit and time and begin to train and settle the score. Once Goku's been actually transported to Kame House, Bulma discovers another time machine lurking in the undergrowth and decides to go and investigate it, much like in the original. She brings this all up to future Nappa's attention, and he is naturally curious. So he, Gohan and Krillin, as well as Bulma, decide to go and figure it out. And when they get there, they discover all is not well. Something huge has broken out of the time machine, and they do not like what they see. Thanks to the skills of Detective Gohan, they then discover the body and exoskeleton of a larval state cell. And it's really, really big and really oozy and scary. Oh. They are truly terrified at the size of this thing and what it could be, and the fact that it's out there somewhere, just waiting to drink people. Kami exits the room of spirit and time, feeling a lot more stronger than he was when he went in. He now feels he is ready to be able to help the people down on Earth. Mr. Popo can barely recognize this Namekian, and he is so proud of him and how strong he's become, and he's gonna do the people of Earth proud. Kami gives Mr. Popo a small smile before focusing on the job in hand. And that job is to go and find the beast that's causing so much terror on the surface and put an end to it. Now. He heads down to the planet's surface, somewhere near Gingertown, where the most of this action is happening, and begins his investigation. But the only thing that he finds here is Cell. A much weaker Cell than he was expecting, and he's kind of curious about that. What happened to him? What we know is that the reason why Cell is so weak is because he was injured thanks to the actions of 16 going completely wild at Jiro's lab and burying him under tons and tons of rubble. That took a while to get out, and a lot of his strength has been drained. He's got to go and try and drink more people. The creature then explains his nature in a similar way as to he did with Piccolo in the original story, just being even creepier about it. Because I am really nettled, Kami. Now all buoyed up, he then just feels like he may as well just go and fight Kami. In this version of the story, Imperfect Cell is bigger, larger, more terrifying and brutal, and just more aggressive. He's less calculating than his original counterpart, and is much more desperate in his approach. As a result though, this turns out to be his undoing, and Kami beats him thanks to all of his experience. Cell has no choice but to retreat for now. Kami then meets up with Gohan, Krillin and the two Nappas, with Gohan mistaking Kami for Piccolo. After a period of slight confusion, Kami then explains what he managed to find out thanks to his encounter with Cell. He then says that they should go on and try and find the cyborgs while he himself goes to try and defeat Cell, because that's what he's meant to do as the Guardian of Earth, save the people. The four of them then decide to retreat back to Kami House to regroup, and not a moment too soon. Remember the cyborgs? They were going on that little joyride thing? Well, they're kind of bored, so hey, what about that directive they were thinking about? You know, do a good old-fashioned murdering Son Goku? Yeah, let's go do that. But unlike the original story, 18 chooses not to fight, and instead, the two Nappas decide to take on 16 and 17. Krillin then tries to approach 18, asking her some questions about why is she doing all this? Why is she a cyborg? What happened to her? She reluctantly answers some of his questions, and actually appreciates his boldness. Meanwhile, the situation isn't looking so good for the Nappa brothers. They then quickly decide to focus on the double team tactics that they developed with Goku. Maybe these cyborgs are better than them in terms of strength, but they gotta work together and try and focus their efforts into actually taking them out one at a time. That might work. There is a turning point when future Nappa is able to injure 16, landing a powerful punch to the head. As that fight continues, Kami continues to stalk Cell from a distance. After a while of observing the creature though, Kami is terrified as to noting what Cell is exactly doing. He is slowly heading towards Kami House and getting ever closer to his desired perfection. While 16 and 17 are fighting the two Nappas, Cell lands a surprise attack against 18 and Krillin. They weren't seeing that coming. Thanks to this surprise attack, she is overwhelmed, and we then see a semi-perfect Cell, which is different to what we originally know. When 17 notices the energy of 18 suddenly disappearing and changing, he turns around and is terrified to what he is seeing. The two Nappas and two androids then realize that they gotta deal with semi-perfect Cell, so a temporary truce must be called to proceedings. This Cell is different, cooler,
much more collected than the original Semi-Perfect Cell. Needless to say, he is able to hold his ground against the two androids and the two Nappas. After throwing them around a little bit, Kami also comes in to help them. Seeing that they cannot win this fight, 16 and 17 then just decide to retreat. All of this leaving the two Nappas and Kami to take on Semi-Perfect Cell, and yeah, that's not gonna work out. It's pretty obvious that this monster is not happy about the about face that 17 and 16 have done, and instead chooses to end the fight by winding everyone else and then going after the cyborgs. Once Kami's caught his breath, he tells the two Nappas exactly what they need to do. Go into the Room of Spirit and Time and train like you've never trained before. "Can me and Gohan join in too?" says a familiar voice. It turns out that the heart medication worked faster than expected and Goku's up and about, albeit not at his full strength. They all decide that the two Nappas will go in first and Goku and Gohan will go in the next day once Goku has had some more time to recover. Meanwhile, Kami is busy to try and think of a plan in order to distract Semi-Perfect Cell from getting 16 and 17. And all of this running away is getting more and more annoying for the Bugman. By the next day, the two Nappas exit the chamber, now stronger than ever, and much more in harmony with each other. But having said that though, they are glad to get out there and tired of their company. And remember, this is back in the day when the Room of Spirit and Time was an arduous task, something not to be taken lightly. It's not just a convenience tool like it is in the days of Super. Thank you, Dende, thanks a lot. Goku and Gohan then enter the chamber themselves, with the now powered up Nappas deciding to take on the Bugman and teach him a lesson. "Hey Cell, we're gonna take you to school." Down on Earth, Semi-Perfect Cell manages to find 16 and 17. He dispatches of 16 and is about to absorb 17 when the Nappa brothers show up. They may not be as strong as Super Vegeta, but they're still able to wreck Cell pretty substantially, enough for 16 and 17 to have a chance to try and escape. Semi-Perfect Cell recognizes their power, but unlike the bullish and brutish Semi-Perfect Cell of 17, this Cell, with 18's absorption, actually senses that he's got to keep his eye on the prize. He decides to play some mind games against Nappa because he sensed that these two aren't exactly the smartest of the Z fighters. So, why not do something really fun and really exciting while he goes off and tries to absorb 17? Pit the two against each other, because that's what happened before. He then tells future Nappa, then, why are you protecting the being that destroyed your master and protector, Gohan? Because remember, 17 did that in the future? And future Nappa then goes, huh, that's a really good point. I am confused! He then turns his gaze to 17 and realizes that this is all true. The only thing that present Nappa can do right now is to try and stop future Nappa from distracting himself and going away from Cell. Present Nappa is constantly trying to tell future Nappa that Master Kakarot can teach them the error of their ways and that 17 can have a second chance. It can all work out. It doesn't have to be this way. The roles have been reversed somewhat. It's present Nappa being the more rational one. And that's a bit of a dramatic twist in a way. Cell manages to absorb 17 and he has finally reached perfection. He immediately then turns his gaze back to the two Nappas and is about to finish them off, but witnesses them wrestling each other. And this gives the Cell creature an idea. Something that he can have a bit of fun with. So he decides to leave the two Nappas fighting each other and then goes after Kami. He proceeds to wreck Kami pretty badly, taking his limp body to a nearby television station. You know who this is? This is your god. Your god is dead. Long live your new god. He then announces to the world the Cell Games, but unlike in the original story of it just being like a regular tournament, this time it's a battle royale style wrestling match, with the last one standing being the ultimate winner. The Nappas are then taken back to Capsule Corporation, so that means they can recover, whilst Goku and Gohan are finishing up their training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Once they've exited, they then think they're about ready to fight Cell, and then realize that he's gotten much stronger. Oh dear. With that, Bulma and Yamcha are then tasked to head out to New Namek to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls to be ready for later. And all of this is thanks to a capsule that Nappa managed to help them repair a while back. They've been able to recover the body of 16, and Dr. Briefs repairs him, getting him into a much more peaceful state and actually on their side. Once 16 is now functional, he then begins to reconcile with future Nappa, and the two realise they actually have a lot in common. You know, in terms of losing people, something that they held dear, and for now, they actually call a proper truce. Everyone else trains then ready in time for the Battle Royale. the Cell games are approaching. Like in the original, Mr. Satan attempts to join in the fray, but this being a battle royale, the gang gather together and dismiss him from the field because he's just going to be a waste of space and he's just going to get himself killed. Goku then uses King Kai to communicate with Bulma and Yamcha, who are currently on New Namek, almost done with collecting the Dragon Balls. Goku then requests that they keep one of the wishes saved for later. Mr. Satan is just watching from the sidelines, absolutely terrified, seeing the likes of every single Z fighter going against Perfect Cell and then not being able to do anything. After a while though, things begin to come to a head when 16 tries to blow himself up, but completely gets disintegrated thanks to Perfect Cell. We then get the scene between him, Gohan and Cell. Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2, he gets an uppercut against Cell, which is enough to make him regurgitate 17, and he reverts back to his semi-perfect state. Now in a desperation tactic, Cell then threatens to blow everybody up, but this is where the wish that Goku saved for later comes into effect. Goku uses the wish that he held back to then transport him and Cell to a location away from anybody, and that means they're all safe, because remember, in this what if, Goku doesn't know instant transmission. Before anyone else can object though, Nail and Dende make the wish, and Cell and Goku are transported away. Cell then explodes, taking Goku with him, but sadly, much like in the original, Cell is able to then transport himself back to Earth. He attempts to shoot Gohan with a death beam because, you know, revenge, but future Nappa gets in the way, doing his bodyguard duties. Present Nappa and Gohan then work together in unison to try and take on Perfect Cell, and then ultimately they are able to succeed because they work together, and yes, this is the first time, despite his objections, that Nappa decides to use the Kamehameha. Cell is shocked, but not for long, because he is wiped out. Once everything is settled down, Kami is wished back from the dead, and Goku decides to stay in the other world like in the original. All is well, including the relationship between Krillin and 18, which gets off to a slower start than in the original story, but it still develops at the end. 17 is also revived, but unlike the original story, he decides to stick around and just chill out with the guys, because why not? In fact, he ends up becoming buddies with Nappa. And of course, Mr. Satan still takes credit for the victory, but this causes a permanent grudge between himself and Nappa, and I'm sure that's going to come to a head in the next part. So future Nappa decided to return to the future in order to try and fix it, possibly to make it fit for purpose one of these days, but that's not what we're going to focus on today. Today, we are going to be talking about present Nappa, as well as his place in the Son family. 7 years after Cell was defeated, things are looking pretty different in the Dragon Ball timeline. Nappa has truly become part of the Son family, having resisted this prospect for many years, thinking that all his job was to be the bodyguard of Son Goku. But since Goku's gone, that ship has sailed, and inevitability, he's gotten a little bit soft. This all comes to a head at the birth of Gohan's little brother Goten. Almost at once, Nappa really endeared himself with the little tyke, being there from the moment he was born, and Goten doesn't know any different, and he absolutely adores Uncle Nappa! And I think this image from Dr. Neon Bones truly captures this really well. He also became a really vital assistant for the likes of Chi-Chi, not just being a chauffeur like I talked about in the previous part, who with her bossy attitude managed to ensure that Nappa had a lot of stuff to do despite the fact that his original master Goku was no longer around. He had all sorts of errands to do, and Nappa was happy to do these on one condition. He would like to train with the boys now and again, so that means they can remain strong and protect the Earth. And he claims this by saying, "Every Saiyan boy really needs to punch something every now and again." Chi-Chi agrees, albeit reluctantly, because she does know that without Goku, something really bad could happen and the world could be in danger. And also, Nappa's really good at helping out with the gardening. You know, planting those Cybermen really rubs off on a Saiyan. Nappa's dream of being a florist is almost complete. Recognizing Nappa's request and turning it into something sounding a little bit more constructive for herself, Chi-Chi says that, okay, you can be their trainer, so long as you're their personal trainer, ensuring that at least their minds could be trained as well as their bodies. Yeah, Nappa, mental exercise, What results is a completely grueling amount of physical exercise, coupled with some really useless mental training, because most of the time, Nappa would really be struggling trying to read out the questions, and Gohan would be having to add in the questions and add their own answers. So basically, he'd be his own teacher. I'm talking about this really weird biology thing, and
Reproduction.
But Gohan was still getting the grades, so that means it didn't arouse suspicion from Chi-Chi, so they could keep their little arrangement going. As amusing as that might sound, it wasn't really healthy for the mind of the young Saiyan teenage boy Gohan. It really strained the relationship that he had with Nappa. The lifestyle that he had is just not healthy. He had very little time to himself, and despite the fact that Chi-Chi and Nappa had really good intentions, it really did not work well for the young boy. Nappa tended to really overdo the physical training, as well as the mental training, at least trying to, because he just wanted to please Miss Chi-Chi, and of course her desire to turn her two sons into the smartest and strongest beings that could ever walk the planet. For Goten, this was all really fun, because he didn't know any different. This was pretty much the norm he had for all his life, so he just got into the spirit of it and really excelled. Also, Nappa wasn't as harsh on him as he was for Gohan, because naturally Goten's much younger. Since Trunks doesn't exist in this timeline, Goten didn't really have that many friends. I mean, the only exception to this is Bra, who was born to Bulma and Yamcha, but most of the time she prefers to stick around with her mum, learning about technology and stuff rather than training or just goofing off. Thankfully though, Nappa had 17 to be like some kind of bro pal, and the two of them would actually take Goten and Gohan to do some really fun activities like going around flying or going to see some monster trucks, because boys love monster trucks. As well as the occasional road trip, 17 driving of course. Still though, Gohan wanted something more. He wanted to save people, he wanted to do something with his strength, because this was peacetime after all, so he devised a plan when he reached a certain age. And this is the time where we get to see the Great Saiyan! But there was a problem. His Saiyaman duties were only possible under the darkness of night, because Nappa and Chi-Chi kept him busy throughout the day, and you could tell that this would have an adverse effect on his studies as well as his own mental health. He'd be super tired in the mornings and would really struggle during his training and his questioning. Then, one day, during one of his typical rescue missions, the Great Saiyaman bumped into Videl. Naturally, she got herself into a whole heap of trouble because, being the daughter of Mr. Satan, she wanted to try and get in on the Great Saiyaman action and try and rescue people of her own. But unfortunately, she kind of bit off more than she could chew. Yeah, she had great martial arts, but when she's up with goons with loads and loads of guns, then that's a little bit tricky. Luckily, the Great Saiyaman was able to save her, which both angered and fascinated Videl greatly. She decided to track the mysterious superhero instead of the Golden Warrior, like she did in the original anime. She quickly ascertains that the identity of the Great Saiyaman is indeed Gohan, and why would Gohan let his identity be found out so easily? Well, remember when I was talking about him not getting that much sleep? It kind of made him a little bit clumsy, because during the mornings he was trying to hide away his Saiyaman uniform in his backpack, but he left a little bit of it hanging out and the helmet was on top of his locker, and oops. Instead of going to the news though, she decides to actually blackmail Gohan, again similar to the original anime, in order to try and get some training and get in on the action. She forces him to let her work for him, and together they can protect the city and they can get equal billing on the press tabloids. This has even more of an impact on Gohan's grades, which concerns Chi-Chi greatly. But when it becomes clear that it's not their fault and it's Gohan's sloppiness is the cause of her grades, then she decides to blame Nappa for everything. Naturally, being hurt by this, Nappa tries to figure out what's going on with Gohan, so he begins to stalk the boy. It doesn't take him long though. Again, Gohan's being really sloppy trying to hide his costume, and Nappa finds out that the Great Saiyaman is indeed Gohan, and now is the time for an intervention. He tries to talk Gohan out of all of this nonsense, but Gohan doesn't want to hear any of this. But wait, Nappa has an idea. He bands together Goten and 17. They plan to try and save Gohan in the only way that they know, by making complete idiots of themselves and making their own costumes to be bad guys. And I think we can assume that Goten had a lot to do with this plan. Nappa and Goten become the Evil Saiyaman and the Little Evil Saiyaman. Goten's not really good at coming up with names, to be fair. And 17 is forced to wear a bucket and some tinfoil around his costume, saying that he is the Great Saiyan Robot. Something that 17 really feels uncomfortable with, but whatever. They start terrorizing the population, which, as you can tell, judging from their really lame costumes, causes much more laughter than harm. This of course attracts the attention of Gohan and Videl, and together the Great Saiyaman and the Great Saiyaman 2 arrive on the scene to tackle the evil Saiyaman, the little evil Saiyaman, and the deadly Saiya robot. But then they kind of laugh a little bit to themselves because they realize who exactly they are. Nappa, Goten, 17. The charade is broken almost at once. Instead of ending the buffoonery there and then, Gohan and Videl decide to play along a little bit for the cameras. It'll look very good on the evening news. Weird fighting poses, really elaborate talk about justice and whatnot. But Nappa's kind of getting in the mood and almost starting to lose himself and really getting into it physically. That talk by Gohan doesn't go down particularly well, especially for Nappa. Because after all of that training Gohan had with Nappa, he's been training quite a bit and really gotten a lot stronger than he was in the Cell games. He hasn't gone soft in this story. He wrecks Nappa pretty handily, as if to try and vent off some really pent-up frustration. After that, he towers over Nappa looking extremely serious. Gohan pulls Nappa aside and takes his helmet off, giving him an evil glare. He has had enough of him and his mother interfering with his life. He needs his own place, his own identity. He doesn't want to be forced into something he might not want to be. And at that precise moment, he has announced that he is not going to be coming home, and instead is going to go back with Videl. They fly away with Nappa and Goten feeling really sad and confused, and 17 asking whether he can take the bucket off his head. In this version, Videl is much more effective at bringing out Gohan's more rebellious side. As a result, he becomes much more independent much earlier, and it's something at this point Gohan can truly get behind. As a result, Gohan is much keener to actually train with Videl, so their training starts much earlier. And as you can imagine from this, Chi-Chi's really not happy. Despite Goten trying to explain that it's not Nappa's fault, Gohan was really upset, he wants things to change, Chi-Chi doesn't want to hear any of this. She is focused squarely on Nappa. It was a really bad idea to allow him to do what he wants. It's all his fault that her family's tearing apart. She kicks Nappa out of the house and demands that the only way he can come back and live with them is to bring Gohan back with him. So for the time being, Nappa decides to crash at 17 and 18's place. All the while, he continues to try and stalk Gohan, trying to convince the half Saiyan to come home, change his mind, relax, we can work things out, maybe relax on the training some bit. Then one day, something happens that could change everything. Goku announces to everyone, telepathically, that he is interested in coming back to Earth to take part in the World Martial Arts Tournament and getting to see everyone again after 7 years. Even Gohan's pretty excited that he'll get to see his dad again. Days later, the Z Fighters reunite with each other at the tournament. Even Kami is there. However, the reunion this time is a lot less joyous than in the original. In fact, it's kinda awkward. Gohan completely blanks Nappa and Chi-Chi as if they weren't there, and Goku's just completely and utterly confused about the situation. What's going on here? And of course, this all descends into Nappa and Chi-Chi having yet another shouting match in front of everybody. Suddenly, they recognize two faces in the crowd. It's Chaozu and Tenshinhan, but they look kind of odd. Tien is much more muscular looking, and Chaozu's looking really haggard and really skinny. They spot a mysterious looking M tattoo on their forehead. Kami can sense that something is wrong with them. This isn't the original Chaozu and Tenshinhan they once remembered back all those years ago. This is a rather odd couple. And I think the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament has begun. And everyone's really keen to see things get started, even though we got the rift between everyone, as well as the really awkward reappearance of Tenshinhan and Chaozu, now sporting the margin symbol, you know, like Popovich and Yamu did. But no matter, we gotta focus on the main event and the tournaments, the junior and the adult division. Speaking of the junior division, that one is pretty easy. Since there's no Kid Trunks around, Goten can just sail through the division and take the win absolutely convincingly with no difficulty whatsoever. It's gonna boost his confidence no end. I can imagine Nappa afterwards would have gone like, ruffled his hair and gone, "Hey, you did good, kid. Uncle Nappa's proud of ya." And the tournament announcer's pretty pleased as well because Goten reminds him of a young Goku from all those years ago. Fortunately, Goten's victory in the junior division does ease the tensions going on in the background, with everyone kind of really happy for the kid and forgetting about all the differences that have come outside of the arena. And of course, Chi-Chi is very appreciative of the extra prize money, you know, to fill up the coffers of the Ox King and all that. Even Gohan decides to get up close and congratulate his younger brother. You can never be mad at Goten, right? I mean, you might forget about him, but you can never be mad at him, though. Then our heroes head over to the adult division, and Kami is first up against Shin. This is the point where we actually meet Shin and Kibito, and unlike Piccolo in the original, who basically was like, I can't fight this guy, Kami is a little keener to actually have a little bit of a brawl. He is not intimidated by the appearance of the Supreme Kai. Why is that exactly? Well, remember, Kami is a divine being of his own. He's the guardian of Earth, and is fully aware of the hierarchy of the Kais. Nappa is really keen with this tournament roster because he's getting to fight his former master and friend after all of these years. He's really keen to show Goku exactly what he can do. You know what, Kakarot? I'm looking forward to showing you how much stronger I've gotten over the years. Gohan's an excellent sparring buddy. Right, Gohan? Gohan says nothing. He's not only fighting Goku to actually show Goku how strong he is, he's also wanted to show Gohan the reason why he acted the way he did. To show that there was method in his madness and over-enthusiasm. To try and show Gohan that, you know, there was a purpose to this. But Gohan's having none of it. He's just completely ignoring it, totally deliberately. He's too busy flirting with Videl, which rubs Chi-Chi up the wrong way as well. Gohan's going out of his way to irritate his family. Kami might not be able to go up against the likes of Shin, but this is the point when Kami reveals to everybody that in the years between the Cell games and now, Kami's actually been using the Dragon Balls quite a lot while everyone's been busy training and just relaxing and stuff on that peacetime. Kami's been busy by going to Shenron and going, hey, I want to get stronger. Try and make that happen. But Masako, you can't have Kami using the same wish over and over again. That's just cheating and really lazy. Toriyama wouldn't do that. He's totally not Oh yeah, he's actually kind of lazy. Never mind. Resubscribed. All of those trips to Shenron could have actually come up with different kinds of power boosts or variations that would have improved Kami's training and potential and efficiency. Say, for example, he could have wished one time to have a better stamina curve, that he'd be able to train for longer and at full power, and a bonus with that would be that rest would be much more effective and much quicker. He could wish that means he would never have to sleep again, so he could train all day and night without having to worry about rest. And of course, we could just have the plain old thing, I want to unlock my full potential, because hey, if Lord Guru can do that, then I think Shenron can do that, because remember, as Kami gets stronger, Shenron gets stronger as well. It's a snowball effect, because remember, the dragon is linked to the Namekian that actually made the balls. This all comes off the back of his humiliating defeat against Perfect Cell. For years, he realized that Kami needed to do even more to try and be a good guardian of Earth. He thought he had, but he hadn't. So instead, he turned to the wish-granting orbs and tried to use powers for good. Having a good, strong guardian of Earth is a good first defense. Yeah, sure, the Supreme Kai can use I-beams and key attacks to his advantage, but Kami's really good at how a tournament works. He's able to dodge the Supreme Kai and then ultimately knock him out of the ring, taking the win. I mean, of course, he's not gonna hurt the guy too much, because remember, you gotta be somewhat respectable towards your superiors. Instead of being angered, Shin and Kibito are actually really impressed with Kami's performance. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad that this one of 28 planets has actually been doing very well. After this match, I think it became quite clear to Shin that he really needs to make his presence known, and he tells the rest of the Z Warriors exactly who he is and what he's doing here. But first, we gotta focus on the match between Videl versus Tenshinhan. As she walks to the arena, she spots Nappa, and hopes to try and bridge the gap on her own terms. She tries to communicate with Nappa, but Nappa is trying to be all like huffy back. Videl, you're a homewrecker. Now you may be thinking that this fight will be pretty cut and dry like it was in the original story. I don't think so. First, Tenshinhan is way stronger than the likes of Spopovich, and so therefore would be much more effective. Second, Videl would be much stronger as well, because she and Gohan would have spent much more time together, and so therefore, many more opportunities in which to train. Besides, she'd be heavily aroused after Gohan's defiance and rebellion towards his family. You know, him standing up for himself and not being allowed to be kowtowed by anyone else. She finds that pretty appealing. And thirdly, and most importantly, Tenshinhan isn't a brute. Tenshinhan, even though he's currently being possessed right now, is a very methodical fighter. That will carry through no matter what kind of mental state he's in. His body has been conditioned for decades to fight with honor and to fight with dignity. He isn't a cruel and unjust soul, and as a result, his body acts accordingly. Instead of pummeling Videl half to death like in the original narrative, Tenshinhan's only goal is to try and get Videl out of the ring. He views her merely as an obstacle in order to actually get the victory and of course drain the Saiyan's energy. That isn't going to come as easily as he might have expected because Videl's managing to hold her own very well, much more so than in the original. But yeah, sure, you might be thinking, well, Videl's just so overpowered then. Well, there comes a point in this match when Videl realizes that she's at her limit and her stamina's fading away fast. She might not be able to carry on like this much longer. So instead of crumbling and admitting defeat in an embarrassing way, she decides to end the battle on her own terms. Ten Shinhan doesn't stop her from doing this, but the possession and the influence from his master starts to get the better of him. His directive is to draw out the strongest fighters around, so, to try and make his presence known, he fires a ki blast in Videl's direction, which is deflected easily by the likes of Gohan. After this shock move, Gohan is riled and he wants to try and take his frustrations out on the likes of Kibito. Their fight remains the same, and much like in the original story, Ten Shinhan and Chaozu gather the energy by stabbing him in the side, and you know the rest. This sudden travesty, Ten Shinhan's betrayal in his eyes, has made Gohan a really angry individual. After this match is over, Shin has realised that they need to get moving now, so he calls upon the likes of Gohan, Goku, Nappa, and Kami to actually head off with him to try and follow Ten Shinhan and Chaozu. Now having collected the energy, they just scooted off like nobody's business. They're off to join their master, Wizard Babidi. And I believe whilst they're off going and doing that, Android 18 wouldn't be swayed by the likes of Mr. Satan in terms of his money, because he'd be less popular and stuff like that, and besides, 18's got Android 17, her brother, in there as well, so they'd be keen to try and fight each other to make sure it's a fantastic spectacle, and hey, they both get the winner's money and the runner-up money. They get even more money! So I believe that the finale of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament will be a brother-sister robotic showdown. So as that's going on, the Z-Warriors are following Ten Shinhan and Chaozu without arousing suspicion, keeping a safe distance. During this chase, Nappa once again tries to talk to Gohan, thinking that since the Earth is at risk right now, this might be the perfect backdrop to try and mend the ties. If it didn't work last time, then maybe this might. But sure enough, Gohan's ignoring him again. Nevertheless, Nappa really wants to prove himself in this situation. He's completely blinded by this fact. The gang witnessed the meeting between Ten Shinhan and Chaozu and Pui Pui, Dabura, and Babidi. Dabura of course kills Kibito, but is taken off guard by the likes of Kami and Nappa. They manage to actually hold themselves pretty well, but remember, Dabura has a perfect escape plan. He spits on Kami, which turns him into stone, distracting the Z-Warriors, and the rest of the gang, Babidi, Dabura, Pui Pui, and Ten Shinhan and Chaozu, they can head off and get into the ship. Everybody is completely aghast at Kami's petrification. They don't know what to do. But Shin does. The only way they can actually cure Kami of this is to defeat Dabura, and that means they have to go inside. The next part passes by relatively easily and quickly. We still get the 3 fights like in the original story. It starts off with Pui Pui, who is easily taken out by the likes of Nappa, who is completely frustrated at the situation right now that Gohan won't listen to him. In the background, Babidi would be absolutely terrified by the likes of Nappa and his brute strength, and Dabura, internally of course, would be thinking, "Oh, I got lucky not fighting that one." But of course he's not going to vocalise that, no! He's got a reputation to keep up. Then of course Goku destroys Yakom. For the third fight, Gohan is supposed to be fighting the likes of Dabura, but he doesn't show up. Nappa then tries to break the ice by making a witty retort. He's going like, "Ha! Demon! More like, wee man! Am I right? Because he's a coward? Yeah, that was really funny, right guys? Go on! Really funny?" No, nothing. As if to punish the Saiyan for that terrible pun, Babidi then sends out Ten Shinhan and Chaozu to take him out. This is quite the calculated risk, because Babidi knows that Gohan will probably destroy Ten Shinhan and Chaozu, but Gohan's mind is so unstable right now, he might be able to use it to his own ends, so let's see what happens. So send in Ten Shinhan, the guy who endangered his love's life, that's perfect! So what's the outcome? Well, simply, Gohan doesn't hold back. He wrecks the entire place and destroys Ten Shinhan rather darkly by using Chaozu as a grenade. Despite winning this fight, Goku isn't happy. He is absolutely shocked that Gohan could be this cruel. Goku is shouting at Gohan right now, "Those two were mind-controlled! How could you be so cold towards your friends? They didn't know what they were doing!" They didn't deserve the fate, but at this point, Gohan does not care. And this is the right opportunity for Babidi to strike. Gohan powers up even more and screams to the heavens that Dabura shows himself right now. But before he can get his way, Gohan crumples down to the ground in agony. Babidi is working his magic. Gohan is screaming. The power is welling up far more than he can tolerate. He explodes again. An M forms on his forehead, but then he rises. The aura stops, and we then see Gohan getting up. But he's not Gohan anymore. It is, of course, as we all know with Vegeta, Majin Gohan. Confused as to what happened, Nappa tries to ask Gohan if he's okay. He gets nothing. This is pretty normal at the moment, but then Gohan punches Nappa in the stomach. Yeah, he's definitely not okay. Gohan punches the Elder Saiyan again, and Nappa gets knocked down in pain. This part ends with Goku horrified, punching Gohan in retaliation, and having a father-son showdown. They are staring at each other, and it turns out that instead of Goku fighting Vegeta, it's Goku fighting his own son. Well, I think we're going to leave things there. Boy, that was a humdinger, wasn't it? We end with a crescendo of the father-son duel, Nappa realizing that he pushed Gohan too far and it's all too late and the world is in danger. And I think it's needless to say at this point that all of this is going to manifest into the awakening of Majin Buu, because all of this energy, it's gonna happen. It's very important to discuss because it's not simply Mr. Satan winning the series, no, it's all focusing around androids 17 and 18. Mr. Satan is no longer the star of the show. In the finale, we had the duel of the century, brother versus sister. And this is the scenario that I actually left to you in the poll. Who would actually win between them? And by quite a large amount, you guys chose it would be number 17 to take the victory. Well, I mean, I guess he's been in the news lately, no wonder people want him to do well. The fight for the most part was pretty even, but ultimately 17 got the jump on 18, saying that the reason why he did so well is because he learnt a few tricks from Nappa. He's been on his game. But hey, 18 isn't all that fussed about losing, because despite the fact she's not going to get the big prize, coming second involves a neat little paycheck in its own right. And hey, the brother and sister pair, they're quids in. Speaking of Nappa though, Krillin then can sense something is wrong. They've been so fixated on the fight right here that they've kind of forgot that loads of people just ditched the tournament. But then they realise that their Saiyan buddy is in big trouble. After getting their prizes in a really haphazard fashion, the three of them then set off to try and aid their buddy. By the time they get to Nappa's location, they are really in the thick of it. It's all kicking off here. We've got Goku and Gohan trading blows with one another in a rather barbaric fashion. We've got Kami and Kibito just there in stone. What just happened right here? They didn't sense Goku and Gohan because they were so fixated on getting to Nappa, and he's not in a good way either. And besides, the way Goku and Gohan are going right now, the guys can't really see it going on anyway. It's just an unstoppable mash of flurries and wind attacks and just stuff like that. It's really hard to follow. Nappa is devastated by what he's seeing. He didn't want Goku and Gohan to be fighting each other. This is really bringing him back bad memories from the time when Vegeta betrayed him all those years ago. These flashbacks he thought he'd repressed, no, they're bubbling back up to the surface again, and he is starting to lose it. In order to try and help, Krillin hands Nappa a Senzu Bean! Now re-energized, Nappa does his best to try and stop the fight himself. But maybe he can get them to actually stop trying to kill each other. As that's going on, Krillin and the androids notice that Babidi and Dabura are transferring the energy into the sealed ball that would release Majin Buu. To make things all the more complicated, as well as slightly awkward, unbeknownst to them, they were followed also by a rather disgruntled and disgraced Mr. Satan. He wants a rematch and wants to know what kind of tricks they were playing in order for them to get the win. They must have been cheating. 17 and 18 then decide to go against Dabura directly, but then they are stopped by a much weakened Dabura. The fight commences. The fight between Goku and Gohan continues unabated, with Nappa seeing no signs of it stopping anytime soon. But then suddenly, he notices something about Goku. Something's not right. Is he holding back? Yeah, he's holding back. Nappa shouts to Goku, who clearly is in control of the fight really, that they need to stop this thing because that blasted wizard is trying to release that thing. Nappa didn't quite understand what was going on right here, but luckily for him, Shin is right there to fill in all the gaps. But unfortunately, all of their screams of despair and trying to convince the pair to stop are lost because those two Saiyans, they're going right at it. And then to top it all off, they're charging two Kamehamehas that are just about to connect. This is Nappa's moment. He realizes that he has to interrupt them directly. He then flies between the two beams and tries to stop them from colliding. Goku and even Gohan spot Nappa moving from in between the beams and are stunned as to what's happening. They don't know what he's trying to do. But then, something happens. A slight green spark. The beams are slightly warping. A green glow is growing. It's Nappa. He is emanating green energy from outside of himself. He lets out a mighty and ungodly roar. He has swollen up to an immense size, dwarfing even the likes of Broly, and is just letting out his despair and anger and guilt in this huge frenzy of fury, and it's catching Goku and Gohan off guard. This berserker Nappa slaps the beams away as if they were nothing, and then just slaps Goku and Gohan in the face, sending them straight to the ground, trying to just stop it the only way he now knows how. No! Stop! Enough! The father and son right at that moment can see what's happening to their friend, and they are not liking what they see. But speaking of the guy, he is overwhelmed by this new power, and he cannot tap into it for much longer. He falls out of the power, and then collapses onto the ground. He is left drained, dazed, and confused, but still alive. Deep in Barbody's craft, Android 18 and 17 and Krillin are able to now finish off the weakened Dabura, with 18 kicking his head clean off. Ooh, okay. This isn't Dr. Gero, guys. Like in the original story, this undoes the spit curse from Kami and Kibito. They return to normal with no recollection of what happened after they were petrified, and they basically witness an entire mix of carnage and destruction. After a brief moment they're trying to get their bearings, they then go and rejoin their heroes to try and figure out what happened. But sadly for them, Barbody has succeeded in beginning the process to unseal the ball. As in the original, Majin Buu has now been released, and it's up to our heroes to try and fight him directly. They all go at it together, thinking that they might be able to get the upper hand with numbers, but it's quite clear that they are not going to get anything on this guy. Despite this guy being powerful, he can also regenerate in a way that's even more remarkable and faster than Piccolo's. In a desperate move to try and end the battle as soon as possible, Kami thinks that maybe if he can take out Barbody, he might be able to stop Buu, kind of like with the whole Dabura spit curse thing. They got nothing else, so why not? Meanwhile, Gohan, who is slowly beginning to regain control of his mind, is starting to feel remorse and guilt for what he's done over the last few years, towards Nappa in particular. All of his transgressions and rebellions, he's feeling really awful right now. Despite Nappa and Videl trying to tell him to calm down and just get away from here to recover, he decides to go full power against Buu to try and make amends. Gohan lets out a huge ki blast that drains almost all of his energy, including his life force, thinking that might vaporize Majin Buu, but whatever damage he does, it's quickly regenerated away. Gohan collapses to the ground, and Goku tells Nappa and Videl, as well as pretty much everyone else, to take him to the lookout, so that means he can recover with maybe a senzu bean. Up on the lookout, Kami is able to use his magic to rid of any hint of Barbody's influence from Gohan's mind. It is right here, up on the lookout, that we witness Gohan and Nappa finally making up and apologizing for all the behavior that they've inflicted on one another. Nappa admits that the reason that why he was so overprotective was not because of Chi-Chi, it was because he was so desperate to cling on to the family that he had, and this was basically his reason for living and his understanding. After Vegeta betrayed him all those years ago, he had nothing left. Goku gave him a chance to have a second life, and he doesn't want to let go of it. Not to mention for the fact that he was really proud of Gohan and his power and potential. He wanted to capitalize on that and make sure that Gohan could do his best. After hearing all of that, Gohan feels really selfish and feels really bad for what he's done. Like, Nappa tried his best to try and make his life fulfilling and as best as it could do, and he just threw it back in his face. Together, they decide to do whatever they can to make things right. We then head back down to Earth, where Goku's fight with Majin Buu, including the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, continues as it does in the anime. Sadly, the form doesn't last for very long, but Goku's able to convince Majin Buu to wait a little longer so that another challenger might be able to actually pop up somewhere and give Buu yet another fight that he will love. Luckily for him, Buu accepts his proposition and decides to just fart around on Earth for a while, build a house, and just chill out. And sure enough, like in the original, somehow, bizarrely, he befriends Mr. Satan. With Buu distracted, Goku then heads up to the lookout where everyone else is and gathers them all. However, he can feel that his time on Earth is very short. Fortune teller Baba will be arriving any moment to collect him. So, he has to make his goodbyes, and he begins to set off when Baba arrives. But then, just as they're about to be teleported away, Nappa grabs Goku's arm. And in the mix, Gohan grabs Nappa's arm as well, and the three of them not just Goku, are then transported to the other world in a mixture of confusion and just like, did they just bail on us? In the confusion, Barber spits them out of the sacred world of the Kais, because leave it to them to figure it out. It's Shin that basically is ruling the roost here. And as that's going on, the whole Satan Boo thing, it resolves itself in the typical fashion. Poor B, I still feel really bad for the dog. The androids and Kami do their best to hold Super Boo back, but it's ultimately worthless, and they are absorbed by the monster. Meanwhile, Gohan and Nappa are alongside Goku on the sacred world of the Kais. Now that they're here, they can try and do their best and train, and then Shin hits upon the idea of the Z-Sword. That might be able to do something for them. And in the confusion, Nappa and Gohan break the Z-Sword, free the Elder Kai, and then it's just like, oh, it seems like it might be too late. From the viewing globe, they can see that Super Boo has now been generated and is basically destroying the planet. However, the Elder Kai isn't all that worried. There might be another way to save the day, and it's something that he is wearing on his ears. That is Potara fusion. Seeing a chance before them right here and now, Gohan and Nappa do not hesitate. Without a second thought, they grab the earrings and demand to be taken back to Earth, so that means they can try and stop this tyrant. Kibito then teleports them into the fray, with Super Boo looking rather triumphant upon their return. Oh, look! Oh, these two, you're going to have a little bit of a squabble now, are you? Oh, this'll be fun. Ooh, can I watch? Can I watch? But there isn't going to be a squabble today. The only thing they're going to be doing is putting the earrings on and enacting the Potara fusion. Together, in the brilliant white light, we see a big, bulky, and now fully haired, banged down person. That is, of course, Nappa. The resulting fusion is a rather impressive one, as well as a determined one. Thanks to a combination of years of combat experience, immense guilt from what's happened from the pair of them, as well as really good strength, this fusion is not something to trifle with, because this isn't just Gohan's technical strength and aptitude. This is, of course, the fact that Nappa is a brute deep down. He is a brawler. This guy is an all-rounder, and a very good one at that. This power is more than enough to take out this kind of monster, because remember, this isn't like the likes of Buhan. However, before they can completely incinerate this monster, Mr. Satan, in an act of desperation, shouts out to them to spare this guy's life because the good Boo, the one he befriended, is still inside of him and he might be taken out in the carnage. Nappa takes this on board, and thanks to Gohan's reasoning, they then decide that only one monster needs to die today. Without a second thought, and thanks to Nappa's brutish and bluntish ways, they just get their hand, open up Boo's mouth, put their mouth inside of it, and just literally grab out organ after organ and just pulling every one of their friends out, that whole orb thing. It's really random, and I know it's pretty weird, but hey, that arc was pretty weird, so why not? Just get to the point. Super Boo is flying off the handle and in the middle of transforming into what would be Kid Boo. However, now, because of Gohan and the technical thing and wanting to do things that are right, Nappa just blasts this guy away mid-transformation, being completely unorthodox in the likes of Dragonball and not letting anyone transform, and yeah, Boo's toast. All of this thanks to a mighty volcano explosion. After they've had a time to cool down, and when the time limits run out, Nappa then defuses. Everyone's saved! And thanks to Kami being freed as well, everyone else on the Earth is saved too, because the Dragon Balls are back! Nappa and Gohan then ask Shin and Kibito for one last favour. A quick round trip to the Namek, so that means they can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Goku once and for all. Because after all this carnage, they really need Goku here to help them out. And ultimately, Goku is convinced that, yeah, he probably should stay. After all is said and done, Chi-Chi is glad that Gohan's now on speaking terms with them again, and ultimately decides that the way that Gohan wants to live his life, it's up to him really. She kind of accepts his decision. And not only that, Nappa and Chi-Chi have made up again, so yay! It's all good! Not long after the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament, the committee decide to have a 26th World Martial Arts Tournament not long after that. And this time, it's won by Android 18. After all is said and done and all the antics that she's been up to in the Boo arc, Android 18 decides that she's going to start training harder, right after the birth of her and Krillin's daughter, Maron. As for the Saiyans, well, what do you think? They're busy training. Everything is all good. Fast forward to age 778, and the streets of West City are kept safe by three certain individuals. The Great Saiyaman 1, 2, and 3. In this case, Gohan, Videl, and Goten. In this timeline, Gohan was able to successfully work out a really good equilibrium between his work-life balance, so instead of spending most of Super trying to figure it out, he's already figured it out, especially given the fact that he has a much more independent streak in this timeline, thanks to Videl. Nappa, when he's not training with the rest of the Saiyan crew, is actually spending time coming up with some hobbies because he doesn't need to worry about Gohan as much anymore, so he can actually pursue some interests that he's been looking into on Earth, such as gardening, because you know, whole Chi-Chi, Goku, they want to start off the Son family groceries and stuff like that. He's all in on that. And then, of course, there's his friendship with 17. They frequently go out to Rally Raid Championships and do some racing on the side, because unlike Goku, they have driver's licenses. I get the feeling that after the whole Boo saga, Nappa would have wanted to settle down after all this, because remember, Nappa is by far the oldest Saiyan there. He's not far off getting to that point where Saiyans slowly go off the boil. And also, love hasn't really befallen the big guy, he's not really been looking for it, so he needs to find other ways to find best days ever. Naturally, this piece will be coming to a halt because, as you know, Beerus is about to wake up because he had a dream about the Super Saiyan God. As Nappa and 17 are just busy having a fun time, Goku's off on King Kai's planet training, and that's when he hears about the whole calamity with Beerus, like in the anime and the original story. And yes, of course, he wishes to challenge Beerus. Oh, Goku, you're just so incorrigible. Both Beerus and Whis are currently coming back from a little excursion to a planet that they recently destroyed because the food wasn't good enough. But they actually find out about the Super Saiyan God and find out that there are Saiyans on Earth, but one of them's on King Kai's planet, so they decide to confront that one first. And it goes about as well as you might expect, which is to say not very well. Meanwhile, Bulma, like in the original, is holding herself that huge birthday party on that cruise ship. Yeah, not in the least bit egocentric at all, no. Yamcha, Bra, Nappa, 17 and Goten are busy helping with the preparations. Everyone's getting stuck in this time. However, Goten's a little distracted. He's actually developing a crush on Bra, or Bulla, or whatever you want to call her. Remember, in this story, Bulma married Yamcha instead of Vegeta because, well, Vegeta was dead. He's actually discovering himself and becoming a young adult instead of what Toei wants and keeping the kid forever. And this naturally leads to more comedic moments, including the moment when Nappa and 17 decide to be Goten's wingmen and help him out. And remember what happened with the whole evil Saiyan Man thing? 17 remembers. He still has the bucket. What doesn't help Goten's cause, though, is that it's really difficult to try and impress Bra because she's got a bit of an inventive streak herself, so she's very tough to impress. She got that from her mother. When it comes to inventing things, she's just as good as Bulma. In fact, one of her creations is actually helping out with the preparations right now, so yeah, I don't really see much that Goten can do. Sorry, bruh. And while all that's going on, Goku's just had his first tussle with Beerus, and he's dealing with a headache as well as many other aches, as well as being beaten half to death. Like before, Goku doesn't really know anything about the Super Saiyan God, but instead of just saying nothing and just pleading ignorance all the time, he actually decides to throw Beerus a bone, instead of them just going looking for clues blindly. He suggests that maybe Nappa might know about the Super Saiyan God, because Nappa might know a lot about Super Saiyan lore since, you know, he's the oldest and he's the most experienced and possibly the most knowledgeable about Saiyan origins and stuff like that. As that conversation's coming to a close, King Kai thinks that maybe it's best to tell Nappa about this and maybe warn people on Earth. But when Nappa's contacted, he thinks that this is a prank because King Kai's never talked to Nappa specifically before. The deity quickly explains himself and says that Goku's on his planet and that Beerus is around, and explains the situation and what he's doing there. And Nappa remembers Beerus all too well, in fact even more so than Prince Vegeta. Nappa was fully aware of what Beerus could do and how tyrannical he was, because he had to deal with the aftermath of Prince Vegeta being traumatized, and yeah, he doesn't want that same thing happening to either Goten or himself. So before the god gets to Earth, which isn't very long, Nappa decides to take charge of the party and tells everyone that they got to really tighten things up here and get things spick and span. By the time Beerus arrives, everything looks completely different. Everybody is in either a butler or maid uniform, trying to be very debonair or respectful because this is Nappa's interpretation of what Beerus might want. So yeah, it's a little bit comedic, but also this is Nappa trying really hard to not anger Beerus. Where do they get the uniforms? Well, they're still the crew uniforms because Bulma hired the cruise ship, so they're probably going to be still there for any crew that's going to be on there, so yeah, just take them. And this kind of catches Beerus off guard. He's kind of impressed, but also kind of weirded out. Not many planets go to this length to try and make him feel welcome. Most of the time they're just running around screaming. It's odd, but You could dig it. He likes being treated like a VIP every now and again. Everyone decides to roll along after what Nappa told them, all except Bulma, of course, because this is her party. She's absolutely distraught that Nappa's stolen her thunder. She wants it back, dang it. She doesn't want some overgrown pussycat taking it from her. So as a result, everything is going rather smoothly. In fact, even more smoothly than in the original story. That is, of course, until the whole pudding incident, because Majin Buu, even though he's wearing a uniform and trying to act like an attendant for extra candy, he can't resist pudding. And instead of Vegeta, who spent most of the time of that arc trying to reason with Beerus, it's Kami that's trying to do that because, he's the most sage person out there. He might be able to get through to Beerus, one god or guardian to another, maybe? No? It goes about as badly as south as with Vegeta? Okay. After that proves futile, Gohan, the androids, Kami and Nappa basically have to stop Beerus by force from destroying the Earth. But instead of it actually turning into a traditional fight, it's actually more of a food fight battle royale type thing. Having seen enough, Bulma strides over to where Beerus and Whis are located and just chews the god out and then slaps him, like in the original, but for a far more personal reason. And of course, Beerus slaps Bulma back, which angers Yamcha and Bra immensely. In fact, this makes Bra run up to her mother, and Beerus is just looming over the pair of them, thinking about slapping them again, but this is when Goten steps up. This is where he can impress Bra. He powers up like Yamcha does, and goes in full pelt with Beerus, and goes Ultra Super Saiyan, or Super Saiyan Grade 3, out of nowhere, in defense of his crush. And he actually manages to get a punch on Beerus because he's not expecting it from a little kid. But he doesn't get that same luxury again, of course, because then Beerus decides to wreck his world. And in a desperate attempt to try and be helpful, Mr. Satan is busy throwing rubber rings over the side to, try and save them or something, forgetting the fact that pretty much everyone here can fly. Don't worry, mate. He's trying, at least. As Beerus is growing tired of all of this chicanery and food fighting, he decides to just blow up the planet right here and now. But luckily for everyone, Goku arrives just in time with the help of Kibito Kai. Like in the original, Goku summons Shenron and they all learn about the Super Saiyan God ritual, including Nappa. After getting that wish and before they can make another wish, Beerus scares off the dragon before they can actually have a chance to think of a second wish. So he's gone, they don't really have much of a chance to do anything else. They've kind of just got to do the ritual without any extra research. Nappa's busy processing all of this. He had no idea of this existence of a Super Saiyan God, that it was even a thing. Goku pleads with Beerus to buy them more time so they can actually figure out how to do the ritual and provide him with a worthy challenger. Reluctantly, the God of Destruction agrees, and everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. At least for now. But it's rather fleeting though, because they realise something. There are only 5 Saiyans there. They need a 6th one. And that's including the revelation that Videl is pregnant with Gohan's first child, Pan. So, yeah, that's kind of a thing. They need one more. There's no one else. There's no Vegeta, there's no Trunks. And remember, Bra is not half Saiyan this time. Nappa's cursing his own arrogance and fear. If only they could find another way to maybe turn someone Saiyan or give them Saiyan blood temporarily so they could have a 6th person and then actually do the ritual. They should have been able to get that second wish quickly instead of letting Beerus scare it away. It's made things infinitely harder. If only they had more time to actually think of something. Wait, that's it. Time! Nappa then asks Bulma if she has one of future Nappa's time machines lying around. After some thinking, she does indeed confirm that she does have one of them lying around, but Beerus then decides to actually go over to where it was and destroy the machine because he doesn't want them cheating. No time manipulation right here, so they get that chestnut instead of in the future Trunks arc. Now that they have no chance to actually do anything else and the ritual's now hopeless, the only thing that they can do now is fight. Nappa then goes full berserk, and he's actually been able to control it over the years, and is busy trying to distract Beerus. But instead of actually trying to dominate against the cat, it's actually just providing the kitty entertainment. He toys with the bulky Saiyan, but at the same time, he's kind of amused by this. These quaint creatures actually show some small signs of potential. This Goten, this Goku Nappa creatures, Saiyans, they're not as bad as he first thought they were. They're quite impressive. I mean, for mortals, and when he's figuring this all out, he knocks Nappa out of his berserk form and the big brute is now on the ground. Nappa then realizes that there may be another option out there. not one that involves the Dragon Balls, and he hates to have to want to do this option, but he has no other choice. He's got to swallow his pride. After actually coming to like these Earthlings, Beerus decides to throw them a bone and give them an extra 48 hours in order to prepare a challenger for him. If not, he'll blow the planet up. He then also demands to be served pudding around the clock until then. And this is getting Bulma even angrier, which means that Gohan and Videl have to calm her down in order for her to comply. Nappa then goes over to Goku and Kami to explain his plan. They both agree. They head over to fortune teller Baba's place in order to enact it. She's a little bit reluctant to do this, but seeing how they've gotten so much stronger, she agrees to do it. She descends to hell and brings up a certain old foe. It's not as easy as that though. Vegeta, now standing in front of all of the Saiyans, doesn't want to have anything to do with them after they basically left him to die for decades and did nothing about him. But then Nappa decides to bring up the fact of how much Beerus embarrassed him as a child. This is something that does get through to the prince. After being reminded of that, Vegeta reluctantly agrees to help on the condition that after all of this is done and they get out of this actually okay, he insists that he should be brought back to life permanently this time. And since he's not really much of a threat anymore, at least in terms of power, they agree to this demand. The thing is though, you think these guys are in the clear? No, they're not. This ritual needs 6 pure-hearted Saiyans. Vegeta isn't pure-hearted, not one bit. He hasn't gone through that. So they have 48 hours in order to turn Vegeta good. I mean, this is a bit of a challenge. It's either make Vegeta a nice guy, or the planet gets destroyed. This is probably the Z Fighter's biggest challenge yet. Realizing that this resurrection wasn't for some genuine need or desire to bring Vegeta back to life, Vegeta says that they may as well just get it over with, do the ritual right now, and send him back to the other world so that means he can just continue being dead. He doesn't want to waste any more of his time. The team are very reluctant to do the ritual right now because they're really sure it won't work at this present stage, but at the same time, they are very nettled at Vegeta's presence. He does do that. And it nettles especially Nappa, so they decide to give it a try to see whether they can just get rid of Vegeta there and then. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Vegeta, the ritual fails. Now, Vegeta, instead of getting angry, scoffs everyone's misfortune. Remember, this Vegeta that we're talking about here isn't the reformed Vegeta that we are used to at the end of Z or even in Super. This guy is the same cantankerous and malevolent fighter and prince of all Saiyans that we saw in the Saiyan saga. Being a wisp in the other world taught him nothing. He goes on to say that he was sure that this ritual would never work, it seemed stupid in the first place, and now that they brought him back here and they've made the promise, they have no choice but to revive him sooner or later. So it's quid Zin for Vegeets. Android 17 is getting more and more wearisome of Prince Vegeta's attitude, despite the fact that he has seen and demonstrated himself, through the likes of himself, his sister and Nappa, that people can indeed become good when it seems really unlikely that they would. But this Vegeta though, this is a whole other level of mean-spiritedness. 17 tells Nappa in confidence that there is surely no way of redeeming this guy in just a day. It seems impossible. Nappa then decides to give it a go himself. Out of all of them present, Nappa thinks that he is the one that can finally get through to Vegeta. The reason why? Well, Nappa seems very confident that he can do it because he's known Vegeta ever since he was a little babby. He knows Vegeta inside and out, and this Vegeta that we've seen is basically the same Vegeta that was there when they came to Earth in the first place, so nothing's really changed. First off, he wants to give Vegeta a little tour of the planet Earth and its surroundings and natural beauty to try and get the prince to understand some kind of appreciation for the planet. Maybe this can get through to Vegeta that this planet is not all that bad and the people aren't all that bad either. It's a tall order, but the prince reluctantly complies with this request. Seeing as basically everyone around him is stronger than him, it's best to get this all over with really. Nappa then begins to show Vegeta some important landmarks that Nappa began to like over the years, places that he goes to contemplate when things are getting a little rough, sharing his innermost sanctum. He says that these landmarks remind himself of planet Vegeta and it feels like a home away from home, so it's worth saving, right? Nope, Prince Vegeta is not impressed by this at all. The prince is bored, completely unconvinced of Nappa's real desperate need for assistance.
Haven't we destroyed prettier planets for less than this? Since when have you become so soft, Nappa? You never talk about these things.
Nappa is clearly irritated. That was the old Nappa that Vegeta was talking about. This new Nappa truly appreciates his surroundings and has truly developed as a well-rounded person. Nappa doesn't like being reminded of his former self at all. However, Nappa does hold his tongue and doesn't say anything blatant because it's showing that he's learnt to actually handle patience over the years, so good on you, Nappa. Next, he proceeds to show Vegeta his pride and joy, his own little garden. It's very dear to Nappa because all of this planting, seeding and caring for all of these plants remind him of the time in the Frieza forces that he was looking after and developing Cybermen seeds. It's a very nice little callback that is nowhere near as destructive. Vegeta doesn't see any kind of benefit in all of this, and decides to add the destructive element himself by blasting bits and pieces of the garden, just messing with Nappa's mind and truly just being a jerk. He is clearly not seeing where Nappa's trying to go with this. This forces Nappa to just beat Vegeta down into the dirt, ironically destroying the garden even more, so it's quite clear that gardens and nature won't try and convince Vegeta to be good. Vegeta is impressed though at Nappa's sheer amount of power, but he's not going to show it towards the guy. The prince feels pretty embarrassed that he was beaten down so handily and just so effortlessly. Nappa decides to calm both himself and Vegeta down by showing some Earth cuisine to the prince. Every single Saiyan has this thing in common. They do love a good meal. And this seems to work. Kind of. Vegeta does indeed calm down, but he still shows signs of contempt towards Nappa, everyone on this planet, and the planet itself. He even admits this to Nappa to his face without worrying about any kind of potential consequences like another beating. This is just clearly not Planet Vegeta. This scenery, not even this food, is worth saving in Vegeta's eyes. In that moment, Nappa begins to understand the uphill struggle that he was trying to take, something that he was trying to deny, but he just cannot hide from anymore. He can't do it. He can't make Vegeta a good person in just one day. The prince has clearly no connection towards this planet, nor anybody on it. That's why. He has no investment in trying to protect Earth. In fact, he has some cases in trying to destroy it. All of this indeed has been a waste of time. And not just that reason, there is another one as well. And Nappa just begins to realize this too. It's all becoming clear for the guy. Nappa's redemption didn't take a day. It wasn't done in 24 hours. It took him years. And it wasn't just as easy as just showing some sights, showing some food, and then expecting Nappa to be good. Time. That's it. Maybe he can take Vegeta to the Room of Spirit and Time in order to buy himself some more time. Maybe a few months, maybe several months, a year, just to try and convince Vegeta to just take part in the ritual and eschew any kind of bad or malevolent thoughts. Maybe they can get around the whole 24-hour time limit with time distortion, but unfortunately, Kami knocks that whole thing down by saying that no matter what they were trying to do, it's not going to stop Vegeta from having to go back to the afterlife. It's just going to drain his stamina even quicker. Nothing can escape death other than a wish on the Dragon Ball, and clearly right now there is no sign of a Dragon Ball in sight. Nappa now just doesn't know what to do. If he cannot perform the ritual and benefit Master Kakarot, or just make Beerus go away, then Earth is doomed. This whole being good wasn't a momentary shift for him. This took pain, guts, determination, and many years of correction and struggling just to get where he is today. And I don't think Vegeta's going to be up for that. It was all from one source, Vegeta. Vegeta, whom he used to admire. Vegeta, who he used to follow. And then, Nappa does something. Nappa gets up from the table, looking very solemn. "I forgive you, Vegeta." He says this quietly to the prince, who just laughs at his words. "What utter tosh. I cannot expect you to purify your heart if I can't forgive you." Vegeta is not impressed by Nappa's words at all, and continues to try and mess with Nappa's head, provoking him at every single opportune moment, but this time, it's not getting through Nappa's head at all. Nappa then says to Vegeta that even if they revived him now and fulfilled their end of the bargain, Beerus would just blow up the planet anyway. Vegeta then says without any kind of concern that he can just find a vessel and get off the planet before it blows up, simple as that. And that is the moment when Nappa asks another question. "Where is your Saiyan pride then?" he says with disgust. Vegeta then says that Saiyans have no duty in protecting weaklings. Saiyans are there to fight for their own personal gain and satisfaction. They're not there to be freedom fighters. "And where are they now? Look at us, Vegeta. We're almost extinct. But for those of us who remained, we remain strong because we protected weaklings. Even Goten is stronger than you, Vegeta. You will never become the legendary Super Saiyan. That's why you failed. That's why we can beat you.
Because you no longer understand what Saiyan pride is.
Vegeta is furious. He gets up from the table and begins attacking Nappa with everything that he's got, draining his stamina in the process. And Nappa, he's just taking it as if it were nothing. He lets Vegeta get all of his anger out, all of his frustration.
You often said to me that your father was weak, but he was just trying to protect you, to ensure that you have a future to live, Vegeta, to ensure that you would become strong. He was making the best of a bad situation.
Vegeta screams, attacks, kicks, punches, but Nappa is just like a completely solid concrete wall. Finally, after what seems like hours, Vegeta is tired of letting out the anger, letting out all the screams and all the frustration venting. He's just no longer furious. He's just sad. He feels that every single living Saiyan now has surpassed him, that even someone as dumb as Nappa can truly become someone great and show the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. All of this fury he's exhibiting, it doesn't make him stronger. This is Vegeta's lowest ebb.
We can teach you to become strong, but first, we need your help.
Vegeta says nothing, but he stops attacking. That's good enough for Nappa, and he calls everyone around to try and perform the ritual for a second time. There is no more discord. Vegeta has let out all of his rage, and in its place is no longer a discord of emotions, but just somberness and sadness. They're not exactly the most ideal of emotions to have, but at least they don't affect the ritual. We can work on positive emotions later. Also, Nappa's own forgiveness towards Vegeta has made the ritual even more successful than it would have been. Goku indeed becomes the Super Saiyan God, and the sight of that power just leaves Vegeta completely speechless for the first time in his life. The rest is history, just like in the original. As that's happening, Nappa fulfills his end of the bargain and resurrects Vegeta. They were able to do this thanks to Whis because, you know, Whis can do pretty much everything because Nappa's thinking, alright, we need the Dragon Balls. Oh, don't worry about that. Boop. From then on, Nappa then vows to keep Vegeta in check, making him his own responsibility. And minion, ironically. The story ends with Goten and Bra giving orders to Vegeta like a waiter, and he is dressed like one at the recommenced birthday party for Bulma. All of this is trying to show that he needs to prove himself worthy in order to be trained, and quite clearly, he is not enjoying this, but he has to stomach it. Even the fact that Bra is stronger than him is something he does not like at all. With that bugbear out of the way, this is the dawning of the age of Nappa, and really showing what he can do, and Vegeta now having to play second fiddle in comparison to his former minion. Nappa is now responsible for Vegeta, making sure that he doesn't do anything stupid. That was kind of the arrangement as it was when they was a kid. I guess it's just, you know, full circle. Vegeta isn't quite sure what to make of this. He was brought back to life, but what kind of life is this, really? Basically, he's having to bow his head to the likes of Nappa. He's having to listen to all of these orders and listening to little brats who are probably stronger than him too. What has this world come to? After the climactic tussle with the likes of Beerus, the god of destruction, Earth has once again returned to a moment of peace. Everything is absolutely fine. Thanks to Nappa's intervention, the Son family never had any kind of financial trouble because, remember at the beginning of Super, they were kind of running low on money, then they basically got a handout from Mr. Satan? Nah, none of that happens. That means that Goku can go and train however long he wants. Chi-Chi doesn't really care. Gohan, having had his massive climactic tussle with Nappa back in the Buu saga, has really kind of taken to this new life that he's actually carved out for himself. He had managed to find a good work-life balance, much more so than he did in the original series. And I know I've gone on about this in many other reviews of Super and in my discussion videos, but it has to be said. That's what needed to happen and we didn't really get it. And okay, Gohan may be much stronger than he is in the original series, but he is still a lovable dork. He's still married to Videl, and they still have Pan. And at this point in the story, Pan is absolutely adorable. And don't think Videl's just become the simple housewife. Oh, no. Because Goten is much more confident and much more willing to stick his nose in when he shouldn't. But it does result in him joining Gohan and Videl in fighting crime with the likes of the mighty Saiyan Squad. The Saiyan Squad aren't alone though. They are backed up with the girl behind the desk, as it were, in the form of Bra. Not just Bulma, Bra. Basically, her job is to supply them weekly with brand new gadgets. And maybe less regularly brand new outfits, something that Bulma doesn't even know about. That's what she did with her allowance. The trio became so famous that they received a medal from Mr. Satan and, ultimately, were given the keys to West City. Now, okay, yeah, Mr. Satan knows the identity of the Great Saiyan Squad, but, this keeps up appearances, making sure that nobody knows, and, he just plays dumb. But this is Mr. Satan, so that's not exactly hard. Nappa, meanwhile, continues to keep his promise and guard Vegeta, while of course making sure that he can keep up with the other Saiyans. Now this is something that I don't think many people have actually talked about, because this is something that we've not really had a chance to explore. Aging of Saiyans. Nappa is quite a lot older than the rest of the Saiyans around him, and Vegeta didn't age at all, so basically he's still in his 20s. And Nappa knows that he won't be at his peak for much longer. If you're not aware, Saiyans basically stay the same, roughly, from between the ages of 18 and 80. Because remember, Goku shot right up, that's now him in his prime, and he will stay pretty much like that until he's 80, and then he will rapidly age. Nappa, at the point of Resurrection F in the story, he is about 70, because when we first see him in the Saiyan Saga around age 762, he's about approximately 50 years old, although he doesn't look it. This is something we've really not touched upon in a narrative way, old Saiyans. The closest that we're going to be getting with is in the upcoming Broly movie, we see the likes of Paragus, who is now experiencing that aging process in some way. We don't know what age he is exactly. I mean, he could be at least 80, he could be near 80. It's just something to keep in mind is all. But for now though, he does have the advantage over Vegeta, but again, that's not exactly hard. But speaking of the prince, this prince is much more, in a way, pessimistic and much more fatalistic. He has all these other forms, including becoming, the legendary Super Saiyan! And then Nappa's just like, Vegeta, you have got so much catching up to do. But at the same time, it does embolden Vegeta, thinking, well, if Nappa can do it, then I, the Prince of all Saiyans, can do it too. But I think all of this new change in his personality has meant that Vegeta is much more cunning than he is in the original story. He is more willing to just stay in the background, bide his time, slowly climb the ladder until then he can actually get one over everyone else and reassert his dominance. And because of this new outlook on life, and then agreeably training with Nappa and Goku and everyone else, he does sure enough eventually unlock the power of Super Saiyan. At this point in the story, Nappa has kind of grown out of being like childish or immature, or being really like Vegeta. But there's just something of having the prince around that kind of brings back the old Nappa in some way. You know when you hang out with someone from your childhood and you haven't seen them for ages, you kind of almost revert back to the way you were before? It's kind of like that. To make ends meet, and to demonstrate how much Vegeta has now become trusted with the group with his new outlook on life, it's working out, he is then given the role of being a bodyguard / security guard at Capsule Corp. At least now Vegeta can get some time to himself when he's off duty and be able to train even more. So at least now he doesn't have to just be some kind of dog's body. However, unexpectedly, he develops some kind of weird friendship with Bra. I think it's just because, she's just a young kid, probably trying to find inspiration for the Great Saiyan Squad, just wandering around the corridors at night. They obviously come across each other, they chat, and, there's some kind of bond forming. Much to Vegeta's chagrin, it develops to the point where Bra ultimately calls him Uncle Veggie. But Vegeta does remember his Saiyan protocol of being a monarch or a prince, so he will respect and not really lash out at anyone who's a girl or a woman. Yeah, he remembers that standard, and also he's trying to not be aggressive and, try and toe the line so he can get what he wants in the end. Meanwhile, very much like in the original story, Whis has become a common house guest at Capsule Corp, entertaining the Z-Fighters many times, and of course, eating lots and lots of food, because that's what Whis does. So you're probably going to be asking, okay, who trains with Goku? Who's it, Nappa? Not initially. It's actually Gohan that goes with Goku. They go up to Beerus' planet to train together, and this is something that Vegeta absolutely resents with a passion. But at this point in the story, he's barely just gotten the Super Saiyan power. He is in no position to question the status quo. And also, he's still kind of scared of Beerus, quite apprehensive there. Sometimes Nappa gets to come along with Goku and Gohan as well, even though he does think it's a bit of a fruitless task, because again, with his age, something he doesn't really talk about, as well as the thinking that he's kind of peaked already with the Berserker form. Yeah, he does have that power, but it took him years just to be able to control it, and in terms of the actual power emitting, it didn't really progress that as much as he'd hoped. And it was only something he'd like to use as a last resort when it came to Beerus, who was about to really kind of annihilate the planet. But Whis doesn't find this a problem at all. This is quite a quaint issue. He teaches Nappa the best way to be able to control it almost instantaneously. You know how Whis is basically a Deus Ex Machina? This is just another case of that. He is slowly able to fully control the power, much like how Kale did really rapidly in the Tournament of Power. But even Nappa knows that he does have this power now to its fullest, but this is pretty much the last power boost that he can truly rely on that he'll ever get. Gohan is very quick to dismiss this, thinking that Nappa can achieve anything. He's proved that time and time again, that he can grow stronger than he thinks he can. But Nappa just waves this off, being completely content for once.
It's okay, Gohan. I think I'm done. This is like the last hurrah. I'm just really happy I get to train with you guys one last time. I'm proud of you, Gohan.
I'm not crying, you are! When the other Saiyans are busy training in their Super Saiyan God and Blue forms, Nappa tends to Beerus' garden. This is some kind of like stress reliever for the guy, and something that Beerus appreciates because no one else was doing it, but Nappa sees it as a way of actually training his mental fortitude, like we said. Vegeta knows that they're making progress. Kakarot, his son, and now Nappa come back stronger every single time they return from Beerus' planet. Every single time he just realizes that he is years behind them. There is no way he can catch up at this rate. The only hope for him now that he's realized are the Dragon Balls. And thanks to his brand new security clearance with his new job, he can pretty much roam anywhere in Capsule Corp. So with this newfound freedom, he gathers the Dragon Radar and leaves Capsule Corp seeking out the Dragon Balls. This is the way he justifies it. It's not cheating in his book. This is just leveling the playing field so everyone can see how truly good he is when everything is equal and even. Vegeta then discovers that the Pilaf gang are looking for the balls as well. In fact, when the gang finally gather the balls, both Vegeta and the Pilaf gang are now arguing about who should get the first wish. And yes, Kami did upgrade Shenron because of all the times that the Z-Fighters relied on it. You know, he's also stronger, so he can do that. But amidst all this, Sorbet and Tagoma of the Frieza Force, they gather the Dragon Balls right under their noses, and you know where we're going here. They use them to revive Frieza and King Cold. So as we said, the two top galactic tyrants are now back in business, but understandably, they've been a little bit out of the loop for, you know what, being in the next dimension and all that. After the initial confusion, they get up to date with the whole situation concerning Majin Buu, what Beerus is up to right now, and basically the state of play of the Saiyans. But if they want to keep up with the Saiyans, they're going to have to resort to the thing that the Saiyans do all the time, and that is fighting. Training. A lot. Ooh, how uncouth. I have to train like a dirty monkey? Oh well, it's a necessary evil. They really don't want to have to train to be able to get stronger, but they've got to, so they've just got to roll with it. Now, in regards to King Cold's power, there is no discernible and definitive information as to what his power level is exactly. So if we want to kind of just go off the back of maybe some reports saying that he's slightly stronger than Frieza in some way, I think it would be fair to say that he would have also gained the golden transformation as well as his son Frieza. And especially since we actually now found out in Super Dragon Ball Heroes that Cooler can have the golden transformation, so I don't see why their father couldn't. And I know that we haven't actually seen his third, fourth, or even fifth form, but I think it's safe to say that King Cold did have it because he just didn't need to use it. The second form was more than enough. And also, you know, Frieza said that nobody's ever seen it before, so King Cold has it too. And don't think Golden Frieza's been left out in the cold. There is a twist with him as well. Now you see, having someone on his own level to train with, that being his father, has paid dividends in terms of the training. And Frieza managed to get a lot done in 4 months with Tagoma. Can you imagine what he could do with his father, who's stronger than him? This has meant that Frieza's been able to not just get the golden form quicker, but also get the true golden form earlier than he did in the original story. That's going to make the story even more dangerous and the stakes much higher than ever. And we all know about Dragon Ball Super and the low stakes. He becomes the stronger of the duo and King Cold's pretty much okay with it. He's known all along, ever since Frieza was born or created or whatever, that Frieza would become the strongest person in the entire empire. And that's why he actually gained the empire in the first place. And I also think that they're pretty much satisfied with being alive and being able to try and take back what was rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Vegeta is painfully aware as to the error that he has committed, and he then goes off to Nappa, who he's meant to report to admit his deed. Despite his semi-betrayal or act of selfishness, they at least know that Frieza is about to descend upon them. At the moment, it's not too much of a concern, because at this point in the story, they think that Frieza is just as strong as he was on Namek. Not exactly a threat these days, but just to be sure, because he might be able to pull a fast one, they better get started on some training. The Elder Saiyan knows exactly that Frieza would be able to plot something, and he'd be scheming some kind of tricky business, all the stuff that he heard and kept away from Vegeta for all this time because he was a young boy. In this training, they would bring in Gohan as well. And in turn, I think it would mean that Gohan would eventually get some training with Whis. And also, he's not going to get out of this. This is Uncle Nappa. You don't want to disappoint Uncle Nappa. Now, Nappa may have been able to somewhat forgive Vegeta for his actions, but Goten is absolutely furious that Vegeta betrayed their trust as well as Bra's trust. He's standing up for Bra and he wants to keep Vegeta in check somehow. But if he's going to be in the Room of Spirit in time for a year, that's away from him. So, he hatches a plan with Kami, who gives his blessing to go into the chamber ahead of time so he can keep an eye on Vegeta. Although Kami knows that Gohan could easily take care of Vegeta, he does admit that Goten has potential as well, so it can't hurt for the brothers to be able to get some training in as well. And I think at this point, all of this extra training would mean that Goten would be able to unlock the power of Super Saiyan 2. His training would have been pretty regular, and I don't think that'll be the end of the story for Goten. Kami sees a lot of things in his future. When Gohan and Vegeta enter the chamber and the door is sealed, they then spot Goten there. The door is locked. There is no getting out now. They are stuck together for an entire year/day. They better make the most of it. The next year, or the next day, Chi-Chi finds out about this whole action and is very, very unhappy about the fact that she's just lost a year of their children's lives. But Gohan's able to calm her down, saying that this was for the greater good. They needed to get stronger because Frieza was about to arrive and potentially wreck everything. After that day in the chamber, Nappa, Vegeta, Goku and Gohan then head off to Beerus' place to go and do some training with Whis, just so they're able to compare their powers and see where they're all at. Despite the extra time, Vegeta is still unable to unlock God Ki, which is just frustrating him consistently. Unbeknownst to the Saiyans, Goten's managed to sneak along as well so he can get some training in. How was he able to get past Whis' senses? Well, through the art of extra snacks, thankfully curated by Bra. She knows about where to get the best sweet treats in the entirety of West City, so they've been able to hook Whis up with them. 4 months have now passed and the invasion of the 1,000 soldiers begins, and to be honest, the entire Z-Fighter thing, it's really not much of a problem. It was kind of dealable in the original story. Here though, it's basically a foregone conclusion. Vegeta then just wrecks Tagoma without Captain Ginyu there, and because Tagoma didn't really get any training. All the other goons are wasted, and to be honest, it feels like really this whole thing was just a storm in a teacup. What was the threat here? However, as they're celebrating their victory, they're immediately able to sense King Cold and Frieza's powers, and they then make themselves known dramatically atop of their ship. Frieza was bad enough, but they weren't expecting his father as well. Both of them commend the Saiyans for their bravery and their power, being able to dispatch all of their soldiers in almost a few minutes, but playtime was now over. They were going to show them the error of their ways. They should have never crossed Frieza. For the moment though, they are suppressing their powers because you know what might happen next could be quite entertaining. And it kind of is, because Vegeta, keen to get his revenge on the Saiyan race as well as prove how powerful he is, powers up and heads straight for Frieza, only to be met with a fist and then slammed to the ground. Not even his Super Vegeta form can get anything on Frieza. He's just thrown away like he was just a piece of chewing gum wrapper. Goku can feel that something is different and immediately clocks onto the fact that they are suppressing their powers. Goku jumps in with Frieza and the climactic duel begins. This is the first time in the story that we see the powers of Super Saiyan Blue. However, their presence in the story is really not that impressive. Honestly, it wasn't really that impressive when we saw it in the original. So much of a fanfare. Gohan then rushes up to Goku's defense, completely and utterly shocked that Frieza is able to handle this brand new power of Goku so easily. This took them so much training and hard work just to be able to master and hold their own with, but Frieza is just here, just knocking it aside like it was nothing, like it was just some kind of hair dye that Goku put on, like it didn't make a difference. And I think right now, just for reference, Ultimate Gohan's power is akin to the power of Trunks' Super Saiyan Rage form. And remember, Gohan's power in the Ultimate form keeps on rising, but is it quick enough? Frieza is impressed, not just how strong Gohan has become, but also the fact that he's not had to resort to the Super Saiyan transformation and cheating like all those other filthy monkeys. And when he thinks about it, the two of them are pretty similar, being child prodigies. He informs Gohan that if he's lucky, he might offer him a place in the Frieza forces alongside him and his dad, he just has to be a good little monkey and step aside and let him just wipe everyone else out. Dear dear. Let's just get rid of that little bulky oaf as well. Now speaking of the bulky oaf, Nappa also wants to help something who will be 3-on-1, but he is then intercepted by King Cold. King Cold powers up to his golden form, whilst Nappa powers up into his berserker form. Now he's able to get better control of it. The fight is pretty even, albeit initially, because the signs of Nappa's age really begin to get a hold of him. He starts to falter somewhat. And I think King Cold wouldn't be as brash as his son, he'd be fighting much more carefully. King Cold knows that Goku and Gohan, if they draw this fight out long enough, might be able to get the advantage over his son, because, you know, that little tempestuous little son of his is just so gosh darn impatient. That's why he's giving his son some distance and drawing Nappa away, and also conserving his strength. And I also think that the king would be much more methodical and be planning ahead. If the Z-Fighters were able to plan ahead, he could then send out some spies to Earth to make sure that they don't get up to too much things that might make them stronger. When Nappa starts to get a little tired, and now visibly so, King Cold hatches a plan and makes a decision. Suddenly, he heads off towards the direction of Capture Corp, surprising everyone in the process. When he gets there, he decides to take some hostages to try and ensure his son's victory. Vegeta tries to stop him, but it's not enough. He is going directly for Bulma, Yamcha and Bra. Exhausted, Nappa tries to use up all of his strength to try and catch up, but he worries that he might be too late. King Cold thinks he's got this pretty much wrapped up, but he then gets surprised by a sideswipe that he wasn't expecting. This sends him careening straight to the ground. Who did it? It's Goten! But not Goten. I think all of this anguish, as well as the fact that Bra and Bulma and Yamcha are in danger, has triggered the Super Saiyan rage power. King Cold is so surprised that a child monkey could become this strong. But then again, he's not exactly surprised either, because all these child prodigies around? Oh well, I guess it was time and inevitable. The fight between them is on pretty similar level to the Super Perfect Cell vs Super Saiyan 2 Gohan fight. And with the arrival of Nappa on the scene, that completely changes the whole thing on the battle, like how Vegeta intercepted the former battle. Goten and Nappa are able to synchronize completely and use their joint attacks to be able to get the upper hand on King Cold, blasting him into pieces. But in the end, King Cold regrets nothing. He was able to unleash his entire potential, and to be honest, this way of going was far more graceful than to that Trunks brat. However, those two have no time for celebrating because Frieza is about to blow up the planet! Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Nappa and Goten combine all of their strengths to try and push the Death Ball away from Earth and out into space. Frieza is shocked. He thought that that Death Ball would be able to destroy everything, but now he's out of energy and trying to hold it back. But it's too late. The 5-way beam of the Saiyans is enough to make Frieza go vaporize, and then is no more in this mortal coil. And Goku fully recognizes the power of his two sons. He also decides that he owes Vegeta some training for being able to sticking up and actually warning them about Frieza in the first place. Goku feels that the world is now safe from any great threats, at least for now. However, they are completely unaware that they are being watched by a certain tubby little cat god, as well as his tall, female godlike attendant. It seems like our universe is going to expand soon for our heroes. During the great training session, which also sees the weighted clothing that looks like a sumo wrestler being used, Champa and Vados make themselves known and basically create an entrance. Whis introduces them to the group with very much a calm attitude, which confuses Nappa, and as it becomes clear that they're from a different universe, it blows Nappa's mind and confuses him quite thoroughly. If it hasn't got anything to do with gardening or fighting, Nappa kinda gets confused easily.
Wait, you mean there are multiple universes? What?
These Universe 7 Saiyans are big lummoxes in comparison to our Saiyans.
Oh, this is great. Beerus is really putting on an absolutely wonderful show.
And despite Nappa's much more laid-back attitude these days, he can still get riled up if he's called into question about anything to do with his personality. But Whis is able to calm him down, having been aware of Nappa's temper. He just says that Champa is nothing but a big troll, something that Vados confirms with a very sly wink. We then get the argy-bargy between Beerus and Champa, the tournament being put in place, and the Saiyans having to figure out some kind of roster. But I think in this timeline, trying to find representatives for Universe 7 is pretty open and shut. We've got Goku, Vegeta, Goten, Gohan, and Nappa. Easy. They don't have to try and find anyone else. There's no worries about Majin Buu or Piccolo or anything to do with conferences. You know, all of that's gone. Yeah, I'm glad about the conference thing. As Goku and Vegeta decide to get some last minute training in the Room of Spirit and Time, Nappa decides to spend his time concentrating and relaxing in the Garden of West City. He's trying to process just all the stuff that he's taken in. Not only are there multiple universes out there, but there are more Saiyans, and they're successful Saiyans too. This is all just so new to him. While he's zoning out, he looks up for a moment and then spots somebody at the corner of the fence overlooking the garden. A woman with turquoise hair in her early 50s is busy drawing something whilst looking up and down again at the garden, as if she's drawing something. As this is going on, Nappa is just staring at her, and when she then looks up, the two eyes meet, and then quickly look away again, as if they were just really shy school children. The woman then speaks up saying, I like your garden.
Oh, thank you. Say, what are you drawing?
Oh, nothing. It's just some doodles, nothing special. Nappa then bounds over to the lady, with the lady recoiling a little bit, having not realised how tall Nappa is, basically nearly 8 feet tall. However, she doesn't retreat or run away, sensing that Nappa isn't really a bad guy, and it's confirmed by what he says next.
Whoa, this is really good. Are you an artist or something?
Having seen the woman up close, Nappa begins to think his cogs are whirring. He's seen this woman before, not just once or twice, but a lot. Wishing to continue the conversation, Nappa then chirps up.
Hi, the name's Nappa. Oh, what's yours?
The woman blushes a little bit before reasserting her confidence. She is Cafe, a local painter who has been really in the doldrums as of late, trying to find inspiration for her artwork, and then stumbled upon Nappa's garden, which was just so unexpected in this area, and has been basically doodling and drawing and making other types of artwork for like months now.
Nice to meet you, Cafe. Say, you want to get a drink sometime? I like a local cafe.
Nappa then immediately regrets making this pun. Cafe just rolls her eyes and says, oh, like I haven't heard that one before. Well, yeah, I'd like that. Nappa then bends down and picks up a flower from the patch right next to the fence.
Here, more inspiration for you, Cafe.
Cafe is surprised, but then thanks Nappa for the gesture, taking the flower and promising to take care of it before they say goodbye. She promises to come back tomorrow so that means they can get a drink. Nappa is just left standing there as she walks off, with a slight spring in her step.
Wait. Is this one of those date things?
Meanwhile, Bulma and Bra are designing a Super Dragon radar to try and find the Super Dragon Balls that they now just found out about from Goku and Vegeta and the rest. They like a challenge, and this is a perfect time for some mother-daughter bonding. Going back to the Room of Spirit and Time for a moment, Goku did offer to Nappa to join them, but Nappa declined, thinking that all of this intense training would just make him age faster. He just worries about that, and he just decides to decline, just deciding to train the normal way. And throughout all of this, I think the biggest difference in this arc is that due to the fact that they have enough Saiyans to fit the bill, Beerus wouldn't have the need to try and find someone to make Goku get even stronger. He's got plenty of motivation, and thusly, Monaka is not brought in because Beerus doesn't need a mascot character. He is then congratulating himself, saying, "Ah yes, oh this is going to make things so much easier. I mean, I was going to create so much stress for myself, I almost wouldn't be able to sleep a wink." When Goku and Vegeta exit the chamber, they have their signature beards, which I think in this continuity, Vegeta wouldn't shave off. This is in order to assert his newfound power and that he's a different person. Now normally, Nappa would make fun of Vegeta because he knew that he wouldn't get any kind of repercussion, but this time he decides to actually be nice to Vegeta and say,
"Ah, Jates, you look so much like your father now."
I mean, it's a bit weird, and even Vegeta's thinking, "What? That's weird. Nappa usually would make fun of me. What's going on?" Well, I can tell you what's going on. Nappa's got a spring in his step because he's got a date. Goku then decides to be rather aloof in terms of all the strength that Vegeta was able to gain, deciding to keep his cards close to his chest. The Saiyan squad are then taken to the nameless planet in order to complete the entrance exam for the Universe 6 tournament. Gohan and Goten pass this with flying colours, not really seeing this as much of a problem. but the rest of the Saiyans need a little bit more time, especially with Goku and Nappa barely passing at all. After the exam, they meet up with Kaba, the Saiyan of Universe 6, and begin to exchange information about this new Saiyan race, and were really thrilled to hear that this Saiyan race is absolutely successful, and the likes of Frieza or anything like that didn't really pose a threat at all. But at the same time, Vegeta can sense that Kaba has got a lot of bravado going on, because, quite clearly, it takes one to know one, eh, Jeets? The first fight in the tournament is between Goten and Botamo. Goten quickly realizes that in terms of pure strength, he's not going to win against Botamo, and decides to suss out the big Winnie the Pooh bear in the similar way that his father did in the original story. Up in the stands, Goku is nodding his head thinking, yeah, this is it. Goten's getting it. This is exactly what I would do. Goten hatches the plan and it works pretty well, knocking Botamo out relatively easily. I mean, Goten didn't even have to go Super Saiyan. Goten wins and then is about to face Frost. Goten is pretty emboldened to fight Frost, given the similar appearance to Frieza and King Cold, who he fought not that long ago. Having said that though, Goten remains a little bit uneasy, and this is perpetuated due to the fact of Frost's good nature, or seemingly good nature. This nice personality coming out of such a nefarious looking person, it's just throwing Goten off all the time. And because of all of this confusion and him having to deal with all of this going on at the same time, he falls foul of Frost's tactics and he is left poisoned, unable to compete. He has lost. The next fight is between Vegeta and Frost, and this fight is a lot more even this time because Vegeta isn't as strong as he is in the original. The trickster attempts to use his poison needles like he did with Goten, but Vegeta immediately sees what he's up to because remember, Vegeta may not be as powerful, but he's incredibly smart when it comes to battles. He spots the needles in time and delivers the knockout blow, and also calls out Frost for his nefarious behavior, which the referee confirms Frost is disqualified and Goten is reinstated and he can come back in and fight later. The next fight is between the Prince and Vegeta, and unlike the time in the original story, Vegeta isn't able to keep up with Vegeta. All of the tactics of heating out and sweating out the opponent, yeah, Vegeta kind of can't keep up with that. Gohan then steps up to fight against Vegeta, and he's not that worried about Vegeta's tactic of being in a contained space and actually then being sweated out. In fact, he allows Vegeta to turn up the heat even more. The structure of his body won't be able to keep up with all of that heat in such a confined space. His structure will fail. Gohan then decides to fly fast round and round and round Vegeta, not to try and make him feel dizzy or trying to look cool or anything, it's to make Gohan feel cool. And not in terms of social stuff, but to make him just come down in terms of temperature. With Vegeta confused, his body failing, this makes him vulnerable to Gohan's attack. And then ultimately, Gohan gets the victory. Sadly though, Gohan feels like he's unable to continue properly because all of the heat exhaustion has meant that he's really not got that much strength left to keep up with the next fight, so he decides to give the reins to Nappa, so that means he can throw around some punches. He deserves it. Much like Vegeta in the original, Nappa then decides to coach Kaba in the form of Super Saiyan, trying to get it out of the young boy, and he's able to do so successfully by patronizing the young boy using similar tactics that Gohan finds rather close to home, something that Nappa was doing back in the day when Gohan was a tempestuous teenager. It works and Kaba turns into a Super Saiyan, but it's no match against Nappa. He loses to Nappa, but thanks him for unlocking some new kind of potential, and they promise to fight each other again. With Nappa feeling very satisfied with himself, having gained a new pupil, he then goes up against Hit. And I feel like it wouldn't be as open and shut as it was with Vegeta. I think that Nappa would be able to actually hold his own for a little bit against Hit, with the Berserker form and all that, making him a little bit more unpredictable. But still, this is Hit we're talking about here. The time skip ability at this point is unbeatable. Goku and Goten are worried. Having seen how easily Hit was able to take out Nappa, and with Vegeta now out of the count completely, it's up to them to really make sure that Universe 7 wins. It's not as easy as it was just a couple of minutes ago. This tournament has now become pretty serious. When it came to dealing with Hit, Nappa's Berserk powers that were unique to him were no match for the time skip ability, and Hit proved to be indeed unbeatable for the Saiyan bodyguard, and he was out of the ring. And that's where we're going to be rejoining things right now. Once the dust clears, Nappa lies there, defeated. Hit has easily dealt with him. If Super Saiyan Blue in the original was not enough to best Hit in the form of Vegeta, well, let's be honest, Super Saiyan Berserk was not even going to be coming close to doing any sort of lasting damage to Hit. This has left everybody worried and concerned. Goku didn't get as much of a good read on Hit than he did in the original timeline when Vegeta was sparring with Hit. So he's gonna have to be getting more creative when it gets to his turn to face off with the last of Universe 6. It's all come down to the wire now. Goku and his sons seem pretty worried, but the break between the fights so as to get everyone where they're supposed to be, also to then be hyping up the so-called main event, the strongest of Universe 7 versus the strongest of Universe 6, it allows the gang to figure out some kind of strategy so as to get the jump on Hit. Somehow. Meanwhile, Frost is busy being Frost and tries to steal the cube and all the riches that are contained within it. But he then gets stopped by Hit like in the original, and we all know how that goes. Hey, do you guys remember way back when that happened and we all thought that Hit had actually offed Frost because he didn't wake up, I think, pretty much until the end of the arc. He didn't wake up for ages. It was one of the biggest questions that we had at the time. Man, Hit was so cool. He still kinda is. After some more deliberation, it is then decided that Goku will go first against Universe 6's assassin, hopefully without the need of Goten having to step into the fray because he is the last person representing Universe 7, not necessarily the strongest. Goku is honest and says that if he can't beat Hit, then there is no way that Goten can, no matter how plucky the youngster is, nor how determined he is to avenge his Uncle Nappa. The time has come though, and Goku prepares himself to get ready for the match between himself and Universe 6's champion. The fight looks and feels pretty much the same as the original, with Goku and Hit eventually getting fed up with Beerus and Champa's feud. Things are beginning to get a bit troublesome for both of the challengers, and, you know, it's not really kind of helping the mood. So they then agreed to settle this once and for all another time, but for now, there is a tournament to finish, so that they don't have to listen to these two numbskulls witter on anymore, you know? These two brothers, they're arguing about nothing. Goku powers up to Kaioken Blue times 10, but his body gets exhausted, as we know. But before he spasms out though, he jumps out of the ring, visibly worrying his sons. Wait, this wasn't part of the plan. Gohan is getting very notable flashbacks to the Cell games right about now. And Gohan, I think he would actually be just going, oh no, please don't tell me that you're about to do what I think you're about to do. Yes, indeed. Goku's plan has indeed changed. He'd originally hoped that Goten wouldn't have to raise a finger and really told him that, yeah, I'm not going to be putting my faith in you, Goten, you can't do this. But now Goku has done a complete 180 and now suddenly has total faith in Goten. But Goku, you forget that unlike Cell, Hit doesn't want you to do this. He just wants the money, or to just get Champa to leave him alone. Goten, after much thought, decides to take a chance, though Gohan is protesting. Gohan is reiterating Goku's hypocrisy, and do you remember what happened at the Cell games, Dad? Yeah, we got lucky then, but didn't you take my feelings into account? Think of Goten. He's like almost the same age as I was. What is this? And then Nappa joins in this too once he's regained consciousness. He is particularly nervous about Goten's safety since the two of them are so close, but the youngest Saiyan knows that he has to take a chance. He can't just sit back or give up without at least trying to make some kind of a difference. He had been granted a spot on this team. This was a great honor to fight alongside his Uncle Nappa, and so he's going to be a team player, dang it. Well, this is just a great Saiyan then, Uncle Nappa. We work together. I'm gonna help however I can. Hit seems puzzled at this choice, that his opponent won't be the older son of Son Goku. You know, they can do that, since Gohan willingly withdrew. He could swap out the Goten, but instead, he has to deal with the youngest of the bunch. Goten walks onto the field and says nothing. He doesn't even look scared. But as soon as the match begins, Goten charges squarely at Hit and tries to attack him, but the assassin simply dodges the attack. You know, time skip. But Goten's lucky. Hit, in the meantime, has softened up a little bit after his invigorating fight with Goku, and doesn't want to be so forceful like he was with Nappa and, of course, his father. He is even offering up some advice to the child. No, not like that. You cannot be so brash. You've seen how I fight. You need to draw some conclusions. Goten is surprised at the fact that this guy is not trying to off him there and then, that Hit is trying to help him. And Champa, when he's seeing all this go down, he's furious at all of this. How dare this mook give the brat advice? This isn't what he tasked Hit to do, it's the opposite. Hey! Hey you! You're supposed to fight these morons, not babysit them! Remember whose side you're on! Despite these protestations, Hit is not in the mood to listen to Champs anymore. Hit is feeling a little frisky. He's developing a rebellious streak, and much like Nappa's fight with Kaba, this encounter has become less of a traditional battle in the Dragon world, and more like it's a training session. He is teaching Goten how to detect his movements, whilst also throwing some punches. So it means that the young Saiyan could feel his power and get a sense of scale, and then compare the two. So if Goten can get a hit on Hit, he can get a hit on anyone. And it's thanks to the power of Super Saiyan Rage that the younger Saiyan is even able to withstand the power of Hit. You know, even though Hit is actually holding back a considerable amount. If Goten didn't have this power, yeah, he'd have nothing. Hit is barely tapping into his time skip powers. He's like using a mere fraction of them, but he's not telling the boy that. In the end, even this has gotten a little boring for him, and he wants this whole farce to be over and done with. This is such a waste of time. Hit then proceeds to fake falling out of the ring like, oh no, I've fallen, which causes Champa to get red with anger, much like in the original. But before he's even able to unleash his fury, Zeno arrives, putting everyone in their respective places. As in the original, Whis and Vados are having way too much fun with this, especially when Zeno shakes hands with Goku. Watching the Saiyan pick the king of everything up and shaking him around like a stuffed animal, oh my goodness, that's the utmost heights of hilarity. The angels are trying their best to contain their laughter. Not everybody's laughing at this situation. Nappa is trying to warn Goku.
Look out, Kakarot! He may seem small, but the small guys are usually the worst. I mean, looks can be deceiving, you know. Believe me, I know.
He glances in Vegeta's direction, who looks away in contempt. Everyone is in shock, dreading what might happen next, but Zeno just laughs this off.
I like your friend,
He says to Goku.
he's funny.
Universe 7 gets the Super Dragon Balls, Kaba says goodbye to Nappa, and while Goku asks Hit about fighting again, Goten decides to tack in and get a piece of the action.
Hey, Mr. Hit, maybe next time when you fight with my dad, can we train again?
Hit doesn't turn around, seemingly not acknowledging this at all, nor does he actually look back in any way. But he does stand there, and he does respond with a simple retort. Maybe. Take care, young one. And so, just like in the original, Champa is amazed when Beerus does something unexpected, and it results in Universe 6 getting its Earth back after all. But after that, everyone decides to celebrate. Since there is no Monarcha, there is also no Planet Patofu saga, or anything worth speaking of. I think this is going to upset so many of the fans of this series. We move towards the post-apocalyptic wasteland in the form of the Black Ark, or is it called the Future Nappa Ark? Either way, it's time to kick it up a gear. The battle-damaged Future Nappa is dodging some ki blasts while trying to respond with the same treatment. He manages to sneak into Future Bomber's laboratory. The two quickly exchange polite greetings despite the carnage going on outside. You know, they gotta try and keep up some semblance of society. Then Nappa grabs her and escapes, whilst also taking fuel for the journey back in time. The two escape the ambush and try to get to the time machine. Meanwhile, on the present Earth, Goku and Goten are training together by doing the harvesting for the family plot of land, while Chi-Chi is allowing Nappa to coordinate them. Chi-Chi now doesn't really mind Nappa managing the boys, especially nowadays. In this time, she's gained some respect for Nappa on the account of his age. And, you know, the Ox King always told Chi-Chi to respect her elders. It's a little bit assuming, but Nappa will take any reason for Chi-Chi to not be mad at him. He's had plenty of that over the years. Uncle Nappa has done enough work during the years, boys. It's time that you contributed more to the household. She's also pleased that Nappa has seemingly found a girlfriend, and it wasn't some kind of Saiyan-like aggressor like that launch person. Kafe to her was a wonderful woman, and Chi-Chi is encouraging Nappa to invite her over sometime, as Chi-Chi was the only one who Nappa actually mentioned his girlfriend to.
Hey, Chi-Chi, you're a woman. I got something to ask ya.
Oh, Nappa, you weren't exactly the most tactful person out there. It's a good thing that Chi-Chi respects you more now. He has framed this whole scenario as a harvest celebration with his family, to make it not seem like it's another date or anything, just, you know, casual social family activity. Well, needless to say, this is not what Cathay expected. Nonetheless, she did feel intrigued enough to come along, and when she sees the two boys working the fields, she is actually inspired to do her thing, and that is to make art. She starts painting Goku, Goten, and Gohan working the fields while Nappa is sitting on a sunbed next to her, and they spend time together just chatting about stuff. He tries to explain to her the whole thing about Saiyans and what they were like, as well as martial arts and other kind of things that he knows, with Cafe only now realizing that Nappa isn't just a storyteller after seeing everything going down. What he was saying was the truth. Chi-Chi is also doing her best to ensure that this relationship works out and stays the course, and comforts her, telling her that she'll get used to all the weirdness. I mean, she had. This relieves Nappa a ton, and he is sure that her artistic mind may find some kind of other inspiration in being around Saiyans. Nappa is now laughing and tells Cafe that even though they used to be pretty bad guys back in the day, the only ones that remain in existence now are decent guys.
Well, except Vegeta, but, you know, he's getting there.
Future Nappa and Bulma are almost at Capsule Corp, where they hope to kickstart the time machine and go back to the past to try and rescue their present. Future Bra is waiting for them too, but sadly, they have drawn the attention of their enemy. Someone who looks like Gohan, dressed in black, is smiling in an eerie manner. Future Nappa decides to give the women some time to prepare the machine for departure. Nappa loses his mechanical arm in the conflict, but is able to bury Gohan Black under the pile of rubble. All of this buying them some time to get out of there. He tries to get to the time machine and go back for Bulma and Bra, but a key blast destroys the building. Nappa is forced to go to the past alone, not knowing what has happened to his friends. We open up today's episode in a situation in the present day, not too dissimilar from what we had in the previous chapter, where Cafe, Nappa's now current girlfriend, got to see the harvest at the Son family residence. Today, we are witnessing a social event at the location of Capsule Corp instead. After the whole harvesting celebration at the Son household, where much food was yielded, as well as consumed by the Saiyans, this time is a lot more leisurely. Today's festivities is all about celebrating Bra's birthday. The birthday girl is pretty excited for this, as they don't often have birthdays like this that don't involve her mother in some way. Nappa invited Cafe as well, so she can meet some more of the group of friends that he has. However, she is not able to make it for that day. She is actually busy painting, and is honestly kind of overwhelmed by the amount of new people that she's had to meet in such a short space of time. Nappa doesn't really understand the timidity in Cafe's actions, but he does respect her decision and wishes her luck with her painting. So basically, everyone else is here. Even Kami allowed himself to take some time off from being the Guardian of Earth. He has great respect for the Dragon team, and birthdays are usually a case for some fun and relaxation to be had. So long as the presents are up to scratch, that is. I mean, he can't even count the birthdays he's seen where people around the Earth, got presents where it didn't pass muster. Fortunately today, they do. As the gang are tugging into the copious amounts of food and cake laid out by the chefs of Dr. Bulma, there is a great wind that is emanating from a nearby helipad. Without much more warning, a familiar craft appears. One that they haven't seen in a very long time. One which Goten and Bra have never seen before because it was that long ago. The time machine appears before them. After waiting to see what happens next, the hatch opens and out falls a very dazed and confused Nappa. Being barely able to hold on to consciousness, future Nappa fumbles his way down the ladder on the side of the ship and then just simply collapses to the ground, absolutely embodying the meaning of, exhaustion. After a bout of guilt, Cafe then decided to actually come along to the party later on to make up for blowing Nappa off earlier. But I think at this point she should have stood by a decision because, now things are getting complicated. And in the midst of her arrival, she is now shocked to see not one Nappa, but two Nappas. Needless to say, almost everyone else is shocked to see this too. What's he doing here? Something must be up. Present Nappa helps take his alternative future self to the company infirmary, apologizing to Cafe, who is now looking pretty confused and overwhelmed, sure enough. Nappa tries to look casual, although he knows that if this bozo is here, then it must mean trouble.
I'll explain later.
Cafe is walking with Nappa, but she's still looking pretty pale and agrees, "You gosh darn better explain things, Nappa. I may be a pretty open-minded person, but even this is something I never thought I'd see. This one better not be as bad with jokes as you are, though." She winks a little, trying to keep her cool in the situation, something which present Nappa appreciates a lot at this time. Vegeta is also shocked by this event. He was revived at a time when future Nappa had long since departed for the future again, and so never knew the situation behind his arrival, and so to see two giant oafs before him is something that he cannot fathom and something that he hoped he would never see. He never had to deal with the woes that are Dragonball and time travel at the same time before. But as future Nappa is placed on a bed, Gohan slowly fills him in with what happened, and what may have brought him back here again. As for Goku, he meanwhile is busy getting future Nappa some sensu beans to eat to speed up the recovery process. Understandably, Gohan goes to see future Nappa, keen to catch up with the old guy and try and get some information out of him about why he decided to come back to the past again, and clearly, it wasn't just for a surprise visit. There must be something going on in his world and timeline. Unfortunately for our Gohan, he is unaware about the presence of Gohan Black in the future, which is going to go sideways shortly. When Gohan starts to talk, future Nappa wakes up and looks at Gohan looming over him, which causes him to remember the last moments in the future, and he then screams intensely, frantically even, aiming attacks in Gohan's direction. Now, despite the damage this causes to the bed and the room that they're in, Gohan is able to block all of his attacks, as they're not really focused or, intense, basic self-defense if you want to have a description. And President Nappa is also able to assist after waiting outside, too shy to go in, restraining his future self, and then looking absolutely furious that this guy would dare lay a finger on Gohan in malice. Our Nappa is then demanding explanations as to why future Nappa would even want to have attacked Gohan in the first place. The cyborg Nappa takes some deep breaths and then apologizes for his actions. He looks very sorrowful, but Gohan takes this on the chin and understands that he didn't mean to do what he did just now, and that, Gohan is fine, really. Future Nappa is then saying that he was acting instinctively because from where he came from just now, it was indeed not a good place to be in anymore. And despite his actions concerning Android 17 and 18 and sorting that all out, his future had gone south anyway, by an even greater force never before imagined. His future is doomed once more. This time by someone looking exactly like Gohan does right now, even down to the bang on his forehead. Gohan looks to his bang, and he is stunned that a future version of himself even exists, and especially one that is nefarious. He thought that he had succumbed in the future long ago. Future Nappa shakes his head.
No, Gohan. This other guy felt nothing like you. Your energy is noble and strong. His was vicious and incapable of feeling emotion, like he was on a mission to wipe out everything in front of him. It was horrifying. He destroyed everyone.
Not long after expositing some more about the future, the doors burst open again, this time by a very irritated Beerus. Beerus gets involved and yells at future Nappa for messing with time after finding out his original journey back to the past all those years ago. You're not supposed to do that, but then the present Nappa pushes back saying,
Beerus, you shouldn't have been asleep then when you got here the first time. You're not doing your job right.
Beerus wheels around to our Nappa and splutters,
Say that again, you lumbering imbecile.
Gohan tries to break this up, but Whis is able to do a much better job at this because it's Whis, come on. After the tension clears, Whis responds that messing with the timeline is considered to be a serious crime and that it may anger the Supreme Kai of Time, Cronoa. Future Nappa tries to defend himself, telling that this opponent of his that he was fending off against in the future broke the rules first, as he looks like Gohan, and that can't be the same Gohan in his timeline because his Gohan passed away years ago. It doesn't make any sense to him. Time must have something to do with it. But as Beerus points out, nothing much makes sense because he cannot make sense of anything. Whis throws Beerus a particularly succulent meat joint in front of him just to keep him quiet for the time being. Once he's been satisfied, the matter returns as to why Gohan was there, but also here. This conundrum is genuinely puzzling Beerus and Whis ever further, and he asks Nappa to elaborate, now with some more sincerity behind his questioning. The Future Saiyan updates everyone about what he's been up to ever since he left for the future all those years ago. He mentions future Bra to a surprised present Bra and Goten. Bra asks whether her future counterpart was also an engineer.
One of the best I ever seen. Sometimes outdoing her mother, but don't tell her that.
She also asks whether she was cute, to which Nappa gets very defensive and says,
Like I would judge something like that. Also, the future where I'm from, you don't really prioritize looks. I mean, look at me.
He points to his tattered clothes and gnarled face. He also tells the group that he also helped his version of the Supreme Kai and Kibito when it came to dealing with the likes of Deborah and Babidi, which in turn meant that Majin Buu would never awaken, and thusly the Earth was saved from that particular arc. This makes Present Nappa smile.
I knew you had it in you, despite your years.
Present Nappa smacks the back of Future Nappa's shoulder, but then Future Nappa remarks that, it's mostly the cybernetics these days that's actually allowing him to cheat the process of Saiyan aging a little bit. Now, over the years, Future Nappa became more and more machine-based, deriding some of the tech from the aftermath of the androids all those years ago. Even though Future Nappa is older than our Nappa, he is just as strong, but looks far more haggard than his present self. But he's not really the original Nappa anymore, fully. It didn't matter. He did his best to protect Earth, and that's what counts back in the future. He also expresses his surprise about Vegeta being back in the land of the living, but our Nappa then explains about the Super Saiyan God ritual, and remarks that Vegeta is a pretty chill guy these days. Future Nappa is glad that at least one version of Vegeta seems to have less bugs up his butt. He then says that he recalls an evil individual from the future Gohan Black camp, and that he one day appeared and started to annihilate the Earthlings for the sake of justice. He can't quite remember much else, but that's the only lead our gang have got right now. Bulma then notes that she can indeed repair the time machine, and everyone offers their help in fighting this new threat. Then Nappa introduces Goten and Cafe to his future self.
Wow, you have a cyborg twin, Uncle Nappa?
Future Nappa rolls his eyes, but catches Cafe's look. He blushes a little bit and asks if he and his younger self can try and train for a little bit, as they might need some practice before fighting against such a formidable opponent together. The start of this sparring session is pretty tame, though our Nappa is clearly showing off in front of Cafe. Bulma also helps them with a force field around the ground so they can go wild. Future Nappa asks him to go all out, and Nappa goes into his controlled berserker stance, which takes him off guard, not expecting to see this from his past self. It seems that the younger Nappa is winning, but the old one powers up, giving off a distinct white aura around himself. It is clear, especially to our Gohan, that this future Nappa has mastered the technique known as Potential Unleashed. He is now Ultimate Nappa. In that state, they are much more even, though present Nappa is still hanging on to his advantage. Suddenly, a thunderstorm starts to form around the capsule core building, and from a portal emerges someone who looks just like Gohan, much to everyone's shock. Beerus notices the time ring on the hand of the stranger, and present Gohan is all fired up to fight this strange imposter. Before the two Nappas go for it, Gohan charges up, and the duel begins. As we left our scene, we saw both present and future Nappa ready to defend Earth from the menace of the future. But there was something that got in the way of that. At least for the moment, or few moments. Our Gohan was keen to show that he wasn't going to let some interloper who would dare to look like him do something so cruel, something he wouldn't do. This had personally upset Gohan, and he was keen to make amends in the only way he knew best, in this place and time that is. Unfortunately for him though, it has nothing to do with conferences. He has charged forward and begun the struggle. Our heroes are witnessing a strange view before their very eyes. We have two Gohans in the middle of the sky fighting each other in a very dire showdown. One wearing a very casual type of attire, and the other in a very dark and regal sort of martial arts costume. It's a little surreal, but nobody is taking this lightly, not at all. Future Nappa is beyond worried.
Gohan, it's too dangerous! Let us handle it! No, me. Wait. Let the kid do his thing. He's got a point to prove.
President Nappa stops talking and watches his effective nephew do the rest. As of this point in the battle, neither of them have gone Super Saiyan. It's a little tense because of it. It seems like they're both sizing each other up in their base forms to gauge what to do next. This means that the power gap isn't all that major, right? Well, perhaps not. But then, the situation quickly changes when our Gohan realizes that he can't just tie this guy down like this anymore. He can't just keep doing the same thing. He has no choice. He would have to overpower his enemy and either force them to flee or, well, you know. Now remember, this version of present adult Gohan has never fully realized the ultimate form, unlike the Gohan from the original timeline. In this version of events, the circumstances were much more dire on the sacred world of the Kai, so things didn't really happen the way they did, so he needs to rely on good old-fashioned power-ups. It is, however, more than enough to give Black some sort of a beat down. It's not all, bad. Gohan Black is very intrigued by all of this tussling. Not bad. It's quite refreshing to be fighting someone who is actually thinking. They always said that if you want things done right, you should do it yourself. Exactly, says our Gohan Black. That's why I plan to end this myself! Gohan Black simply laughs at this show of bravado, and the battle continues with our Gohan surprising Black with an up-close Masenko. During the fight, Beerus then notices something is a little peculiar with the brand new iteration of Gohan. He remarks about how this other Gohan's ki feels very different. Shouldn't this energy signature be the same as our Gohan or incredibly similar? Oh yes, it is rather strange that this other Gohan can handle himself so well against a Super Saiyan Gohan of all things with just his base form. This is clearly more interesting than I thought it would be. As this is getting longer and longer, the two Nappas have now formed a consensus. Gohan has had his chance to make a point, and they now both want to help and fight off the intruder. But Goku asks them not to intervene. Goku still thinks that our Gohan has got something going that he would rather not have the other Nappas get in the way of. The father of Gohan believes that Gohan is indeed trying to strategize and learn more about this mysterious opponent and then do something. He's indeed correct. Goku fully understands what his son's plan is all about. Now, as in the original arc with Goku Black, the matchup is cut short, thanks to a little thing called time distortion getting in the way. With very little warning, Gohan Black feels a massive pain in his chest, and he also gets sucked back into the time portal in the end, leaving the fight undecided, much to the disappointment and annoyance of future Nappa. And Gohan Black also still destroys the time machine on his way out, I'm afraid. But at this, future Nappa is left devastated. The Nappa from another world knows exactly what this means. Total annihilation for the remaining survivors in his timeline. With nobody to defend them now, he can't get back, things will fall apart, and Gohan Black will have exactly what they want, just left for them to take whenever they want. This can't end like this, it just can't! Everyone else is trying to feel out the situation, as they notice that Gohan Black's ki kept growing during the fight. Yeah, it's a good thing that time had decided to correct itself there and then, because if it hadn't, then things might have meant that more of them would have had to get involved into the mix to ensure what happened in the future doesn't happen here. Gohan notices that he didn't really use his techniques, and while strong, he seemed not used to one-on-one fights. This doesn't make any sense. How could someone who looks like me not know a single thing about how I fight? This is getting weirder by the second. Like in the original, the group also had the whole conversation about the time rings and how they work, and how there are different ones, and this must mean that more of them have been created without proper guidance. And Beerus, for once, is glad that the time machine has been destroyed, effectively stopping the mortals from making more time rings, time traveling, and other types of shenanigans. Sorry. Bulma then reveals that she still has the time machine used by Cell, but it still needs some repairs. Future Nappa is then left feeling a little less crestfallen by this news, but he is still concerned that with every passing second, all this time stuck in the past, it could lead to trouble later on. At the end of the day, the present Dragon team become very clear in their thoughts. They're going to need to help their future compatriot. If this is the kind of thing that will affect the past, they need to help fight for the future. And as a result, Everyone is training to prepare for the confrontation with Black. However, there are two people that are going to have to provide some kind of mind training for the likes of Cafe. She's going to have to understand all of this. So during the break, both Nappas explain to Cafe, or at least try to explain to her, everything that has transpired regarding Gohan Black and the like in more detail. Now she has finally been able to have some time to fully grasp the gravity of the situation even more, it's not something that she takes with little reaction. It has obviously shaken her to the core. Alternate times, time travel? It's a bit much for even her open mind. And despite Nappa wanting her to relax, she simply cannot handle this. She quickly departs, being overwhelmed. Present Nappa understandably tries to follow her, but his future counterpart tells him to give her time.
This is a lot for her, probably. She's had to take in decades of knowledge in a few minutes. She'll be alright soon. We should probably focus on the task in hand.
There is a pause. Future Nappa then decides to try and ease the tension and sadness at this point that his present self is probably feeling right now.
So, I see things have been good for you, huh?
He says when they're alone.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that. Even Vegeta got slightly better. You keep telling me that. But I see that your age is starting to catch up with you. If it weren't for my mechanical parts, I'd probably be in no shape to fight. Not many Saiyans get to this point in their lives, eh? We're really old. Hey, we fight as long as we can, old man. Look who's talking.
The two share a laugh. They realize that while they have indeed trained a lot, they should probably get some rest. Future Nappa then gets introduced to Videl, Pan, and even, with some unease granted, to the androids. He can, however, feel that 17 and 18 are living better lives, and that these two iterations of the future ne'er-do-wells are nothing like them.
17 here is my bestest buddy now, future me. We drive huge cars together.
Future Nappa rolls his eyes, but deep inside, he tries to imagine how it is to drive a really big car. And at the end of the day, though, he enjoys all of this time in the past with his old and now new friends. He admits to his present self later on that he kinda needed this, just some ease and relaxation. He needed to remember that there was some kind of peace somewhere to fight for, and that it wasn't all doom and gloom, despite it looking like it was from his time's point of view. They end the day with present Nappa showing off his garden.
Oh, after all this is over, maybe I should get one too. I can pack you some saplings if you want. I'm sure the ground could do with some fresh foliage after all the trouble Black's caused it.
Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, Beerus and Whis go to Universe 10 as the key track has led them there. They go straight for the sacred world of the Kais in said universe, and soon enough discover the likes of Zamasu and Goasu. Zamasu is not very happy seeing all of these mortals here when they're not supposed to be, but Goasu stops him from any action. Whis gets Goasu up to speed with what has happened, and that they are here conducting a simple investigation, nothing major, and they simply just want to check the time rings and see if they're there. None of them are missing, sure enough. Like before, Goku really wants to check out Zamasu's power, having sensed it was pretty big. But Gohan interjects that he wants to be the first one to check it out, having actually had some first-hand experience with it. And the fight seems to be pretty even. That is, until Gohan goes Super Saiyan. He informs him that it's a first for him to finally be going toe-to-toe with a god, since his father fought Beerus after all. Zamasu seems very concerned about all of this. This seems weird. This mortal seems too confident, and not at all scared to be facing the likes of him. And in the end, Gohan wins the duel, leaving Goku just to observe the whole thing, which leaves him very unsatisfied.
Well, I could have beat him too.
They return to the present, suspecting Zamasu. That is, everyone except Goku. And of course, Goku gets summoned by Zeno and is given the Zeno button. That bit's still in. Meanwhile, the two Nappas use the time they have together in order to boost Vegeta's power. He's still a little behind the rest of the gang to be fully reliable and useful, and what doesn't help all of this is the fact that he is not at all a fan of having a double oaf being his trainer. But he does recognize that both of them are clearly stronger than him at this point, so he has to be quiet on this occasion. And besides, he really wants to close the gap between himself and the others and be able to train with Whis. That is his goal. He's got his eyes on the prize. Meanwhile, Bra observes the whole thing. It makes future Nappa realize even more that his friends in the future are in danger and that he must give his all to save it. Finally, the group is ready to travel. Gohan, both Nappas, and Goku are the ones that will travel into the future. And yes, Bulma did ensure that it had more space, the time machine, when the machine is fixed, given the number of people who are going to be traveling. 2 Nappas are pretty big after all. They are surprised of how bleak and grim the future is. Yeah, this is home. And in the rubble of the building they find future Bra and Bulma. They are alive, but barely. Luckily, Goku has brought some sensu beans. They use them to bring them back from the brink of passing. They all head on for the HQ of the Earth's resistance, slowly trying to prepare against their enemy. As you might be able to suspect, like in the original, the Earth Resistance do not react kindly to Gohan at first, mistaking him for the target they have been rooting out for years. But future Nappa is able to assure them that the man that they are aiming at is not the same monster who ravaged their future.
Hey guys, relax. This guy is on the level. Show him the book you bought with you.
Gohan sheepishly pulls out the textbook that he was reading on the way to the future.
See? Would a bookworm endanger the Earth? Come on.
After a few tense seconds to consider this, the troops start to calm down. The Resistance bunch then apologizing to Gohan, who takes his on the chin, despite the bookworm comment. As that's going on, the present Nappa and Goku cannot believe how bleak and hopeless the world of future Nappa is.
Man, it's like nothing happened after Cell.
Future Nappa sighs.
I thought I'd had my fill of bleakness the first time around. This time is different. At least the androids took their time with their conquest and left at least some things untouched. But this time, nothing is safe.
The next thing that they do is share some Capsule Corp goodies from the past with the civilians that have managed to survive the power of Gohan Black, which future Bulma and future Bra recognize as their own inventions, being grateful for their past selves showing just as much ingenuity and kindness and consideration as they would. Future Yajirobe is also present, which prompts Nappa to give him some sensu beans from his own garden. Yajirobe is aghast at this. He hasn't seen sensu beans in years. Gohan Black had basically decimated his crops up on the lookout or on his own tower not long after he started his rampage. And oh yes, I thought I'd mention, in order to speed up training and not inconvenience Korin and Yajirobe all the time, Nappa had attempted to grow his own sensu beans in his garden and had actually been somewhat successful.
Oh man, I bet my past self didn't take too kindly to being stood up like that. Oh yeah, I had to make up hard for that one.
He then tells Yajirobe that once they are done with Black and everything's all been sorted out, he could perhaps help to try and grow these magical plants here once again in the future. The Fat Ronin is pretty grateful for this and really moved by this gesture, being reminded of Korin's untimely demise. Meanwhile, Goku's more concerned with the pressing matter of what the future is looking like right now. He wants to have a go at besting Black, as he feels like that it's his turn. Future Nappa, though, is a little exasperated at Goku's impatience, but then remembers the Goku from back in the day, and that calms him down. This is like remembering old times. And so, the Saiyans leave the safety of the HQ, and Goku tries to attract Black's attention by firing a ki blast into the air. Sure enough, it does the trick. In the distance, the tyrant of the planet notices the beam hurl itself into the air. That isn't right, he thinks. Black is puzzled. He was pretty sure that he destroyed their time machine. How could they have fixed it and gotten back here so quickly? Unfortunately for him though, he isn't given a lot of time to think over this, about this quandary, because the people from the past rise up and shout out for their foe to show themselves right now. Goku then transforms into Super Saiyan to further illustrate their desire to take Gohan Black down right now, and the Saiyan impulses within Gohan Black's body are compelled to respond. And so, they start their fight. Our Saiyan is not expecting this pushback though, not one bit. Goku is surprised by the sudden growth in strength that Black has shown, as he is far stronger than during his fight with Gohan.
How did you get this powerful so fast? It's only been hours since we fought. I could only dream of having the potential that you seem to possess.
Gohan Black simply laughs to himself.
That's because you don't understand the majesty that is myself. You mortals have no clue how to reach the ultimate state of potential, and I will not allow you to ever figure it out.
Gohan Black laughs loudly at Goku's growing frustration. But instead of dwelling on it, Goku decides to power up to Blue, thinking that this imposter can't be able to counter this power, right? Not bad. It's a different shade than I expected from what I've seen thus far, but no matter. With little fanfare, Gohan Black is able to go rosé, which greatly confuses everyone involved. The looks on these faces are giving him even more mirth than before. That's enough, my friend! In a bizarre twist, future Zamasu appears, much to the shock of everyone involved. The two reveal that they are indeed allies, and that it is his wish to finish Goku off personally. Goku eats one of their sensu, and proceeds to go for future Zamasu, while the other Saiyans decide to take on Gohan Black directly, who is able to handle both Nappa's and his own counterpart fairly well. You are not a challenge for this elegant power. Your friend couldn't cope with this. What makes you think you can? Ha 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 ha! Because isn't it canon that when you go Super Saiyan Rosé, you develop a British accent for some reason? Although Goku seems to deal pretty well with future Zamasu, at least better than what Super Saiyan Rosé Gohan Black can, the Green Man does not appear to be worried about this power difference at all, which is making Goku suspect that something is wrong, and thusly filling the Saiyan with more and more doubts. Any wounds that he's able to deal, stuff that should be able to end the match instantly, just seem to heal. Then it dawns on him. Goku realizes that his opponent is immortal. This is not good. Sure, Zamasu is a fair bit weaker than Gohan Black, but it doesn't matter if that same being never tires nor remains hurt. Black uses Goku's shock from that revelation to his advantage, and avoids his three opponents and knocks out Goku, interrupting Zamasu's fight with him. Even though Zamasu isn't exactly thrilled with this interference, he is still pretty satisfied with the overall outcome, all the same. Then they use their combined strength to beat the two Nappas and Gohan down. How shameful, Nappa dear. Not even this foolish gesture was enough to help you. It goes to show that we are right in our cause. There's no hope for you now. Perish! Future Nappa braces himself for the end. But before they can be finished off, Future Bra comes to the rescue with a squad of troops that throw sonic grenades and powerful solar flare grenades that are able to distract even the likes of the heavenly duo, and are able to hide the Saiyans away. It's been their only means of defense, really, but it doesn't go off without a hitch though. The price for that though is a brutal retribution that takes the lives of many soldiers. The commander sighs.
We can't afford to do that many more times. It's too costly.
Future Nappa shakes his head and looks up to where he can see Gohan Black and future Zamasu still recoiling, being unable to see or sense them down below. Future Bra and the Saiyans quickly make their exit and return to the present with the time machine, while Bulma stays in the future in order to command the forces, or what's left of them, hopeful that Black won't find their location anymore. Back in the present, the morale is pretty low, as the Saiyans feel very overwhelmed by Black's power. They were not ready for such a boost in such a short space of time. It's like the being had been able to boost the already potent Zenkai to ridiculous levels, or there was some other power supercharging the already immense strength that they'd just seen. Whatever it is mighty, and they had barely any kind of response to it. Whis and Beerus, meanwhile, are conducting their own investigations away from the Dragon Team's gaze. Just to be on the safe side though, the Angel gives Goasu some tea, as he has heard some rumors about what had happened at Zuno's palace, with a certain young maverick who just so happened to pay a visit. They don't stand for long though, as President Gohan hails the Angel to ask for Whis' help in reaching Super Saiyan Blue. He congratulates the young man for showing initiative, and promises to do what he can, whilst the two Nappas, having been massively fatigued from the events, decide to just not train and rest in the garden, feeling like they have reached their limit and will not be any more help going forward.
Look at us. Ain't this a sad sight? One Saiyan elate for the Frieza Force, and now just a bunch of old coots brooding in a patch of grass.
President Nappa looks up, annoyed.
I would clobber you for that remark, but right now, you're not wrong.
Before they can get any more chances to mope though, the two are confronted by Cafe, who asks why they're not training with the others, as she had heard from Bulma and Chi-Chi that every single Saiyan or half Saiyan were preparing, and assuming that Nappa would be doing the same thing, but they're not. And Nappa explains that they feel like they're too old for this, and are at the end of their path as warriors. Well, useful warriors. But in a bizarre twist of convention, Nappa's partner now decides to not let this remark slide. Cafe berates them and says that they are merely making excuses, as people should never stop growing, they never do. Even in their later years, she is living proof. By you giving up,
What does that make me? Should I give up? Nappa looks away ashamed. She then reveals something that she never told Nappa before. She had not always been a painter. In fact, she didn't learn how to paint until her late husband passed away not that long ago, and she needed an escape from it. By now, she actually feels pretty confident about her art. It's never too late, boys. I'm not going to let you give up. This inspires both Nappas to do at least something in response to Gohan Black, as they then go to the gravity room, where Vegeta and Goten already are located, and decide to work on their synchronous skills. Due to his intellectual prowess, Gohan is able to reach Super Saiyan Blue at a very quick rate, surprising both Goku and Whis, and proving that in this universe at least, hybrid Saiyans are capable of such feats. Now Gohan feels more able to deal with his future counterpart, and he leaves with Goku to regroup and figure out a plan of action against their enemies for their potential second trip to the future. Beerus and Whis are able to thwart the attempt on Goasu's life, and Beerus Hakai Zamasu, much to Goasu's shock, sort of like in the original. Beerus is now convinced that he has gotten rid of the problem before it even arose, but just to stay on the safe side, the group should maybe return to the future to make sure that Beerus' actions did the trick. This time it's present Bulma who goes instead of future Bra, who takes some time off to bond with her present self, and Goten, who develops a massive crush. When they get there though, back to the future, they hope that things have fixed themselves, but they haven't. Things are not looking that good, since the Resistance base has unfortunately been discovered and is being attacked right now. Here, we have the old chestnut of Black revealing his identity, and how he got the body, which gives Gohan a notable rage boost and enrages Goku. But even that is not enough to beat Black. Sadly, this second attack is a complete and utter failure, and the Resistance base is destroyed in the process. Future Bulma is able to distract Black and Zamasu long enough to be able to give the Saiyans time to escape and retreat back to the past again, but she bets this with her life, which devastates future Nappa. They return to the past with dire news, but they haven't given up yet. They hatch a plan. If they can't destroy Zamasu, they could maybe imprison him. They need Mafuba. After licking their wounds, our heroes are on their way to Kame House. This might be their last hope. We rejoin the team back in the present and in a right state. The previous trip had just left everyone in a muddle due to the fact that despite their best efforts, it was still a really embarrassing venture, if not worse from what happened the first time. This time though, they think they have the best chance to cause some real problems and headaches for Black and Zamasu, and avenge those that have fallen in the latest encounter. Out in the ocean calm, a far cry from the wasted cityscape of the future, Goku is doing his best training at Kame House. He is doing what he did in the original, obviously, in order to get his hold on the Mafuba technique. Now, as you may know, he is able to do so, but that is his own personal mission. Meanwhile, back in the city, the two Nappas are trying their best to keep in shape against Black and Zamasu. They know that they are much older than the rest of the team, and even though they had the power of God Ki giving them a leg up from what they could expect normally, more energy than any typical elderly Saiyan could ever hope to have, they are aware that they're starting to reach their upper limit. Future Nappa is particularly feeling the burn. He is slightly older than his present counterpart, and he'd just seen the last of his friends being swept away by these future villains. That's a big thing to take in. If it hadn't been for his friends in the past, he'd have absolutely no idea what to do or where to turn. One thing's for sure though, both of them know that the fate of every mortal in any time period may soon depend on what they do, on their actions. If they give up, they've given up on everyone and everything. But what can they do in such a short space of time? Can they perhaps go in the Room of Spirit in time and catch up? No, it's too uncertain. It's to do with their age again. They don't want to risk going in there and eating up what remains of their prime. They could walk in, spend a few days in there, and walk out 80 and then be useless. It would be a literal waste of time. The chamber is used, the ones training in there being Gohan and Vegeta. Even though the prince has come on leaps and bounds in the past couple of years, remarkably so, almost catching up to the team fully, he still needs some further boost from Gohan in order to try and make him any good. The guy is trying to mentor the prince as best as he can, even though the prince isn't exactly the most compatible sparring partner going for him. It's a real slog. With our Earthlings getting on with the usual process of training,
Beerus and Whis head to Universe 10 with the mission to convince Gowasu to go to the future with them and help out our heroes against his rogue student. I mean, after all, it is partially his responsibility. The elderly Supreme Kai accepts this request, saying that even though that Zamasu is different to the one that he had seen, he needs to atone for his lack of perception, and this is the only way to do it in the eyes of his peers.
He needs to be stopped, or else everything will be stopped.
When everyone is ready and satisfied with their efforts, they are about to embark on the final battle. Before they go though, President Nappa bids farewell to Cafe, promising that they will return the usual. Cafe appreciates the gesture, sure, but is preparing herself to see her bow return battered and bruised, or even not return at all. She has to keep a straight face though, for his sake. The Nappas, Goku, Gohan and Future Bra all go into the future, with the others hanging back ready to go, being the support in the present. If the group fails, Vegeta taking charge of the group. Now, this is the first time he's actually been given this level of faith and responsibility in the team. It feels good. Hopefully this isn't the only time that this happens. The craft lands back in the future without a problem, and our team disembarks. They think that they have the advantage of surprise, but they're wrong. Gohan Black and Zamasu are already there waiting for them, anticipating that these fools would come back and try again, hopelessly. Gohan Black's residual memories felt that this might be the case. This body was correct then. They are far too tenacious. It will be their undoing. Sure enough, the future duo make themselves known in a lavish fashion as to be expected, and they are easily overpowering the group, pretty majorly actually. Future Bra manages to gather what remains of the troops, which is a really small group, probably just maybe 5 or 6, maybe, at most. Their mission is to try and distract the evildoers with whatever they can muster, and surprisingly, this is actually able to do something. Gohan Black's bluster gets the better of him, and his attention turns to the humans, and he is excited to wipe the slate clean for real this time, and this allows the present team to pounce. All of this toying around with the troops gives Goku the chance to use the Mataba technique against Zamasu, but sadly, as you might expect, and be able to guess, he forgot the talisman, and the future Kai in training is able to escape the container, whoop-de-doo. The group are left in an absolute panic, furious at Goku for forgetting the thing that was vital for the Mataba to work. How could he be so foolish? We're asking the same question. This leaves future Zamasu also in a state of panic. He was lucky to get out of that potentially disastrous situation for his plan. He has seen enough of these mortal fools now. In that moment, he decides to resort to a desperate measure, something he hoped he didn't have to do. He decides to fuse with Gohan Black. The time had come for the ultimate deity to make themselves known. Gowasu and Shin are there to witness it, and they are absolutely shocked. From what everyone can sense, the power of fused Zamasu is absolutely horrifying, and he hasn't even turned up the heat yet. On top of all this is the inclusion of Gohan's tactical mind, as well as his overall understanding of the people laid out before them. Now sure, Goku Black was physically stronger, but when it comes to compatibility, we feel that Gohan would have been a better candidate for Zamasu's interest. I think it would have been more efficient. It would have certainly given Gohan something to do in this arc. In one swift move, Fused Zamasu is able to wipe out all the soldiers without even looking at them. He just swipes his hand and they are effectively swiped out of reality. Future Bra is very lucky to just miss this, and seeing the faces of the comrades evaporate in the energy heat was just absolutely something that nobody should ever have to see. The 4 Saiyans are trying their best to match the Fused Godstrosity, but their attacks are deflected with little effort, and barely any more attention than what he gave the troops just now, that they received in their final moments existing. Zamasu is enjoying this, really enjoying this. He is simply toying with them, and seeing their feeling of hopelessness grow is one of the most entertaining things that he had seen all week. In the rubble, the 2 Nappas are left floundering, even more so than what they'd come to expect. Future Nappa slams his fist on the ground and curses.
That's useless! How are we supposed to counter that? Why are we even here?
Now this shocks present Nappa. He had never seen future Nappa this pessimistic before. It's usually present Nappa who did that. This was a big deal, and something that required a quick response. It may be a long shot, but what he has on his mind could make this showdown a little more even. Not a chance to win, most likely, but at least it could buy them some time. He approaches Shin, whilst Fused Zamasu was waxing lyrical about his triumphs, and asks Sakai for his set of Patara. Kawasu commends the idea, but is quick to point out that in their case, it would not be a permanent fusion, as neither of them are a Supreme Kai. The best they can hope for is 1 hour of fusion time. President Nappa closes his eyes and sighs. Oh, I mean, what else can they do?
Hey, me!
Nappa shouts at his future counterpart,
Think fast!
and he tosses the earring to him. Future Nappa nods, understanding what his past self is planning on doing. The two Nappas are quickly drawn together, and they slam into each other, creating a brilliant flash of light which dominates the scene. This is bright enough, in fact, to even stop the fused Zamasu from harping on about his efforts.
Oh? What's with the light show? Don't tell me they have a plan of all things. How quaint.
Future Nappa and present Nappa have now turned into something they coin, in a mocking way to their foe, Fused Nappa. Gowasu notes that just like double Zamasu's potential may be endless, the same could be applied to Nappa. And well, the corrupt Kai quickly learns about this massive increase in a very literal sense, after the first punch. This causes him to rapidly lose his cool, leaving a shocked expression on his face. He had not planned for anyone to actually be able to counter his powers. Fused Nappa's eyes are closed, paying no attention to the external pomposity of his opponent. He is completely focused.
How dare you strike a god, you lumbering oaf! I will teach you!
He gets interrupted by Nappa tossing him into a building. Yeah, that would do it. Fused Zamasu, in the midst of the rubble created, shoots a barrage of ki blasts at Fused Nappa. A red aura then starts to glow around the Saiyan as his moustache, beard and eyebrows turn the colour red. Without much movement, he is able to block most of the projectiles. Zamasu meanwhile starts to slowly corrupt, his body turning purple in some places. He's getting furious and calling Fused Nappa an abomination. His attacks become stronger and more erratic, and Fused Nappa has to quickly go on the defensive, but he is able to hold his own pretty well.
We know what we must do, Zamasu. We have truly become one. We work as one. We fight as one. We are one. You, however, are falling apart. You are the abomination, and we are going to kick your corrupted butt out of this reality.
Goku shouts at Gowasu, asking for another pair of Patara, thinking that Nappa could do with some backup. He fuses with Gohan, and as Gokhan, they help Fused Nappa counter the discombobulating deity. And together, they completely obliterate Zamasu, with a combination of the Kamehameha, as well as an exploding wave. We could call it the explosive Kamehameha. Now, you might think that this is enough to fully destroy Zamasu's essence, but it's not. Sadly, just like in the original, Infinite Zamasu is a thing, and they have to ask Zeno for help, so the victory is rather bittersweet. The only survivors of the future timeline are Future Nappa and Future Bra. President Bulma offers Future Bra a home at Capsule Corp, but the girl realizes that she would feel weird in a universe that mirrors her own so closely, that isn't really connected with her. Gowasu actually offers her a place in Universe 10. Their universe could use a Capsule Corp of their own. Future Bra agrees to this, and promises that she will visit her friends from Universe 7 regularly. You see, this is a much better option than what Trunks and my god, I can assure you. Future Nappa and Present Nappa are strangely quiet around this, ever since they defused in fact. Something happened when their minds combined, and when Gohan approaches them about it, they try to brush it off like it's nothing, but it's actually something. While Goku and Whis are on their way to introduce Future Zeno to Present Zeno, the Nappas take Cafe on a little journey around the world to gather the Dragon Balls. They want her to witness something. After they summon Shenron, they ask him for one thing, and that is to fuse them permanently into one being. Cafe is kind of shocked by this. Would this mean that the Nappa that she loved would be gone forever? Future Nappa explains that that won't be the case. For the first time in a long time, he felt like a constant would develop. He and Present Nappa had gained a complete understanding of one another. Not to mention that as a fused being, this could lead to their lifespan being considerably lengthened. Future Nappa says that they had had good lives as separate beings. Since his universe is gone and all, he would be happy to stay here, and that they both decide that this will be the best course of action in the long run. Shenron is able to make that wish come true, and Fused Nappa becomes a permanent thing. He lacks the double echoey voice thing, and although you cannot see much of a difference at first glance, Cafe knows the difference, and it's going to take us some time to get used to it. Together, they return to Nappa's garden. We resume our story a while after the fusion of the two Nappas. It's been some time since Zamasu and Black were beaten fair and square, and then Zeno settled the score less fair and square, and things have returned to somewhat normality, besides the fact that Nappa is now in stereo. That being said, the Saiyans are still being Saiyans, and they are still training despite no obvious sign that they were in danger. Since fusing, Nappa had regained some confidence, and now fused together, they're resolved to keep on training and feel like they were a valuable member of the Dragon team once again. As well as the Saiyan squad, that meant everybody felt better and less worried for him. In short, everything was coming up Nappa. This time though, the majority of the training gets done on Beerus' pyramid crib. Initially the cat was very perturbed to have 4 of these oafish creatures here, really messing up his space. He really missed the days where he could just rest and vent his anger out alone, in peace, without mortals gunking up the works, making things louder than he would have wanted. As much as the 4 of them can become quite annoying with all of their aging and mortaliness, they did have their upsides. Beerus had a weakness, and that was to do obviously with gastronomy, but not always from Bulma's kitchen. For this latest stint of training post-Black, Beerus got successfully bribed by some particularly nice homemade cookies made by Cafe. It all stemmed from this one time Nappa was eating said cookie, and Beerus took an interest. He simply swiped it from Nappa's hand and took a bite, and he liked what he tasted.
These, what you call it, cookies are divine. Who made these? Was it Bulma? No, my girlfriend, Lord Beerus. Interesting. A delightful change of pace to Vegeta's woman's offerings. It does taste very different, but in a good way. From this day forth, every time you come here, you must bring these, cookies.
Nappa's a little nervous, but so long as the gang get to keep training without any worries, then that's what matters. When he gets back and tells Cafe the news, she feels a mix of pressure, as well as a bit of that Saiyan pride rubbing off on her from being with Nappa, obviously. She jokingly states that this is the only thing she's good at when it comes to food. Don't let me near a souffle, or else you might find you'll even have less hair than before. She's joking, but I think she's semi-serious. She's even allowed to accompany Nappa to training sessions, provided she brings some of those baked goods as well while she's there to keep Beerus happy. Whis even takes an interest in watching her prepare these treats on the planet. You know what? I never really thought about the actual making of these treats. It's rather fascinating how laborious it all can be, and yet it feels so satisfying. Whilst the cookies bake and the Saiyans train, Cafe offers to paint Beerus' portrait as well.
Cooking and creativity? That Nappa has picked quite the docile and very talented one. Usually these Saiyans choose such loud companions for support. Good for Nappa and good for me.
He takes a bite out of a cookie while saying this. Now, you might be wondering which 4 Saiyans are training. Well, I've got a surprise for you this time. There is a surprise omission from these sessions. Surprisingly, Goku's missing. He hasn't been seen on Beerus' world for weeks. The ones who are training the most with Whis and Beerus right now are Nappa, Gohan, Goten, and Vegeta. At first, Whis wasn't all that bothered because with these 4, they were mostly compliant, they did what they were told to do, and they were somewhat receptive to instruction, unlike Goku sometimes, who could get a little bit irksome when it comes to learning stuff. However, after several no-shows, even Whis was getting a little concerned. This is starting to get a little bit alarming. Goku may get irritating, but he was by far the most enthusiastic of the bunch, at least. Whis was actually beginning to miss that. As for the Saiyans themselves, they tried to shrug this off as, oh, it's nothing to worry about, like Goku was just taking a break finally from training. Vegeta laughs and says that this was the biggest oddity he had ever seen since he returned to the regular world. Even Nappa found that amusing, and he usually didn't indulge this Vegeta's contributions, but this time, he chose to make an exception. Despite Nappa's renewed vigor, our heroes still take some time to adjust to fuse Nappa, whose behavior is a little bit different than the regular Nappa's was that they knew. Goten is the most aware of these changes.
Hey Uncle Nappa, why did you stop using some of your old techniques?
Nappa's a little self-conscious about this, but chooses to be honest with his favorite nephew.
Well, you know, Goten, my eyelashes are not what they used to be. Since getting much stronger than I was under Frieza's rule and gaining this new power as well, it turns out that some of the stuff I learned back in the day was not as good as I thought it was. It's time to change things up, you know?
Whilst watching Nappa's mood change, Cafe tries to be brave about this sudden development. Even she can feel that Nappa's a little bit distant. He's still a pretty caring partner, but she can't help but worry and think for the future. Are these changes going to get even more pronounced than before? Is this Nappa slowly turning into someone she doesn't recognize and may no longer love? She struggles to shake these feelings off, but just to run away right now before even giving this new Nappa a chance, that would break his heart. And he needs someone in his final years. He needs a companion, and she isn't a cruel person by nature, and he does provide some much needed relief for her as well. Well, okay, let's just say that this all takes time to get used to. Don't worry, she's not about to up sticks. One day, after a particularly exhausting training session, the group returned to Goku's place to drop off Goten, only to be warned by Chi-Chi that someone is after Goku's life. Hence why Goku hasn't been at training lately. He's barely been around even. He isn't usually so paranoid whilst at home. Chi-Chi is getting very anxious about this, that maybe the Frieza Force are back to try and get their revenge and doing it stealthily this time. This, quite understandably, alarms Nappa, Gohan and Goten, whilst Vegeta decides the best thing for him to do is to head back to Capsule Corp to check if his benefactors, Bulma and Yamcha, are safe. Now this doesn't mean that he cares for them per se, but they certainly provide good living conditions for him. He wants to keep it that way. The group then tried to sense his ki and noticed that Goku's energy reading is much lower than usual, barely registering. It becomes clear that Goku is safe, but he's obviously laying low, hiding himself from anyone who can sense ki. Whoever this enemy is, they must be somewhat powerful for Goku to go to such measures to stay safe. They decide to go to Kami for help and guidance. Once they get there, things start to become clear. Quickly, they discover that Goku is fighting someone, and that someone is Hit. He seems to be after their friend's life. Did someone put a call out on Goku? This greatly concerns Goten because he really sort of idolized Hit in a way, and this is infuriating Gohan and Nappa. The three rush to help, but they're too late. They find Goku on the ground, motionless. Well, okay, not exactly, as the whole ki blast thing from up top happens as it does in the original. I will say though, right here and now, that was actually a really cool idea and a good backup plan for Goku. Before Goku can actually explain why Hit was after him and calm everyone down, the three Saiyans rush after Hit.
Wait, guys, it's not like that. Listen to me. Oh man, I hope Hit doesn't hurt him.
What our heroes are also not aware of is that they are being watched by Champa and Vados from afar. When they confront the Merc from Universe 6, he states that he doesn't have any beef with them and that they shouldn't get in the way of his mission. He spots Goten looking particularly perturbed and blinded with fury. Hit sighs. I thought you were much less driven by your emotions, young one. You sadden this, old man. This knocks Goten for a loop from his senses, and he then feels very guilty for making someone disappointed in him. At the same time, Hit is surprised to see that Goku had survived their encounter. In this moment of distraction, the other three Saiyans rush Hit. During this encounter, Nappa packs the strongest punches, which astounds Hit. He wasn't aware of the fusion right now, it had taken place earlier, while Gohan was the most technical. Hit was very impressed with the gains that these Saiyans had had since their last meeting at the Universe 6 tournament, but nevertheless, they still could not skip time. When it comes to time skips, Hit still had the advantage. I mean, that is to say he would have, but somehow, one of these monkeys had actually surprised him. Goten managed to predict most of his moves, taking his attention long enough for Nappa to land a powerful strike on the Merc and knocking him down. This fight's getting pretty exciting, and it seems that Hit is actually enjoying it. Goku is less happy about this obviously, as he doesn't seem to be invited to the fray. Instead of moping though, he discovers the watching Vados and Champs, and decides to hang out with them. Finally, all of the fighters except Gohan and Hit are down due to exhaustion. But before Gohan can charge up an ultimate attack against a weakened Hit, whose time skips had reduced out of exhaustion, Vados and Goku call the whole thing off, telling everyone that it's alright and that Hit isn't here to end them all. The Angel then reveals that it was Goku who ordered Hit to hit him in the first place, and since Goku was dead for a few seconds, he had carried out his order, and all was well. Now, unlike the original, Gohan is very angry with his father. He really gets in his father's grill about how reckless he had been. Even Goten, who's usually quite placid, gets in on this anger, saying that he could have left Chi-Chi all alone just for the sake of a challenge. This was frivolous. Nappa puts the final nail in said figurative coffin.
You can't play with people's feelings like that, Goku. It's just not right.
Now this causes Goku to apologize, as he begs everyone not to tell Chi-Chi. They won't, For now. Hit, in that moment, formally recognizes the power of the three Saiyans, showing particular endearment towards Goten for being able to predict his time skips. Now, Gohan though, even though he was the last one up, he's still kind of salty, but he still shakes Hit's hand. He states that he will never fully accept such an evil profession, but he is still pleased to see that Hit has at least some kind of honor. It can't be all that bad. Hit exclaims that this is all he asks for. Well, Son Goku, it seems that we are going to have our serious fight some other time. As for now, I see that Saiyans from Universe 7 are a force to be reckoned with. Next time, I promise to put on a better show for you. Which gives Champa the thought that he needs to work on his own batch of Saiyans so as to annoy his brother. If these three were able to keep up with Hit, and are known to train a lot, imagine the possibilities. Our heroes are unaware that for all this time, they were being watched by the two Zenos, who really enjoyed that encounter. They want more. They want the tournament, and they can use it to also test some other mortals. Time passes, and the Saiyans continue to train. Vegeta is pretty frustrated by the lack of any visible progress in himself, whilst the others are going from strength to strength. He tells Nappa that he could probably go Super Saiyan 3 at this point of his training, but he considers this form to be quite useless. Nappa laughs and tells Vegeta that he tried it once as Present Nappa, and it looked pretty ridiculous. His beard was longer than his entire body.
Well, I'm still miles behind Kakarot, his brat, or even you. I'm glad that I at least was able to get stronger than his youngest brat. Imagine how smug he would be if he knew that.
Oh, Vegeta, you love this kid, really? Come on! Think of how good he makes us Saiyans look.
Don't tell him that.
Surprisingly, everyone gets called to the Kai planet for an important announcement, where the GP has some exciting news. The Tournament of Power. After the initial hype ebbs away, our heroes quickly realize and become pale at the fact, hearing actually in detail about the whole universal erasure thing. That seems a little bit extreme. Goku and Gohan need to come up with a team fast. So yeah, this time around, Goku isn't entirely to blame for this tournament occurring, which we think is a little bit refreshing, given the fact that in previous scenarios we've just stuck with the old same thing. This time around, it's the Omni Kings who choose to act on their own. We're throwing Goku a bone here, he was feeling bad enough. The first members that come to their mind are, of course, Nappa, Goten, the younger Kami, and Vegeta, and the androids, which would give them 8 fighters in total. But where to find 2 more very strong fighters? I mean, Krillin and Roshi are eager to help and join the team, but after what they saw with Hit, who according to Whis isn't even in the strongest of the universes, they obviously get a bit worried. We open up today's episode on a tall, muscular figure of a Frieza race member. No, Frieza hasn't suddenly gotten taller or anything like that. Said individual has much larger horns, and yet a very juxtaposed halo hovering over his head. However, there is something different about this being from what you might expect. Instead of his usual elegant attire, proud gleaming Saiyan armor, and a very magnificent cape that he was always known to wear, he is now, instead, wearing just some dirty rags. This sight is far different to what we've been in the past. Instead of ruling over all, being considered the most superior being, even in his own mind, he is being whipped by some hooded, ghostly creature, while he himself is pulling a huge platform with some stone blocks on it. The alien is then ordered to build a tower with said blocks, which takes him a considerable amount of time. After everything is done, the hooded creature, with one gesture, turns the tower into dust, and the whole thing starts from the very beginning. It was a fruitless task, an eternal punishment. The king casts his mind back to the time when he was alive. Oh, the opulence, the power, and the wine. He couldn't even be with his son, who was having to deal with his own personal torture. He couldn't bear to think of what he was having to go through. This had been his plight for decades now, but something was about to change. Surprisingly, some people approach him from a distance, the 2 figures being Son Goku and Nappa.
Hey, King Cold!
Goku waves over at him. The giant is rather confused, as the 2 do not have halos. Then he clocks their faces and sighs. It's those 2 goody-goodies. He turns away again, pretending to have not noticed them, distracting himself with anything, even the punishment that he oh so hated. It was better than that. Well, I mean, what's the point now? It was pointless to ignore them, they were getting too close. He turns back to them, looking exhausted.
No, it's just cold, I guess,
he says, trying to reaffirm his polite composure. despite sounding defeated, but his demeanour said it all. He was failing at trying to exhibit coolness. The lack of energy was a dead giveaway too. Nappa and Goku then take in the sight of a bedraggled King Cold. Cold.
Are you here to gloat, Saiyans? You've come a long way for something so petty. No, that can't be it. That's not your way of doing things. You are nothing like the Saiyans I found many years ago. You've become far more savvy. If I didn't hate you so much, I would be actually proud of you.
Nappa gives Cold a stern look.
We're not here for half-hearted compliments, Cold. We need to talk. Something bad's about to go down.
Ah. Cold arches his back up, his former bluster starting to freshen his visage. He looked much more alive in just a matter of seconds.
I see.
The villain smiles slyly.
This is the sound of desperation emanating from your lips. I can tell. The galaxy these days must be an awfully empty and sad place if you two are coming to me for help. Seems like there are no superior beings to rule in my stead then. Good.
Nappa scowls. He hadn't changed one bit, Cold. Still going on about him being the best being in existence. Goku isn't aware of this past rhetoric, though, so Goku's still much more relaxed.
Well, this is actually pretty urgent, the fate of the universe and all that.
Goku responds in his usual happy-go-lucky way.
No visitor scum, or do I need to remind you the old-fashioned way?
He then spots Goku. Having gotten a better look at the visitor, the creature then recoils. Goku's reputation clearly preceded him.
Excuse me, can you give me a moment alone with them, please? I believe they are here to discuss business, but I'm sure Lord Yemma would understand.
The hooded wraith nodded, as well as gained some distance from the three. To Yemma, Goku was the best thing since mahogany was invented.
This is your own personal despair, eh? Doesn't look so bad. I was expecting fire and brimstone and all that thing everyone goes on about.
Nappa raised his eyebrow. What was Goku going on about?
You're lucky to have stalled for time, Saiyan. Bought yourself some more years in the mortal realm. You are unaware of how things work here. Hell is different for everyone who enters. This world is unique to me. Hard work and servitude are the two things I despise doing the most. Don't try my patience, though, or else I will introduce you to your own den of pain.
After a while, Goku and Nappa explained to King Cold regarding the whole thing about the Tournament of Power.
I'm curious, though. Why me? Why not my son? Surely he would be more suited to this task.
Because Nappa here said you're more... how does Bulma say it? Manageable than Frieza. You do business, right? You know that everything being destroyed is not good for that, I think.
I'm glad to see that you've been listening to what this older Saiyan said about me. You are correct, Goku. But in business, there is always room for a little bit of pushing back. What would be the situation if I were to refuse your humble request?
Well, we can't do much about that. We'll have to find someone else.
Cold looks a little bemused.
That's your argument? I'm disappointed. You're no fun.
And you will be stuck here with your rocks and your friend with a whip for all eternity.
After hearing that, Cold looks much more enticed.
That's more like it. Very well, I shall assist you, but I only have one condition. You will have to take my son as well. We are a package, you see.
What? Shouts Nappa.
Business, Nappa, business. This is how it works. And oh yes, you will also wish us back to life when all of this is over. Simple as.
Goku's gaze, which had been rather relaxed throughout most of this exchange, suddenly gets serious.
Fine, but we have a condition. After you're brought back, you gotta sell whatever planets you got left. Only doing your business. No more evil stuff, conquering, or attacking innocents. Got it?
Cold didn't say anything for a moment and looked at his hooded tormentor. Seems like the monkeys have done their homework.
All right, you've got yourself a deal, gentle monkeys.
And he offered Goku a handshake. It was one of those handshakes when the person shaking first is trying way too hard to show the other person their strength. But seemingly, the Saiyan didn't notice. It felt sort of empowering to him. There's no denying it. When it came down to the matter of business, Cold was a class act.
Well, I guess we gotta grab Freezer on the way as well. Fortune teller Bubble would get you from here, Cold.
All right, don't be too long. I will see you two on the other side.
There was one more thing that Cold hadn't said to the Saiyans about his place. Something he chose not to share. Servitude and work were bad enough, but the fact that that tower never got finished was absolutely irritating. He could get used to the whips or the routine, but that? Ugh. In a way, running the Empire was a routine, but whoever was designing these places knew that at the end of the day, his ambition would not allow him to just see this thing in ruins. He has to finish what he has started. Cole both despised and admired the way in which his punishment was created. Whoever conjured this up would make a great addition to his force. Meanwhile, Goku and Nappa went to Frieza, and as you could probably imagine, he was no less amused by their visit than his father's. So tell me, why are the two of you here? Shouldn't you be doing whatever you monkeys do in your free time? I can't imagine that paying social visits to your former enemies is part of that routine.
Do you want to get out of here for like, 24 hours?
Frieza raises an eyebrow.
I would, yes, but this seems rather fishy. This sounds like a ruse on your part. How can I be sure that this isn't a trick to somehow punish me even further?
Nappa then proceeds to free the tyrant from his cocoon, and together with Goku, they explain to then Frieza now the recent happenstance.
Would it be a problem if I said no? It sounds rather tempting, I must admit, to say no to you.
Goku squirms at it. Frieza chuckles. It would be a problem.
Then I refuse.
Listen, you! Your father told us that you have to come with us! So stop being a nuisance before I'll...
What will you do, monkey? I'm already dead. Besides, I'm not my father's property.
Goku turns around, seemingly giving up already.
Well, we tried. Let's go, Nappa.
But Kakarot...
Mission failed. We'll get it next time.
Goku is smiling as he gives Nappa a sly wink, and both of them walk away. This was part of the plan that was about to bear Frieza fruit.
Wait, monkeys! I was only joking.
Frieza runs after the two Saiyans and complies. Nappa is amazed at Goku's intuition in this moment.
It's scary how well you know him. After like, what, 2 fights?
Think about how well I know you after all our training.
The big guy nods in understanding, but he wasn't actually sure if that was a good thing or not, whether he should be worried or flattered. But needless to say, Frieza has ultimately agreed on the terms, and the two Saiyans were content with how the meeting went. They knew, however, that the exhibition match was waiting for them before the tournament began. As in the original, they were meant to face against the Trio de Danger in the Zeno exhibition match, with Toppo watching them closely. The representation of Team Universe 7 for this little practice duel for the Omni King was Goku, Nappa and Gohan, with Kappei, Goten and Videl being the audience. Curious to see how the tournament would be emulated on a much smaller scale. The first fight to occur would be between Basil and Nappa. Basil is trying to use his impressive legwork against Nappa, but quickly discovers that the elderly Saiyan is just too resilient for his hits. Whatever he tried to do, wherever he would strike, Nappa could counter him every single time, and seemed to enjoy the fox's frustration. Basil has to power up to get anywhere with this guy, and only then does he seemingly start to do some damage to his opponent, but Nappa just simply grabs him by the ankle and gives him some good old Hulk smashing. After which he finishes up with a volcano explosion. It all becomes perfectly clear very soon that it proves to be more than enough to beat the legendary kicker of Universe 9. Nappa feels very satisfied with his lot. This had been the first proper altercation in his new fused guise, and it proved to be the best option for him going forward. He felt fantastic. When we have the next battle, Gohan fighting Lavender, it's slightly different. This version of Gohan never learnt the ultimate form like the original Gohan did, but in a way, since he never used it in the original story, it doesn't really matter too much because this boy is much more potent with the Super Saiyan rage power instead. It gets him going much more so in a way. He is stronger than the original. Having said that though, he still gets blinded by Lavender's spittle and has to focus on sensing energy solely in order to find his enemy, but ends up being fairly successful with the fight. He was declared as still standing whilst Lavender got knocked out. So, Nappa can say with pride that Universe 7 won. They can go home early. Not so. Even with Universe 7 winning 2 matches and mathematically victorious, the Zenos still wanted to see Goku fight Bergamo, which plays out more or less as it did in the original, which means that now here, it's a complete whitewash of Universe 7. After that victory is handed to them, Toppo is now wanting to get a piece of Goku, which ends in a draw, and our protagonist learns of Jiren's existence, which gets him even more pumped for the upcoming contest. After this exhibition is done, all that remains to do is to assemble the team and prepare them to work with Cold and Frieza. Vegeta is the hardest one to convince most obviously, as he sees it as
The most moronic idea you two idiots have ever come up with!
but he is still determined to train more, and is able to convince Whis to help him in improving one-on-one. Vegeta has to cook something obviously delicious for Whis first, but as we know, the prince is actually pretty good at culinary delights, much more so than you might think. To do so, Whis uses a portable time chamber, just like the one Beerus uses in the manga, and he trains as hard and as quickly as possible. Goten is also eager to go, and while Chi-Chi is pretty conflicted on letting him go, Kappei and Nappa are able both together to convince Chi-Chi that her son is a fighter, and that if he won't go, there won't be any world left to save perhaps, and also Goten wants to fight alongside his father and uncle. Would Chi-Chi want to deny her son that opportunity? It's clearly much more of a divisive option though. 17 is willing to support his good buddy Nappa, and 18 wants to defend her family. Finally, Kami has all the drive to show everyone what kind of a guardian he really is. So after days of training, Goku and Nappa are finally ready to pick up Cold and Frieza. The mercs from Universe 9 are trying their best to thwart their efforts, but at the end of the day, they get quickly dispatched by the Frost Demons.
You know, Lord Sidra,
Says Cold.
as we businessmen say, good customers are as rare as Kachin. Treasure them. And Lord Beerus has been a very good customer of mine, so I have to refuse your offer.
And when the ball of destruction energy envelops him, both Cold and Frieza transform into their golden forms, and simply deflect it back into the assassin. Nappa and Goku are worried about this. It's clear that these two have improved their golden forms since the last time. They have to keep an eye on them.
You're surprised, Son Goku? Well, I have another tool that I really like. Don't tell your customers more than they need to know.
So there we have it. As we say, the Tournament of Power in the Nappaverse is close to beginning. The Universe 7 team consists of, in case you need reminding or clarification, or you don't want to go and look through previous parts right now, Nappa, Goku, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Android 17 and 18, Kami, Cold, and Frieza. Now, obviously, there is a lot of nervous tension amongst the mostly Saiyan android team. Now, even though Goku and Nappa had managed to convince the team of Cold and Frieza's potential and ability to act quickly, the others definitely had, understandably so, certain difficulties in trusting the two Frost Demons, which seems to amuse both galactic monarchs. Oh, they liked getting under their skin. They knew that the others would be very reluctant to work with them, especially the prince, but they didn't need them anyway. Nevertheless, they liked seeing them look uncomfortable and unsettled with their presence. This provided entertainment enough to go along with this whole charade. It was better than being dead. The Elder Monarch gazes upon his teammates for the next hour or so, and doesn't seem to be immediately blown away by them, but suitably titillated.
Well, there might be hope for them yet, son.
Cold remarks about his teammates, before then gazing at some other combatants. During the introduction of the teams, Frost manages to get Cold's attention simply for existing. Cold was very surprised to see a being that was so strikingly similar to himself and Frieza, and yet he didn't have a hand in it. He hadn't really gotten the memo of Universe 6 being the opposite of Universe 7 effectively, so this notion that his kind existed there in some guise was rather fascinating. Now he was keen to play ball even more. He had enough things to think about.
Have an eye on him, son. I have bigger fish to fry.
Whilst being annoyed at being ordered around by his old man, Frieza decides to humour this request. He might find this amusing in his own right.
Surely this impostor will be putty in my hands. There is no way he would know our power. We are superior.
That's my boy.
Meanwhile, as the Cold couple are talking amongst themselves, Nappa is pretty excited to see Kaba again, but he notices more Saiyans accompanying him. As well as Kaba, there were two previously unknown female Saiyans. Caulifla and Kale stared back at Nappa and seemed curious as well, and somehow the former found Nappa to be quite intriguing. What was an old geezer of all things doing fighting with young elites? And we even have Kami being pretty intrigued by the presence of Namekians, Salnel and Pilina. So, Namekians existed in Universe 6. Remarkable. He was very keen to talk with them once this was all over, but little did he know what would happen when each universe loses. After the introductions are over, it's finally time to get down to some punching. Nappa instantly goes into overdrive and is wanting desperately to test out Kaba, which ends up with him being also attacked by Caulifla. But he doesn't take that badly. In fact, he takes that as a fun opportunity to test the youth. Caulifla came barreling in, and despite being quite fast for the elder statesman, Nappa saw her coming off a mile and was able to block most of the force of her attack. She was energized by this. She is quick to be really keen, and was relieved to see that this one wasn't just making up the numbers. He was kind of strong.
Not bad, old-timer.
Nappa looked quite confident now at the compliment from these youngsters, but Kaba was aghast with Caulifla. Caulifla, don't be so rude! You should show some more respect! A punch takes Kaba out of balance, and coming from Nappa.
Careful! Hold your guard, Kaba!
Nappa laughs. At least for a moment, he is able to forget about the grim reality of the tournament. Caulifla also got a laugh out of seeing Kaba take a fall for being a nice guy. She then gives Nappa a thumbs up before going off to fight more people. Meanwhile, Goku is having a rematch with Bergamo, whilst Vegeta sets his eyes upon Frost, keen to really emphasize his dislike for him for a second time. Their encounter seems to be much more evenly matched though. This does catch the prince by surprise, and Frost's expression is very venomous at this fact, proud with himself to see that whatever training he had done in the meantime had yielded some kind of a result. In the meantime, Goten goes against Katopesra, my boy, who seems to him like a really cool guy. Katopesra too respects Goten's fighting skills, but he is able to surprise the young boy with his trademark Modo Chenji into his super speed form, 300 times stronger than normal, catching a punch on Goten before then escaping for the moment. Gohan is doing his best to assist him, but is having to protect Goten from Nigrishi's attacks. King Cold, however, managed to find his match, in terms of height, to entertain him for a couple of minutes in the form of Zerloin of Universe 2. Size-wise, as I said, Zerloin was equal to him, but that was the only thing equal to him. He is completely shocked by the power and brute strength of the gigantic monarch. Team Universe 9 knows from first-hand experience that they have to work quickly in order to get any eliminations from Universe 7, Goku or his teammates, as they seem more competent than before. Bergamo is barking orders, no pun intended here this time, for them to be careful with the Saiyans. They are surely up to no good, and are vicious in one-on-one confrontations. Basil calls in Chapel and Oregano, and they separate Goten from Gohan. In their minds, they should start with someone that was seen to be the weakest link. And even though Goten is very skilled for his age, 3 enemies at once does prove to be a little bit too much for him. But, much to his surprise, Kami is able to step in, saving him with the use of his stretchy arms, remember Piccolo? And manages to throw Oregano out of the ring by using his explosive wave. Gohan, now regaining his composure from being separated, joins the two of them, and together they fight the Dogman and his Drake. Meanwhile, Frieza makes a deal with Frost, just like in the original, when Vegeta gets distracted with being charged at by Nappa and Rubot. Speaking of Nappa, Nappa almost got really consumed by his attempt of coaching Kaba, Caulifla and even a reluctant Kale to notice the sumo wrestler take him by surprise. But he could easily deal with that guy. But nevertheless, Beerus is shouting at this, reminding them all that this is a fact, a tournament that might end with the erasure of the universe.
This isn't a social occasion, Saiyan! Get on with it!
Champa was also getting heated at his trio not eliminating Nappa. The Saiyans then agreed to meet up again later in the battlefield when their gods of destruction weren't looking. Then Nappa sets his eyes on Lavender, who tries to sneak upon his teammates and blind them with his poison, but he is wise to that. Nappa knows how the trick works and catches Lavender by the tail, yanking him out of the arena, which greatly enrages both of his brothers, Bergamo and Basil. Their greatest disabler was gone, so the remaining members of Team Universe 9, they want to fight as one, but they're then ordered by Sidra to spread out a bit and seize the opportunity when it should arise. Don't go barreling in just because. Ro is a little unsure at this, but he ultimately complies, as any tactic is better than no tactic. Yeah, there's no better plan. It's clear that they don't have a chance in an all-out brawl. They want to avenge their comrades, sure, but they know that they might actually be done, so they've got to try and do something, even if they have to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Zerloin is then ultimately beaten by King Cold rather handily, who offers him a speedy trip outside of the arena. The Monarch then sets his eyes on the kamikaze fireballs from Universe 2, who make their whole transformation routine very present to everyone. Cold is actually very impressed, remembering the days of the Ginyu Force, that he even delivers a full-on villain monologue and blocks 17's attempt of sabotaging their show. But Cold grabs him by the shoulder. 17 turns in shock and sees Cold's harsh visage.
Now, boy, that would be rude. Let them finish.
In a weird way, the fireballs can actually respect Cold's manners despite him being, in their eyes, a bad guy, as well as his striking golden form. And so, it's a surprisingly brutal 3v3 match between Cold and the androids versus the fireballs. Now, one of the more interesting fights taking place is between Kaba and Goten. While Goten knows more transformations, Kaba seems to be pretty tough in just his base form, and okay, Super Saiyan, and his gains from what he has are very apparent. Frost, though, uses this opportunity to hurt the younger Saiyan and toss him out of the arena while he wasn't looking. Frost then turns to Kaba and congratulates him. "Good thinking for providing distraction, Kaba. That Saiyan didn't know what hit him." Frost smirks, but Kaba has mixed feelings about this. He decides to interject, saying that that wasn't his plan, he just wanted a good fight. But Frost doesn't really want to know, he was busy trying to be all slimy as per usual. Even though he got eliminated, Goten gets reluctant praise from Beerus and a thumbs up from Whis. "Maybe the day when we train together will come sooner than I thought." The first turning point, however, is Kale and her being pestered by Universe 10's fighters, which causes her to go berserk. Seeing that, Nappa decides to test her out, keen to use his more controlled interpretation of the berserk power once things got going, only to discover that hers doesn't really have much control. It's going completely doolally. It might be too much for his own base Super Saiyan. Nappa gets a little concerned that, like he did when he first transformed, it could cause untold damage to not just her enemies, but everyone. Not just her, even. He is able to initially hold her off, but he quickly discovers that he needs to transform himself, otherwise she could knock him out, as she left a wake of destruction behind her.
Girl, I know you're in there. You need to control this.
Nappa is surprised by how powerful Kale is, but he doesn't want to go full on yet before he learns.
Hey, you! Lassie!
He shouts at Caulifla, who obviously hates being called Lassie.
Give me a hand! You need to get through to your friend!
Kale roars and gets into a tug-of-war with Nappa.
Listen, Lassie,
Nappa says to Kale.
I know it can be overwhelming at first, but you can do this. You can control it!
Nappa realizes that he is being watched by other people. Multiple people. Toppo, Jiren and Dispo from Pride Troopers of Universe 11 are looking at him with interest, as well as a stern seriousness because he's from Universe 7. And as for Jiren, he just walks over towards Kale, punches her out of berserk form before Nappa can respond. He is furious with the heavy-handed approach.
Hey! I was talking to her!
Jiren didn't even utter a word to him. How rude.
Don't you go ignoring me, you grey small-headed oaf!
Nappa quickly regrets those words though. Jiren, calmly, without even looking back at him, shows him a bit of his power, which sends him flying into the air. Meanwhile, Goku defeats Bergamo and catches Nappa in the air, before the older Saiyan gets tossed out.
This guy will be a problem.
Goku grins.
I'll deal with him.
No, I don't think you...
But Goku is already going for Jiren. Meanwhile, Nappa notices Toppo, and when he sees that Kale is being taken care of by Caulifla and Kaba, he then decides that the time is right to go and duel Toppo. Moustache versus Moustache! The chaos of the tournament is there in full swing, but none of the universes seem to be fully eliminated yet. Kami makes sure to get rid of the invisible Gani Salas, whom he can see due to his far-seeing abilities. After that, along with Gohan, he needs to fight against Salnal and Pilina. Vegeta finishes up the remaining fighters of Universe 10 because he really wants to show everyone his gains, but he then gets the attention of Jimizu, the Yardratian, who uses his native techniques to mess with him.
Damn you, Yardratian! You and your cheap tricks!
Meanwhile, Team Android Cold and the Kamikaze Fireballs have a pretty even standoff, but due to the incredible stamina of Universe 7's androids and the evil mutant Monarch, the three ladies are starting to feel a little bit worn out. The three have no mercy towards these ladies.
Do you two want to work with me once I'm resurrected? I do see a bright future in you in the reacquisition department.
Cold is smirking, but 17 declines. Sorry, buddy. We're done taking orders from shady guys.
There is a payment involved.
18 winks at her brother. Let's not be too hasty, bro. I'll tell Krillin, 17 mutters. That shuts 18 up. Finally, Jiren and Goku start their iconic duel, which ends how you would expect, with Goku taking the Spirit Bomb and activating Ultra Instinct Omen for the first time.
I don't know what this is, but I'm getting too old for this.
He places his hand on his forehead and is left stunned with how Goku is able to dart around the attacks of this Pride Trooper in this bizarre form. Initially, Goku does indeed show some really great results against the top fighter of Universe 11. Everyone actually thinks that he could possibly win, but sadly after a relatively short and considerably exhausting duel, he falls out of Ultra Instinct at the worst possible time, when he was about to deck Jiren in the schnoz, and nothing happened. Nappa was ready to come in and do his thing of being a bodyguard, getting Goku out of there, but it turns out that he really wasn't required for this particular save. Much to Nappa's surprise, really big surprise, Goku gets saved by Frieza, of all people. He could see from a distance the purple aura rising and falling, before then seeing Goku get up and slink away to regain further energy and solitude. This left Nappa thrown for a loop after all the things he had seen Frieza do over the years firsthand. This was probably the most selfless thing he had ever done. There had to be a catch.
Well, his will to live again appears to be pretty strong. It seems too strong. This may be dangerous. I better rest a little bit in case Kakarot gets jumped by him.
However, just as Nappa was about to find a place to hide and take a breather himself, he is jumped himself. The Saiyan doesn't have any time to properly rest since he now has to fight off the likes of Toppo, who decided that now was the best time to seize the moment, and when our favourite Big Baldy appeared to have been actually weakened and needed a bit of a breather, the leader of the Pride Troopers just goes in. The two mustachioed fellas duking it out.
Saiyan, justice shall be brought to bear. Prepare yourself.
Nappa let out a sigh.
Can you give it a break about this justice shtick? You sound like us Saiyans with the whole pride thing.
Toppo was blustering.
How dare you! You clearly need to be taught the values of justice post-haste!
Fortunately for Nappa, this was a team event, it wasn't one-on-one. Seconds later, Kami rushes in to help his friend, and is able to heal him slightly. Not entirely, but enough to take the edge off his fatigue. And please, don't but MasakoX on this one. Kami is actually capable of restoring entire bodies, so we're sure that by the time of Super, he has to know at least some modicum of healing abilities. That has to be much easier than reconstituting entire bodies, surely. Thanks to this intervention, this does allow Nappa to better hold his own against Toppo, while Dispo goes for the Guardian of Earth in retaliation. Nappa knows that he can't win against Toppo outright in whatever power he has, but at least he can keep the mustachioed one at bay for a while, so that means he's not attacking anyone else. There was life in the old boy yet. But let's get back to Kami for a second though. He may not be a warrior clan Namekian, but he still knows plenty of tricks up his sleeves to surprise the fastest rabbit in the multiverse. We remind you, this tournament is about power, yes, but not just the whole strength power. Other powers could prove to be just as useful, and this is especially apparent when it comes to using Kami's patented exploding wave technique to keep Dispo away from getting within melee range of Kami in order to negate his biggest advantage, which are indeed speedy melee attacks. Dispo is getting more and more frustrated with being kept away from Kami, and his movements are getting more and more ragged, much to Kami's advantage and satisfaction. Quick to move, quick to anger, Kami joked to himself. Sadly though, there is only so long that he could keep this whole thing up. I mean, come on, Dispo is the third strongest fighter of Universe 11, to be fair. And although Kami is able to hold him back for quite a long time, impressively so, he does eventually get fatigued and is knocked out. And speaking of Namekians, Salnel and Pilina of Universe 6 are fighting Gohan, who is dealing with them in a quite skillful manner. And Jimizu finally gets beaten by Vegeta, the prince taking very big catharsis from doing so.
The little fly took far too long to swat out of here. I could have been fighting more interesting people. Whatever.
Cold, 17 and 18 in their mini alliance for the time being, decide to take their fight to Universe 3. Seeing as they've been flying under the radar for quite a while, no one was really paying much attention to them. As Paparoni realizes that they've been rumbled, their situation starting to look pretty grim, he orders his creations to fuse into the almighty Kuchiarator. Meanwhile, now with some time to recompose herself and take stock of Nappa's advice from earlier, Kale comes to her senses, and together with Caulifla, they fuse into Kefla, all thanks to Champa providing them with Potara earrings earlier. And Kefla, she's a pretty effective threat. Her first course of action after fusing is to get stuck in to the main battles. She disrupts the fight between Universe 7 and 3, causing much irritations for both parties, who actually really started to get into their situation. They were actually enjoying this. Both Cold and Paparoni looked at each other and temporarily agreed to pause their own personal fracas and get this irritant out of the picture, joining forces. King Cold attempts to stop her personally, but even with his golden powers, he is pretty surprised by this strength.
These Saiyans, is there no limit to how strong they can get?
Before he is able to react any further and get his bearings with the whole chicanery, the fused warrior knocks him out of the ring with much laughter and satisfaction. Back in the stands, Cold is no longer in his golden form and is seething, banging his hands on the benches, causing them to slightly crack from the force.
This is outrageous! No accessories, that's what they said! How dare they make a mockery of such simplistic rules? There is no honor in this! Hey! Universe 6 broke the rules regarding outside items! Stop them at once!
King Cold looks at Zeno, ordering Zeno even. He gives him an even colder look, which makes Cold quake.
He's cool looking, so it's okay.
He then looks away. Cold grits his teeth. Cool looking? Of all the... Realizing the situation and who this child was, Cold has no choice but to swallow his pride and just look at Shin. If Universe 6 had been given clearance to flout the regulations so flagrantly, then so can they.
Kai, don't we have those things as well? We confuse our fighters as well, seeing as the squirt has deemed it admissible.
Shin is thinking about this with much further, but also hesitation. Beerus rolling his eyes. I cannot believe that I am agreeing with his coolness here, but he's right. Shin, do what he said. Shin nods and takes off his earrings. Beerus then looks to the closest combatants he can find, spotting the droids. Hey, you two! Think fast! Kefla then spots the earrings being thrown into the ring, trying to intercept them, but fortunately for our team, Nappa has been able to break away from Toppo and tanks Kefla for just a second, long enough so that someone can catch the earrings. And as such, Android 35 is born. Well, I mean, hey, it was mooted in the anime, so why didn't we explore it here? Remember that whole super fan art thing from a couple of years ago? Let's drudge up one of the pictures from that, shall we? 35 and Kefla fight it out pretty evenly, but in the end, the synthetic warrior is just that little bit more synced. Not to mention the whole thing with time limits amongst mortals, and also thanks to 2 infinite engines that we explore in other what ifs, their stamina is superior, and as such, they whittle Kefla down to the point of them being hurled out of the ring and defusing. And meanwhile, Jiren is taking out Hit and Kaba, wearing Universe 6's team rather thin, with the only one remaining in the ring being Frost, and Champa is left quivering with fear. Paparoni uses the whole commotion to fuse himself and his creations into Anilaza, thankful that Cold was nowhere to be seen to check him. It takes the combined might of all Universe 7 fighters to beat it, and the all-powerful bot gets worn down and defeated. Then the fight between Gohan, Dispo and Frieza is still there, ending like the original. And now, Universe 7 is down to Goku, Nappa, Vegeta, Android 35, and Frieza. It seems like a case of spring cleaning is in order, since Jiren is busy getting rid of the remaining members of other universes, purposefully avoiding the Universe 7 contingent for the time being. Android 35 and Goku have enough of this, and they try to wear down the alien as best they can, but he proves to be just that little bit too much, telling them to get away from him.
I will deal with you imbeciles later!
As that's going on, Frieza, Vegeta and Nappa take their outrage on Toppo, and Toppo feels threatened, especially by Frieza's underhanded tactics like the original, going into his destroyer mode, and yes, beating Frieza into a pulp again. Nappa has to go berserk against Toppo in order to counter, with Vegeta supporting him. And finally, Nappa is able to defeat Toppo, thanks to the prince's support. Like old times, sorta, knocking the leader of the Pride Troopers out. But Jiren sees all of this occur and shoots a powerful heat blast in Nappa's direction, trying to wear down the two Saiyans. Nappa, instead of getting out of the way, just takes the blast, so it won't hurt Vegeta. He gets thrown out of the arena because he was being a good boy. Vegeta appears to be frustrated that his attacks are still not strong enough to damage Jiren in any way, but remains vigilant, trying his best to disrupt Jiren like an annoying fly would do. Goku then finally gets into his mastered Ultra Instinct Sign form, but before he's able to actually fully do the job, his body breaks, and Jiren is about to finish the battle himself, but Vegeta, he manages to save Kakarot from a knockout. Frieza and 35 stand up again, on their feet, against the Pride Trooper, who gets a boost thanks to Toppo's speech. But, in the end, it takes the powers of all the fighters left to knock Jiren down, with Goku, 35 and Frieza launching themselves from the arena and tank Jiren out. The winner is Vegeta. Despite this though, Vegeta doesn't feel like a winner. He didn't land the finishing blow. He was lucky. But, with the power of the Super Dragonballs though, he could wish for power equal to that of Kakarot, or at least Nappa, or anyone, maybe even stronger. Their power was limitless. He could truly make up the deficit once and for all, and maybe blow past their power. He looks at his old comrades, smiling in pride, witnessing his victory. Prince Vegeta of Universe 7, what is your wish? The GP looks at him, expecting an answer. Vegeta eyes the Chief Angel and sighs. Oh, this is too easy. He can't wish for power instantly like this. It's unbecoming for a prince.
Just bring back all those erased fools. They'll never get better if they just disappear.
That's the correct wish, the GP smiling at Vegeta, who after hearing out the whole explanation, feels like he dodged a bullet out of there, not going for his original wish.
Hey, that was a great wish, Vegeta.
Nappa's smiling and patting Vegeta on the back.
It's only because your stupid presence is making me feel softer. Ah, that's my boy.
Much to the Saiyans' worry though, Cold and Frieza are resurrected by Whis for their help in the fight.
If you try anything, we'll come for you.
Oh, I know that. That's why I wish to call a truce. We don't mess with your planet, and you don't mess with our affairs.
Daddy, you can't be doing that. Think of what we're about to achieve.
Goku gives Cold a stern look.
Deal. For now. But if you try to enslave more and more races, expect a visit from us.
Oh, don't worry, Son Goku. Everything we do is going to be above board.
Cold gives Goku a wicked grin. And so, everyone returns home. Nappa is able to rest a bit with Cafe, Goten is pretty excited to visit Universe 6 to see Kaba, and the androids defuse after a while, deciding that they will never do that again. Ever. Meanwhile, Bullet gives Vegeta a medal that she made for him.
This is for saving the universe, Uncle.
I don't need petty medals, child, but thanks, I guess.
And even though Vegeta was putting on a brave face, trying to be macho, the medal is displayed on his desk, in his security office, within Capsule Corp. Aww. So like we said, the Tournament of Power was finally over. Everybody could take a little pause to recuperate from the most arduous 48 minutes of their lives. Nobody had expected something seemingly so simple as a tournament to have been so rough and exhausting, not to mention harrowing. Nappa could finally take his well-earned rest alongside Cafe, which honestly, he took with open arms. He really felt quite good about himself, that he was still able to do quite a bit of good for the main team. But his age, even with the buff of his fusion with his future self, was still something that he thought about every single day. Would it be sudden, this deterioration? Or would it be gradual? I mean, frankly, every option sounded horrible to him, as well as undignifying. As Nappa mulled over this on his favourite deck chair in his city garden, Cafe was focused on both their now shared garden and her art. She was happy to be simply in the company of her beau. They didn't have to do anything exciting. They were just there together in their own little area of peace and tranquility. It did wonders for her art, having this little secluded haven within the bustling rumblings of West City. She had even managed to rope in Goten and Bulla to help her with her latest art exhibition, to which she was preparing some new exhibits. Naturally, being a part of the Dragon team, she didn't have to worry too much where to host her work. It had proven to be a huge success, the initial showcases on the street of course. There was demand, and so Capsule Corp helped her to hold the whole event free of charge. When the day came, and both she and Nappa were hosting this event in West City's most grand art hall, to her great joy, it brought more guests than just the Dragon team. They weren't just there to be nice. There were tons of people. And Nappa even caught the likes of Vegeta eyeing up some of her work. Vegeta spotted Nappa looking at him with a sly grin, and the prince looked away embarrassed, almost tempted to walk out there and then. However, it was Kafei who walked up to him, her noticing that he looked a bit abashed, but tried not to show it. Good call. Do you like it? She said with curiosity, as well as a hint of kindness, trying to bring about some polite conversation from the Saiyan instead of just simply mocking him like Nappa would.
You must understand that we Saiyans weren't very interested in such things as art. It wasn't part of our daily lives. Of course, Father had some in his castle, but it was mostly for show. To him, it felt more like a status symbol than anything else, but this is pleasing to me.
Vegeta was looking at a nice landscape of a plateau, drawn in a little impressionistic manner. Kafei smiled softly. This was the best way to get a good answer out of Vegeta, treading softly and allowing him to do the talking. I can give you a copy to hang at your office, if you like. Or if you want this original here, I'm sure we can work something out.
You know what, human woman? Why not?
Vegeta rarely smiled, so this felt earned. When Kafei told her beau about this, he was delighted. She had come out of her shell so much, and showed that she had so much more confidence these days. She believed in herself, at last, and that made him happy. They were both happy. Nappa was also elated that Kafei had still managed to progress and develop her art. It was inspiring to him. Not so long ago, he saw her painting a portrait of Android 18 with Marin, so it's not like she didn't have stuff to do. She just kept on painting. Age be damned. But what about him, though? Could he be just as highly convicted? Naturally, he was still a warrior at heart, but he was getting old. But you know what? Being old wasn't so bad as some Saiyans had feared. He knew that back in the day, when he was still on planet Vegeta, being old almost felt like a disgrace, just dying from old age and not in battle. And until lately, his mindset had remained the same. He had never seen any old Saiyans in his day. He wondered where they went. Did they go off to die in peace, or did they? I mean, it was too much to think about right now. Would he, though, having seen as much action as he did in the past, way more than any other Saiyan in history, simply wither away into dust? No. Having the companionship of Kafei and his friends with him for the journey into his dotage? No. This wasn't feeling so bad. I mean, after all, seeing those all-powerful beings during the tournament, and still being able to go toe-to-toe with some of them, made him slowly realise that maybe, just maybe, sometimes it can be important to see how many battles you had survived instead of just perishing in one. Would he welcome an opportunity for an honourable death? I mean, of course, he's a Saiyan. But right now, he didn't feel like it would be a waste if the tournament was his last hurrah. He could be content with seeing out his days in peace and quiet right now. And of course, all the surviving Saiyans have made it to the tournament in one piece. They all did good. So his surprise got even bigger, I might say, when you're being invited to one of Bulma and Yamcha's many parties with Kafei, and something happens. He witnessed a slightly larger Saiyan pod slowly descending from the sky. Nappa looked at Gohan and quickly did the count. Were they expecting another Saiyan to arrive? Wait, there were more Saiyans?
Well, let's see. I'm here. Kakarot's over there. Vegeta, you're here? Oh, yeah, of course. I hear ya. Gohan, Goten, Pan. So, who on earth?
Goten blushed. Maybe it's future Bulla visiting us from Universe 6. Bulma shoved Goten in the side. Get your mind out of the gutter. I don't care if it's a future version of me. Bulla, I didn't say anything. Your face did all the talking. As this teenage angst was going on, Kami pondered for a moment.
I think she would need the help of an angel to do that, getting to this universe. No? This is possibly from our own neck of the woods.
Whoever this is, if he tries anything funny, I'll... But
much to their surprise, the pod gently landed instead of crashing into the dirt, and two short characters came out from the vessel. One of them was a friendly-looking but very short grey alien with a huge round head, while the other one, at first, Nappa thought it was Kaba, indeed from Universe 6, but there was no Vados or Champa or anyone else from there. Then he looked again, him squinting over his reading glasses. But after a while, himself and Vegeta shouted almost at once,
Tarball!
"Hello, everyone!" All gazes then whipped around to look at Nappa and Vegeta. There was another Saiyan. And not only that, but this one was almost as cordial as the Universe 6 one. And it was somebody whom these two elder statesmen seemed to have recognized. "Good to see you, brother," said Tarball with a respectful tone. "You look sharp. I heard about what you did in the tournament, and I'm glad that those rumors of you perishing as a bad guy were only rumors." A streak of sweat slowly descended down Vegeta's famously large forehead, and he failed to say anything, despite this very amiable greeting. "Brother? You have a brother, Vegeta?" Goku looked surprised.
Yeah, it's a long story.
The prince was finally able to stammer.
Oh, so your brother's kind of like Raditz was to me. Opposite, right? Raditz was mean, and Tarball seems pretty nice. Well, at least right now.
Vegeta looked troubled. Nappa, though, let out a hearty laugh and just hugged Tarball.
Well, Prince Tarball, it's so good to see you. I didn't think you'd made it when you get carted off to another planet. Glad to see you came through. Say, who's your little companion there?
"Oh, this is Gurei, my wife." Nappa's eyes widened with delight.
Oh, you got yourself a wife. Good on you, pal. It's so nice to meet you, Gurei.
Nappa tried not to look surprised, but shook Gurei's hand with respect and care. She's small. And so the group spent the rest of the party catching up with Tarball, Bulma not seeming to mind that these two had stolen her thunder, with her also being intrigued by this brand new Saiyan, and very relieved to see that this one was very nice and amiable. They told him about their adventures, and Nappa explained the newcomer's backstory in return, onto how he was sent away to a remote planet. They also showed him various Saiyan forms, which greatly shocked Tarball. He had no idea of the potential of his own people. I never knew we could do that. So, other than connecting with your brother, what brings you here, Tarball? Gohan decided to encourage the Saiyan to tell them more. "Well, you see, our Saiyan colony needs your help. I heard that you were quite formidable, brother." Vegeta's eyes lit up.
Wait, Saiyan colony? There's more Saiyans that survived?
Tarball looked surprised by their reactions. Yeah, a lot did. It took years for us to find each other, though. I mean, there are some half-Saiyans as well, but mostly our populace consists of low-class Saiyans or non-combatants, so we slipped under the radar. And after planet Vegeta was destroyed, they decided to lay low. I spent the last few years finding more of them, especially since Frieza and his father were gone. Vegeta glared at Nappa and Goku. Goku then broke the silence.
So, I hate to break it to you, but...
Oh, we know. It's not your fault. You did what you could to keep Universe 7 safe. The greater good and whatnot. And besides, those two haven't caused us problems yet. But some space goons are. If you could just help us out with those? Vegeta's eyes retreated, and then were blessed with a scowl.
Pathetic. They may as well have died in the explosion. What a sad end to the Saiyan race.
I knew you would say that, brother. But the class system was put there for a reason.
I hate to break it to you, kid, but Kakarot here might be the strongest of all, not me. And he started out as a low-class warrior. Nappa, a mid-class. And I'm still catching up to him. Classes are an excuse to keep your potential down. I realize that.
Tarball looked flabbergasted. But we can't fight. We really can't.
So instead of fighting your battles for you, we will teach your people how to defend. How does that sound instead?
There was fire and determination in Vegeta's eyes. Nappa and Goku also couldn't hide the fact that they were kind of proud of Vegeta. You think you can do that?
You're kidding, right? These two over there are always wanting to try and test someone in battle, or to train someone.
Vegeta was pointing at Nappa and Goku again, but Tarball was visibly scared, but bowed before them. That would be most agreeable. Do you have a spacecraft to come?
No, but once you get back to your planet, we won't be far behind. Trust us.
Goku smirked at him. Another form or technique, perhaps?
Something like that.
And so, Tarball and Gurei bid their farewells to everyone and decided to head back for their planet post-haste. Chi-Chi, though, wasn't so keen on letting Goku go, but Cathay had managed to convince her to let them just have their fun. This was peacetime, and after all, she was looking for a model for a new painting. Chi-Chi fitting the bill, and that made her blush. Oh my. And Nappa smiled to himself.
Ah, training.
That was a nice thing that an old-timer could do no problem. So, when they felt that Tarball had landed somewhere and stayed there, Goku used his instant transmission to take himself, Vegeta, Nappa, Kami and Gohan with him. And while they were pretty optimistic, the colony wasn't really a colony. It was mostly built out of ship containers and derelict vessels. Tarball was one of the most menacing inhabitants of the compound. Ooh, this was going to take a while. Kami's attention was also taken by the fact that they weren't alone. It wasn't just Saiyans here. They were looking at 3 Namekians as well. So it was true. His kind was on more planets than just Earth and Namek. Well, they'll have to help these people too. And it might not be as easy as they anticipated. It's funny how people change with age, Nappa thought. And how much more you actually start to realise that when you are the one who is aging. Maybe that was the true prize of being a Saiyan, lasting as long as he had done. It was quite the rarity. Saiyan wisdom? Maybe that's why the Saiyans were so afraid of their dotage. They were afraid that the wisdom they would naturally acquire would show them that what they really were, and not very smart. Their actions, as well as the coming to terms with their strength slowly deserting them. Nappa knew that one day that would happen to him. He would lose the ability to turn Super Saiyan. Everything that he had done before then, gone. Age would take that away from him. But that didn't scare him as much as it would have done just even a few years ago. Nappa hadn't been particularly smart in the past either. But times change. People change, if you give them enough time.
Lost in your thoughts, my friend. May I join you?
Kami approached Nappa as he watched the exercise drill that Vegeta, with the help of Goku, was performing for the colonists.
Yeah, of course. You know I happen to do that a lot lately.
Kami smiled in understanding. Comes with age. I understand.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot that you were, well, good thing there were Dragon Balls, huh?
Kami laughed softly.
You know, sometimes I think what I did back then was my vanity getting in the way. Wanting to rekindle my pride once more. But in the end, I wasn't that much of a help.
Nappa nodded slowly.
Don't worry, I consider that too. Any Saiyan would. A chance to be on the battlefield that little bit longer? Gold dust.
Oh? What changed your mind then?
Nappa looked at Tarball, repeating his brother's movements, and then at Gohan and Goten, who were helping the hybrid colonists to take a grasp over the more basic concepts of ki control.
I think I'm a little bit too simple for that. We Saiyans don't usually have to live for that long. I'm slowly pushing the border of what's even possible.
Don't you enjoy living then?
Nappa turned to Kami with a look of passion.
No, I do. Life is good for me. Well, the thing is, I think I don't mind being old, you know? It shows the path that myself, well, both of us, had walked. We've done something that no other Saiyan has been able to do, or probably ever do.
Kami nodded.
I sometimes think about wishing myself back to my old self, finding a replacement for the role of guardian. Similar reasons, in fact. Also, I haven't realized that my kind had spread out so much. The ones living here do not even remember Namek ever existing. Lost to time, it seems. But they did used to have their own set of Dragon Balls at some point. So at least some portion of our heritage lived on for a little longer.
Nappa raised an eyebrow.
Well, that's a surprise. It could be potential bait for troublemakers, though.
Precisely. That's why their previous elder decided not to pass on the knowledge to their successor. But I was thinking, maybe I could find a potential student here, rather than on Namek. What do you think, friend? Nappa pondered this.
You mean someone new?
Kami nodded without response.
Well, to be fair, you have been doing this gig for what, like 3 centuries? I think if anyone deserves to have a little quiet break, it's you, Kami.
Kami smiled, looking at the Namekian recruits. Indeed, but for now it's just an idea. I'm not sure whether it'll ever play out entirely the way I want, but still. I wonder how Piccolo is doing on Namek, though.
Been a while, hasn't it?
The two then watched in silence how the training session was going. It took them actual days of the same training regimen to get something more complicated out of them than simple ki blasts, the recruits. Back in the day, blasting ki in a week would have been remarkable, but to the Dragon team right now, this length of time was utterly insufferable. To them, it felt like forever. They were used to instant results. This was definitely a reality check. Luckily for the mentors, the colonists could already control their energy for flying, since that was basic Saiyan training, so that worked out in their favour. And after watching all of this unfold for another half of a day, Nappa decided to chime in, helping Vegeta with some of his coaching tricks. Initially, the prince had a fleeting thought which troubled him. Flashes of his former companion mocking him rang through his head, but these went away as soon as Nappa had shown his proper engagement. Vegeta had nothing to fear. After the day was over, the two sat to have a meal with Tarball.
So, what do you think? Do we have a chance to fend for ourselves?
Vegeta shook his head.
It's not as simple as that. The single regimen won't turn them into elite warriors. They might have the basics down, but I presume they haven't fought for their lives for years, which has made them rusty. You're all extremely lucky to have lasted this long, you know that.
Tarball looked at his feet.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, Tarball. We'll get you in fighting shape.
Not if the pirates get there first.
Ah, we can just blast them, you know,
Nappa said with a casual tone. Vegeta raised his head.
And then what? What do we do after that?
Nappa thought for a moment. This is where Vegeta was good. The plan after the battle.
They will become over-reliant on us when the next threat naturally occurs. We cannot be their babysitters, Nappa. Frieza and Cold are out there, and they will likely try to use you as leverage against us, since you're related to me especially. But fear not, we will make your people ready. But it would be simple. And do not expect immediate gains right away. After that, you're on your own.
Thank you for doing any of this, brother. You really have changed. Nappa smirked, but Vegeta went quiet for a moment.
Took him some time, but he did eventually.
Nappa patted Vegeta on the shoulder.
Well, let's get some rest. Tomorrow we're gonna have another long day in the line of work.
And indeed, the next day came with yet more training. Then another. Then another. At this point, they were visiting them really often, using Goku's instant transmission. One day, Nappa even brought Cafe along to show her the colony. She had some fun whilst there, painting the alien landscapes. It was definitely something different, which greatly interested some of the younger half-Saiyans who had been rarely ever exposed to the arts. Cafe was taking great joy in this fact, teaching them the basics, sharing her own sets of talents. But one day, a grim threat indeed appeared over the colony. A pirate fleet, sure enough, came to take tribute from the colonists.
Vegeta! We need your help! We need...
Tarball was stumbling upon his own words, but the brother was not moved.
No, we will not interfere. It's time for you to show what you have learned.
Tarball swallowed loudly, but he wanted to look brave for the rest of the colony, and most notably, for Gure, who looked worried. After the leader of the pirates, Captain Yanao, walked from the ramp of a ship, Tarball had already put his brave face on.
So, little monkey, I'm here for my tribute.
Let's make this quick. Tarball stood firm.
We have no reason to give you any tribute now. We no longer need your protection. Please, leave us alone.
Yanao didn't look mad nor shocked, but intrigued.
Oh, did somebody develop a spine lately? This does please me.
The pirate captain was genuinely impressed. She'd hated coming to this colony. It was so meek and feeble, considering they're Saiyan, hardly reminiscent of the glory days of them. But now, this one was starting to rekindle that old flame. But despite this pride in him, Yanao still had a job to do, and that was to get her money. Nothing would get in the way of that.
Umar? Ua? Looks like you're up. Get the tribute.
She ordered two of her biggest goons to attack Tarball.
Sorry, kid, but you just can't say no to our services like that. Not without consequence.
But to her big surprise, Tarball managed to dodge their strikes. Easily. Encouraged by this initial display, the crowd of colonists started to push back against the intruders, leaving Yanao herself less intrigued and now very concerned. But she wasn't going to leave without a fight, as she herself engaged in a brutal exchange with Tarball. Goku, who had been observing from the sidelines, was itching to get in the fight, and Nappa felt the same, but Vegeta was adamant.
On the bright side, Goku smiled, they seem to be doing okay.
And indeed, although the fight was rather even, it seemed that the colonists had shown results. They gave the pirates a little beating that they were not expecting. Then the pirates retreated to their ship. Was that it? What's going on? Were they running away? Not quite. On the speaker, he now shrieked,
That's it! We're going to bombard your sorry planet!
which caused the colonists to panic. Sure, they could punch the pirates, but how could they fight against an entire pirate fleet from space? And when she started the countdown, a singular key blast came from the planet out of nowhere, destroying the ship. Later, before the colonists could understand what had actually happened, what the hiffle was going on, more attacks like that destroyed the other ships. A few of them did, though, manage to get away out of terror. At first, the colonists were cheering, but they very quickly realized that they had been outmatched. They had been lucky. If those attacks were from another enemy getting in the way, they would have been screwed. Luckily, it wasn't from an enemy. Of course, the sources of those attacks were from Vegeta, Goku, Nappa, Kami, and the others. Tarball looked dejected. We failed, but it looked so promising.
Forget it. Until those cowards resorted to dirty tricks, you held yourself well,
Vegeta chimed in. But without your help.
I said we wouldn't help you from the off, but you undertook the first important step, Tarball. You people stood up for yourselves. There is, still, a long and rocky road ahead of you, but you have proven that you can walk upon it.
You think? Thanks, Vegeta, but it will still take us a long time, and you people have your obligations. We don't want to... Vegeta looked away.
About that. Nappa, Kakarot, a word with you two. Only you two.
Goku and Nappa nodded and walked away with him. There was a celebration later on. They even saw Kami with the current elder Namekian, part of the colony, presenting his 2 young sons to the Guardian.
I am really bad at this, but can you two thank Bulma, Yamcha, Bulla for everything?
Oh, are you sure? You're this close to getting into Whis' training with us. Maybe even locking God Key.
Goku was surprised, but only a little bit.
That can wait. I know what I must do and where I must stay. For now. So do tell Bulma that this is my resignation from the role of security chief.
Nappa put his massive hand on the prince's shoulder.
I'm proud of you, Vegeta. Funny, you finally get to be a prince.
I don't feel like one. I'm only doing my duty for my people.
Nappa tilted his head.
Which I think a prince does, you know.
This time even Vegeta smiled.
Take care of yourself, old man. You too, Kakarot.
And as a farewell, they each fist bumped the prince. When they left later, they discovered that Kami had been busy. He had brought with him 2 apprentices from the planet to potentially replace him as the Guardian of Earth. As the current elder wasn't even fully versed with the ways of the old, he gladly accepted Kami's proposal to give his boys a proper Dragon Clan education. The boys were twins, named Acha and Otala, and as such, Nappa and his friends returned to Earth, bearing the news of Vegeta's decision.
You know, I'm glad that we gave him a chance.
Goku smiled.
Yeah, you're right, Kakarot.
On the same day, Goku returned for a brief moment to the colony to return Vegeta's things from his office, including the medal that Bulla had given him. It was displayed in his new home, in a rather visible place. Everything seemed good, and Vegeta, Goku and Nappa pondered if there were any more Saiyan survivors out there, on other planets. Well, they were about to find out, as 2 scouts of the Frieza Force had accidentally come across some very high power levels on a very remote planetoid called Vampa. For a while, as always, things had been rather calm. It had been some time since Vegeta had chosen to remain on the Saiyan colony to help them train and get stronger. Despite Tarball promising to keep them safe on his own, the elder brother could not simply leave well enough alone. He had seen that even with all of their expertise in their databanks, anything could happen. Sure, they could maybe fight ground troops quite effectively, but if the right weapon from space came about, they would be entirely defenseless. Unless, of course, they had the likes of them around to quickly dispatch said foes. Besides, Vegeta had been looking for something to work on lately. A project. What better project than to work on a Saiyan outpost which was led by his long-lost brother? It was a natural fit for him. He could be himself and rule the roost in terms of power, and also catch up with his kin. For some members of the Dragon team, it was still a pretty sad moment. Even though they could easily visit him thanks to the powers of instant transmission, that still required, though, active effort. Vegeta was far out in space. Buller especially was missing her Uncle Vegeta, missing all his little outbursts and bravado whilst he was the Capsule Corp Chief of Security. Things felt a lot more flat without the Prince around, a bit dull. An after effect of this was that she and Goten tended to spend more time with Uncle Nappa instead, sort of rekindling the days when they were much younger. Nappa and Cafe were more chilled out lately too. There was far less pressure on either of them. Since the days of the Tournament of Power, there had been no news about the likes of Cold or Frieza doing anything nefarious out in North Galaxy. They were upholding their end of the bargain. And whilst what they were doing was most likely not what you could describe as being good, Nappa anticipated that the two tyrants were smart enough not to get in their way. As for now, at least himself and a few others could give them a good beating should they dare to test the waters. Besides, Nappa's age was affecting him more cerebrally than physically. Despite being a proud Saiyan warrior, he was becoming more interested in slower pursuits, like his garden, which had been suffering a lot lately thanks to the whole Tarball shindig. Of course, in his case, it was unknown for how long such a beating could go on for. He really despised those two, but they had been useful when the need arose, to be fair, but he would never break bread with them in any other circumstance. He never wanted to see them again if he could help it. As for the others, aside from his scientific and familial duties, Gohan was busy training with Whis and Goku, trying to unlock the godly transformation, not having gone down the whole potential unleashed route in this particular timeline, so sadly, no Gohan Beast. Whilst Nappa himself, well, he chose to forego the Super Saiyan God skill tree. He chose instead to make the most of what precious time he had left. The fusion with his future self a few parts ago kept him relevant for a little while longer, in his prime. But the perks of that technique were not known. This was the first time it had ever happened, so he could start to fall off any time now. But one day, Goten and Buller came to Nappa with some very sobering news. Someone had stolen the Dragon Radar. Nappa didn't seem all that concerned at first. He was supping a mocktail after a morning's gardening.
Wow, someone could actually get through your mom's defense systems. And I'm not talking about your dad here.
Uncle Nappa, stop it!
A mild chuckle emanated from Nappa.
Sorry, kiddo. I just wanted to lighten the mood. Mentions of Yamcha always make people happy. Guess not right now. Should we tell your mom?
We already did. She gathered a few of the Dragon Balls just to be safe, which means someone else wants to find a full set.
Nappa pondered this for a while.
Did you find any clues as to who could have done this?
Buller shook her head, being intensely frustrated at how Capsule Corp security could have dropped the ball on this so hard, or in this case, lost them.
Man, if only Vegeta were here. Well, the cameras were turned off, but we found this.
It looked like a small ray blaster. Nappa examined it for a moment, and a spark of recollection crossed his mind.
Huh, I remember this. Looks like one of the standard issue Frieza Force ones.
The Zenny dropped.
Damn it, Frieza! You couldn't leave well enough alone, could he?
Nappa looked like he'd been fired up right on the spot. He stood up and was ready to go. Goten looked excited to see his uncle so pumped.
So it was Frieza and Cold?
He said. Nappa nodded.
I can't believe he'd be this stupid as to try and steal our Dragon Balls. Does your mom still have the spare radar, Bulla?
Bulla was surprised.
Wait, she had a spare?
Oh yeah, she does.
Nappa grinned.
Let me talk to her.
And as such, Nappa called Bulma, who obviously knew where the last ball was located and was heading out there right now. She then took her capsule plane to the ice continent where it was located, she and Nappa taking Goten, Buller and Cafe with them.
In the meantime, try and contact Whis. He can be pretty bad with answering calls.
You're telling me?
Bulma scoffed. After what felt like an absolute eternity since Cafe and Bulma can't fly, our winter jacket-clad heroes landed in the ice continent, only to discover that a large Frieza Force vessel had in fact landed there. Nappa gazed upon it, loathing the idea that he would have to go up against these two again. He thought that he had been done with the pair of them after the Tournament of Power, that they wouldn't be so boneheaded as to try their luck against planet Earth, where most of the strongest people in the multiverse resided. Nappa decided to approach the ship slowly, and when he got close enough, he could see the exit hatch of the vessel. A large contingent of Frieza's honor guard were leaving the ship, making their way to the father and son, who were busy just chilling out. But wait, who was with them? Nappa couldn't quite tell, but when he squinted and looked more closely, he was shocked. With Frieza and Cold, there were 2 Saiyans, and one of them looked eerily familiar to Nappa.
Colonel Paragus?
Unfortunately, Nappa's outburst could be heard across the way, and Frieza sighed. And that's why monkeys would never be good as spies.
Shall we blast that Nappa away, son?
No, father, let him come. Humour him. Paragus was equally surprised at the revelation of Nappa, realising that one of the Saiyan elites aside from Vegeta had survived, and it turned out to be his lackey. And next to Paragus there was another Saiyan, quite bulky but with a mild gaze. When Nappa arrived next to them, the mood was icy, besides the locale they were in.
Good day, monkey. We are currently busy looking for Vegeta. And Goku, of course. You wouldn't happen to have seen them on your travels, per se?
It's quite nice to see you still alive and kicking, friend.
Cold nodded, the friend part of that sentence clearly tinged with sarcasm. Nappa smirked.
Well, I got bad news for you. You're too late. Vegeta doesn't live here anymore. He skipped town ages ago.
Paragus looked disappointed.
Of course. Once a coward, always a coward. Well then, since you were his patsy, our revenge will have to...
Cold gestured at him to wait.
Now, my dear Paragus, while it is true that Vegeta might not be here at this time, this one is, as you so eloquently expressed, his close associate. How about if your son demonstrates his power on him? No need to dirty your hands just yet.
Nappa looked at the younger Saiyan. So this was Paragus's kid. Broly, was it? He had heard some rumours back in the day about Colonel Paragus disappearing after his son Broly had proven to be freakishly powerful, but he thought King Vegeta had simply executed them both for failure. Instead, it turned out they either escaped or were exiled. Didn't matter though, they had lived to this day. Nappa looked at the boy. There was something sad about him, most notably his eyes. They looked sorrowful, somber, as if he were here against his will. Kafei spoke to Nappa through his communicator, she observing from the cameras on Bulma's ship.
This poor boy is clearly in a lot of pain. Go easy on him, Nappa. He's not the one in charge here.
Understood. Cold smiled at Nappa.
Before we begin, my friend, I hope that you understand that we do not wish to wage war upon this planet. We just wanted to show you some, sportsmanship. Don't you Saiyans like to compete?
Nappa looked at this new lad. He couldn't place his power level based on the energy that he was emitting. He was an enigma. He could be tough or he could be nothing. It was very hard to tell. But the fact that he was in the presence of Frieza and Cold, and that they had invested a lot of time into this one, he must have had something.
Before I participate in your little game, King, answer me this. Why do you need the Dragon Balls?
Cold laughed loudly.
That? Oh, we thought that would get your attention. Besides, Frieza isn't out to use said wish to conquer anything. He just wished to grow a few—
Daddy, not in front of the monkey!
A few silent giggles flitted around the honor guard.
Does one of you want me to go back to my old ways?
Paragus looked disappointed but nodded slowly.
I guess Broly can do with a little warm-up. You never were particularly bright, Nappa, but you will do for a good punching bag. Do it, Broly!
Nappa undid the buckles of his jacket, and the coat fluttered away in the gust. Nappa immediately regretting it. Oh, it was so cold.
So, you're Broly, huh? You're a real legend amongst us grunts. A real powerhouse. But come on, you don't need to listen to those geezers. You're more than that. I know, I'm a geezer too. But as my friend once said to me—
Nappa could not finish that sentence though, because Broly had already charged at him, but Nappa blocked the first punch.
You don't seem like a bad guy.
Well, just because he felt bad for the boy doesn't mean that he couldn't teach him a thing or two. He wasn't going to go too easy on him. Nappa was handily blocking every punch that Broly could throw at him, responding with his own massive fists. They had then moved their fight into the air, the Coldlings and the Earthlings watching from below. While Nappa was still winning this particular encounter for the moment, it seemed that this new opponent had something. He was getting slightly stronger with every punch that he flung in Nappa's direction, and what he was taking. He was progressively gaining power. Well, Nappa thought, it seems that the old rumours were true. Broly really was unlike any other Saiyan that had been born or since. It's a shame the king chose to cast him out instead of making use of him, but maybe that might have been just as bad for him, Broly being used as a tool rather than as a proper Saiyan warrior. In any case, Nappa will soon no longer need to go easy on the boy. As he punched Broly through a mountain, he decided to use this little pause to power up to Super Saiyan, much to his opponent's surprise. Paragus seemed utterly shocked by this.
What? What is that?
Oh, that's Super Saiyan, chum. Does Broly not know how to do that? Frieza casually asked.
Super Saiyan? Is Nappa the one of legend?
Oh, no. They all can do that. Even the little half-breeds that are hiding inside that craft over there can do it. They can do it in their sleep these days.
Paragus felt like someone had turned his world upside down. But he didn't have much time to ponder about this. As for now, Nappa was dominating the fight.
You can't just go at me and expect to find an opening, Broly. You need to be strategic.
Punching Broly over and over again. But he was wrong. With every charge, with every new assault, Broly was stronger, and Nappa could feel it. At some point, they both dived under the ice. He was merely in his base form Broly, but was quickly adapting to Nappa's Super Saiyan. The old man had to up the ante. He transformed into his controlled berserker state, and decided to knock the rage out of him.
What is anger if you can't control it?
Nappa went harder on Broly, blasting him and striking with attacks of immense power. It seemed that he had surpassed his enemy tenfold. After a climactic encounter, he punched him under the ice to cool off. Cafe yelled at him through the communicator.
That didn't seem like going easy on him.
Nappa started to show the first signs of being tired, though.
Oh, don't worry. He's very much alive. Believe me, that didn't do all that much.
And after a few moments, Broly was there, with a glowing green aura, angrier and stronger than before.
Bulma, get Kakarot here. This is slowly getting out of hand.
As he left some massive ruts, not just in the snow, but the eons-old glaciers that lined the battlefield. They were effectively vaporized. This wasn't just a scare tactic in order to intimidate the enemy, no. This was a show of skill and a turning of the tide. This was becoming less of a fight, but more of a shoving match. The younger Saiyan was simply pushing Nappa around at this point, despite his beginner berserker power. Nappa turned to the speck that was Bulma's ship and spoke to her by his communicator.
Bulma, he's getting angrier. I kinda need some help here.
Nappa said through the comms, trying to remain calm, but the tension in his voice still permeated through Bulma's speakers.
Hang in there a little longer, will you? I'm trying to get Whis to respond, but he's taking his sweet time. This may take a while.
Nappa sighed and had to resort to the next stage of his berserker power. He'd have less control, but that might just be enough to quell the beast. Not the beast!
Well, you did it, punk. I was trying to go easy on you, Broly, but you left me no choice.
As Nappa then transformed into a more rabid version of his berserker state, whereupon he started to reclaim the upper hand. Broly was having to deal with the roles being reversed again, and he wasn't finding this at all a pleasurable experience. Nappa, despite his more dogged determination in this form, just about clung on to his faculties. He kinda surprised himself, but it was still a struggle. Even in this frame of mind, he still didn't want to beat the younger man into a pulp too much. All that he was striving to do in this confrontation was simply just to beat some sense into him, make Broly understand that this was not a battle worth fighting. And yet, the pet Saiyan plowed on. Broly was adapting quicker than ever. Bulma could see that Nappa was slowly losing his advantage again. He was running out of ideas. He was actually, the Saiyan, starting to get a little bit frightened now. He had nothing left in the tank. This kid was either going to beat him into a pulp or worse. When Nappa felt like the end was soon approaching, thankfully, someone came to his aid. Took him long enough.
Dagin, you need some rest, old pal.
It was Goku, who teleported there with Gohan and Whis.
Yeah, about time you showed up, Kakarot!
Goku laughed this off and proceeded to assess the situation that befell the group. After Goku began his battle with Broly, it became very clear to all present who was the stronger of the two, and I'm not talking about Broly. Gohan then checked to see if his surrogate uncle was okay, something that Goten and Bulla did too, leaving the safety of the captured core plane to check on Nappa. He got up, having powered down, and was breathing heavily, but he was still vertical and conscious.
Hey now, I'm fine, I'm not that old.
He looked at Cold and Frieza, over by their ship, who were very much enjoying the show. Paragus, though, was aghast at Kakarot's power, deeming that their cause was lost, as he did in the movie.
Oh, pipe down, you feeble monkey, snarled Frieza. You have no idea how these exchanges work. Just because a new challenger comes in and asserts themselves doesn't mean the cause is lost. It just makes it a little more interesting.
He turned back to the fight and ignored Paragus's continued mumblings. Paragus caught the terrified looks on Chilai and Lemo's faces. They were peering from outside the ship. He knew that look. Not some random mooks, no. These people cared about Broly. Ooh, maybe they could be leverage, Paragus thought. Nappa was being given a pep talk by his nephew, though. Don't overwork yourself too much, old-timer.
I don't plan to. That's all I got. Unless you got some sense on ya. In any case, once I catch my breath, I'm gonna have some real stern words with Paragus over there.
Frieza and Cold saw the old man coming toward them subsequently, but they chose not to order the royal guard to get in his way. So Nappa was free to approach Paragus and give him an earful.
Have you completely lost your mind? Teaming up with those losers? I mean, we had to ourselves earlier, but the universe was at stake. What's all this for then? Kissing your ego better?
Paragus growled.
I don't have to explain myself to Vegeta's lapdog.
Nappa was giving him an evil look now.
Vegeta has been dead for 20 years, as were those frosty freaks, and he's not even here!
Cold shook his head, him listening in.
Now, that was uncalled for, Nappa.
What do you mean Vegeta isn't here? I mean, he ain't coming to give you what you want, so you can just hightail your butt out of here once you get your brat under control.
Paragus regained his composure. Well then, as his closest minion, you will have to do. Then it dawned on Nappa. He recalled the trinket that Paragus's kid was wearing. He then stared Paragus down with the ire of 1,000 demons.
Is that why your own son wears that thing? You treat him like some kind of caged animal? You will not understand the reason behind that! It's for his own good! So I can control his power! Take a good look!
He pointed to Broly.
It's gone! It broke after his last power-up!
That snapped Paragus out of his delirium.
Oh, what? Impossible! Sires, we must retreat! Broly is soon to be out of control!
A death beam pierced Paragus's chest from behind.
Frieza, that was unnecessary.
King Cold wagged his finger as he was jokingly scolding his son.
Oh, Papa, I thought I would help move things along.
Frieza grinned wickedly and cleared his throat. Nappa was shocked as the dead Paragus collapsed in his arms.
Oh no, Broly, look! The big man argued with your father and shook him a little bit too hard. I'm sure he didn't mean to, though. Have fun, Nappa.
Frieza, you son of a—
The rest of Nappa's sentence was drowned out in an ungodly roar that Broly had let out. As his hair started to glow golden, he pushed Goku away, and even with Gohan going Super Saiyan God, trying to block him, that was not enough. Broly was able to go right through them and start to unload his frustration on Nappa again. This time, the older Saiyan needed to go full power berserker just to hold him off. No advantage here. He was fighting for his life here. Nappa knew that, he could lose this one. So, he decided to turn the tables around again. As Goku and Gohan tried to aid him, he then moved the battle closer to Frieza and basically threw him at Broly.
Dag, you're it!
Wait, what?
Broly was in such a blind rage right now, he didn't care who he was fighting. He started beating Frieza up.
Oh, Daddy! Help me, Daddy!
No, I'm good right here, thank you, son.
Goku flew closer to Nappa.
Regroup on the lookout?
Regroup on the lookout. Whis helped the three get to calmly lickety-split, who was rather surprised to see them.
Gentlemen, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Goku was kind of bemused at this ignorant greeting.
I think you know. Aren't you supposed to be observing Earth all the time?
I was, but...
He turned around to point in the direction of Broly's energy. Oh, he was looking the other way.
Big Saiyan guy. Right. You should probably try to calm him down.
Gohan crossed his arms. You think? he said in a rather unusual expression of sarcasm.
He seems pretty dangerous.
His father and the Coles are just using him, Kakarot. I think he's just misunderstood. But he's got some friends over on Frieza's ship. Oh, maybe they'll be able to help him get to safety.
Kami pondered this for a while. We could also perhaps have someone gather the Dragon Balls and teleport him away. But someone would have to calm him down in the meantime. Otherwise, we're just offloading our problem onto another world. For no reason. Again, we could fuse for the fusion dance, Dad. But I'm out of practice. If we get it right, though, it should be enough to knock him out.
I don't know how long Frieza can last, and I like this plan. Because they already have the Dragon Balls there. Okay, Whis, take me back there.
Gohan seemed concerned.
Nappa, be careful. He will kill you if he remembers that you killed his father.
Which is exactly why I should be the one getting his attention. Now you two, get to work.
We smirked and teleported Nappa to Broly. Frieza was taking a massive beating when he got back there. Something that Nappa was taking great mirth in witnessing. Oh, that would never get old. The angel had to get his attention, Broly's, for a few moments, just to move him toward the older Saiyan. Meanwhile, Nappa contacted Buller and Goten.
You two, special assignment for you. Talk with the green chick and orange guy over there. Tell him that we want to save Broly. Just be sure that Cole doesn't notice, though. Use the Dragon Balls. Just wait for him to be calmed down.
Are you gonna try and tame him yourself, Uncle Nappa?
Oh no, I'm just a decoy.
Nappa then powered up to his full berserker state and went up against Broly. He, however, also started to transform, with his hair turning green and his power becoming unlike anything Nappa had ever seen.
If only we just found you a little sooner, you know. I'd have been able to teach you how to control this. Now it's controlling you. What a waste,
lamented Nappa. As he was taking the resulting beating, Buller and Goten approached Chilai and Lemo and told them about the plan. Sadly though, the Dragon Balls were not by them and instead next to Cold and the Royal Guard. But Goten decided to make an overdramatic dive for them and see what happened. As he did so, Cold spotted him and calmed his guards down with a gesture.
Oh.
Hello, young Goten.
You remembering my name?
The monarch nodded.
So, you know I'm gonna take these, right?
Oh, I know. Go ahead.
What?
Yes, take them. Frieza only wanted them to be taller anyway. That's why I stay in my second form. Inbuilt height adjustment, you see.
But aren't you like crazy tall in your golden form as we...
Shh, don't tell him that.
And you're really cool with me taking the Dragon Balls?
Cold nodded.
Indeed. I've had my fun for today.
He looked back to Frieza, still in awe at Broly's power, being beaten into the ground.
Well, thanks, King. See ya.
Farewell, my boy. Farewell.
They're weird.
And as Goten, Buller, Chilai and Lemo gathered the Dragon Balls, they were waiting for the signal. And the signal came with the appearance of Kuhan, them luring Broly away from Nappa, who then could finally take it easy. Broly had messed him up real good, so Cathay naturally went to check on him. The fight between Kuhan and Broly was spectacular, but Broly had found his limit, finally, as he was returning back to his senses, Chilai then screaming her wish out and Broly vanishing. Meanwhile, King Cold picked up Frieza, put him over his shoulder, and slowly went back to his ship.
Let's go, Frieza. Time to go home.
I need to have power like his.
Yes, son. Yes, in time.
Cathay checked on Nappa with a face full of worry. You should not overwork yourself like this, Nappa. Remember your age.
What can I say? It still makes me feel alive. Yeah. Vacation now. Somewhere warm.
As it turned out, the holiday opportunity came sooner than he thought, as it was quickly apparent that Shenron had sent Broly to Vampa, a place where he had managed to survive beforehand. As Chilai and Lemo approached him, so did Goku, Gohan, Nappa, Cathay, Buller, Goten, Bomber and Yamcha. And Nappa decided to become a surrogate father figure to the boy. Chilai managed to explain to him that it was Frieza who had killed his father, and that led to Nappa and Broly becoming very close for the subsequent months, though both Gohan and Goku did realise that it might be beneficial in the long run if Broly went to train on Beerus' planet. But then Nappa had one more important task ahead of him. As Pan was growing up, she wanted to train more herself. And who else better than to give her that than good old Uncle Nappa? Nappa and Cathay loved Pan, as she was like their own grandchild, and they spent a lot of time with her. It is where, right after one of their training sessions, that the final adventure of Nappa began. We start out this endgame of the story in age 783. Even though there were some more recent events going on which take place in the manga, but we won't cover them here all that much since they're yet to be adapted into the anime, Nappa had very much chosen to take a back seat for those adventures, him not really participating. Goku had asked if he wanted to come with him and the Heaters, but he wasn't all that bothered about that kind of stuff.
Nah, don't worry. You're going ahead and have a good time.
Goku found this very weird though, as Nappa, despite his calmness, wouldn't have been so dismissive of this invite, but there was a reason for this. His age was finally starting to get to him. You see, Saiyans age very suddenly and drastically diminish in terms of power once they reach their 80s. Things start to happen though after 70, which reduce their effectiveness somewhat in battle. But since most of them died in battle, not many Saiyans made it to that point in their biological journey anyway, so they wouldn't really experience it. For Nappa though, he had reached this barrier and blurred the line so much thanks to his fusion with his future self that it was sort of making things a little strange for him. It had bought him some time where he could keep up with the young ones for a little bit longer, but he knew that this was temporary. He was way over 70 at this point, and for a Saiyan, this was undoubtedly a lot more than what people could have expected, even with those fusion shenanigans. He had cheated Mother Nature, and now she was coming back to tell him off. So instead of getting stuck in with the main events of the story, Nappa chose to be useful in another way. While Goku and Gohan were helping Broly with his rather intense training over at Beerus' place, Nappa and Kafe were busy taking care of Pan, to which the youngling was very happy to be a part of. It was a nice alternative for her, rather than having regular, long, and sometimes boring training sessions with Kakarot, Gohan, or even Goten, who at this point, well, he became a rather busy young man. Him having discovered cell phones, and yeah, Nappa would regularly chastise him for pretending to be a player, or a jock, or using his phone too much, so don't worry, no GT Goten here. Nappa may not be much of a martial arts trainer, but he could certainly at least help in the art of the school of hard knocks for the young lad. And it also came in clutch another way. Finally, after years and years of being shy about it, dancing around the subject, being coy, Goten had finally asked Bulla out. And she said yes. He and Bulla were a couple, which was approved by all concerned parties, that being Bulma and Yamcha, and Goku and Chi-Chi. In fact, they were stunned that it hadn't happened sooner, actually. It was kind of like the worst kept secret. Everyone was wanting to know when it would actually happen. So Nappa was fully aware also that, with the relationship still being kind of fresh, he would rather not have training take up all of Goten's free time. After all, he liked spending idle time with Kafe anyway, so stands to reason he could relate. Also, young ones tend to get up to more mischief, as it were. And even if Goten did want to spar with him, Nappa knew that in terms of youthful gusto, he could outclass him now. Nappa was still stronger though when it came to brute strength, but his younger opponents could now simply wait it out and win out a classic battle. Providing they didn't make any stupid mistakes though, which could allow Nappa to get the upper hand again and clean up house. That's why it was so refreshing for him to take a step back from all of this and go back to basics, show the ropes for Pan, without any risks of overexerting himself or getting decked. She was pretty good though, which made it all the more satisfying.
That's right. Keep it coming. You're doing great, sweetheart.
I want to fly, Uncle Nappa. Everyone keeps telling me I flew as a baby. Well, I've forgotten. Why, Uncle Nappa?
Oh, I know. But don't worry. It'll come back to you when you least expect it. For now, those little key blasts are pretty impressive. I'm sure your dad couldn't do those when he was your age.
Really?
But before Pan could pump him any further, Kafe walked out carrying a massive tray of food for the three of them.
Breakfast, you two,
she said, placing the tray on a nearby table. And once you're done, we gotta take you to kindergarten, alright?
Thanks, Auntie.
Kafe looked at Nappa, awaiting reaction.
Can you take her today, Nappa? I would, but I'm waiting for a buyer for one of my paintings.
Nappa scratched his bald head and then lit up.
Oh, it was today? Yeah, no problem.
Maybe you shouldn't be flying her there, though. The other kids are getting a little too excited before class. The teachers have been complaining to the principal about it.
Ah, nonsense. Besides, they want to fly, they can always join Videl's dojo. Learn it for themselves.
Kafe turned around and gave Nappa a very stern look.
Aren't you at all worried that it will bring
more attention toward you? You've been trying lately to avoid attention. Nappa laughed and embraced her.
And whose attention would that be, huh? There's no one on Earth that could possibly pose a danger to this adorable little sprog.
Kafe rolled her eyes. I meant you, dummy.
Oh, come on. There aren't any goat people or bounty hunters around here. Everything will be fine. Trust me.
Kafe smirked a little bit, and after breakfast, she helped Pan get changed into a uniform, checked whether she had everything she needed in her backpack, and as the time got closer, Nappa seated the little girl safely on his shoulder and flew her off towards school, trying to go at maybe a reasonable speed. But hey, the little girl asked him to go faster, so who was he to deny her that, eh? He was completely unaware, though, that at this time, he was being watched by a wasp-like robot. It was so small, though, that not even Pan's young, keen eyes could sense it. As Nappa left Pan with her teacher Janet, much to the excitement of the kids around the kindergarten, he quickly headed off and chose to have a quick flight around the outside of Hercule City to gather some flowers for Kafe, ready to congratulate her for securing yet another sale for her artwork. She'd been getting quite a few of those lately. In regards to his safety, though, she was worrying too much, he thought. Good old Kafe worrying. Still, though, she turned out to have a fair point in terms of worry, because when he was busy gathering those flowers, he got suddenly and unexpectedly attacked by a stray ki blast. Nappa, though, was able to sense it just in time and block it, but the power behind it was more powerful than he would have liked. It was also kinda painful, especially since he did not manage to sense the attacker himself, where the ki came from, just the ki. Nappa stood up and looked around, trying to get a read on whoever threw that pesky blast, but then a voice did that for him.
Halt! Think you could just hang out here and live up your days in safety after what you've done, evildoer?
Nappa raised his eyebrow and spotted his attacker. Above him, there was a grey humanoid dressed in a cape and a yellowish-brown uniform. But there was something familiar about him, though. Namely the Red Ribbon Army logo on his shoulder. What the?
Big words from a toy soldier straight out of Jiro's toy box. I thought you were all wiped out.
Jiro, that's a good one. Hey, did you find that funny, bro? Get to the point, too. We're not here to talk. Nappa looked at the nearly identical humanoid next to him.
Ah, great. So there are two of them. Splendid. Well, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm gathering flowers for the missus, and,
The two androids rushed toward Nappa, unmoved by the flowers. You have no idea who you are dealing with, ruffian. I am Gamma 2, while the less handsome one over here is my brother Gamma 1. And today, we're gonna kick your villainous ass back to where you came from. Nappa blinked twice.
another misguided being, I see. Listen, why don't we just talk about this over some...
Gamma 2 surprised Nappa with a very powerful hit. So much for the tea.
Well, if you insist.
The older Saiyan powered up and began to respond. The two of them, fighting together, were most impressive. Honestly, much more impressive than Nappa hoped for. This started to feel very much like when he was starting to fight Broly back in the day. Hopefully it wouldn't lead to the same outcome though, where one of them went green and mad and all. Also, they weren't at the strength of level of 19 or even Jiro himself, no. These guys were newer and much stronger. Initially, he was doing fairly well against the pair of them, though those ridiculous holographic explosions of theirs were making things harder and annoying for him. They were quite the distraction. But then, he started to weaken all of a sudden, his old body starting to fail him. This was why he didn't get involved in the mainline battles anymore. Those two mechanical jerks had to push him, didn't they? They can not only win right now, he thought, but also possibly, if he wasn't careful, kill him. Sure, as a Saiyan, he wanted to go down in battle, but not like this. Not to two robots with a superiority complex and weird quirks. And as instant transmission is not known in this reality, Nappa had to get creative here in order to escape. He decided to emit a massive volcano explosion around himself, which sadly blew up the entire meadow, burning the flowers with it, but yet it managed to overload the photoreceptors of both of the Gammas, leaving only a smoking crater behind. No Nappa. Is he dead? Gamma 1 tilted his head. 2 seemed convinced about that. Indeed, a warrior to the end. He hoped to take us down with him. Well, the old man went out with a bang. Let's go hunt the other villains next one. But in truth, Nappa wasn't gone. He used the explosion to propel himself high up into the air, far away from the Gammas. Nappa cursed under his breath about this. He hated having to retreat like this, but in this case, he had to, just so he could make sure that he could go and warn the others. And who better to start with than the Guardian of Earth himself, Kami. And as Kami was practicing some image training, he was very surprised to see Nappa not only turn up unannounced, but also looking quite haggard, like he had been in a very rough battle or something.
Kami, we got a problem. New androids showed up. Slow down, my friend. Are you sure? Are these the same scoundrels as before?
Positive. They look like Red Ribbon Army equipment. They also think they're some sort of heroes or something. Like we're the bad guys. We gotta warn the others, fast.
That's worrying. The Red Ribbon Army was an issue that I hoped would never resurface.
Yeah, I heard that there used to be some guys before Jiro that went all sell on us.
Could you communicate with Bulma, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm calling her now.
Nappa got out his phone. All Dragon Team members carrying a Nokia 3330. A necessity.
Hey, Bulma, did you call Whis real quick? We got a android infestation.
Unsurprisingly, they weren't able to reach Whis. Again.
What good is this line if it never works?
With Goku and Gohan away and unable to be reached, Nappa had to come up with yet another plan. Those two had some sort of misguided sense of justice going on here, and they might be hunting other Saiyans, or getting into other sorts of problems.
Kami, if Kakarot and Gohan can't help us, we're gonna have to gather the old gang. 17, 18, Krillin, Goten, and Bulla. How about you? You wanna get in on this? Or are you feeling a little rusty?
Kami pondered for a while.
Not yet, but I'm not nearly close to your level, though.
Too bad we don't have a quick way to call a favor from the old Kai and unlock your potential. That's it! Wait, what are you doing? Why are you pouring water on...
It's a ritual, don't worry about it.
As Shenron appeared, he welcomed Nappa and Kami.
What is your bidding, Kami?
Shenron, my friend, you know how much I hate to resort to wishing things for myself, but could you unlock my potential? The dragon laughed.
Ho, I thought you would never ask.
And as Kami felt power coursing through his veins, the transformation lightened up his skin and removed the lines from his arms. He also felt something appear on his skin, on his back for a moment before disappearing.
That was a curious feeling. What was that?
Oh, just a little extra something.
Nappa grinned, seeing his friend getting accustomed to the new power. Though Kami did wish for youth many years ago, in terms of his maturity, he was the closest that Nappa had amongst his friends.
Ha! Seems like the old god are running things today.
When Shenron vanished, they could see the androids, Krillin, Yamcha, Goten, and Bulla arriving ready to help.
What's the matter, Uncle Nappa? Bulma said it was urgent.
All right, you whippersnappers. Who's ready to bust up some androids like the good old days?
As his breathing was getting more frantic, Nappa looked through the smoke. The beast was towering over everyone, mightier and larger than even the fiercest of Ozaru. Kami could not hold it back for long. Where were the others? Nappa could barely see them through all that smoke. He got confused. So much stimuli left him rather confused for his age. The remnants of old battles started to mix themselves in with what was currently happening, almost as if he were hallucinating and his mind was splitting. He tried to focus his thoughts and realized why he was here and how this could have happened. As his posse gathered, Nappa knew that they needed to find the source of those androids. After all, if they were strong enough to give him quite the beating, he needed all the support that he could muster. Archer and Otala, the two apprentices of Kami, were listening to this whole exchange with a certain curiosity. After all, it wasn't often that they could participate in this kind of action. And whilst they did enjoy training under their master Kami, a chance to have a break from the scrolls, books, and martial arts was a welcome one. Nappa was trying to hide his concern before the group. The longer he thought about it, the more the possibility of numbers 1 and 2 being some sort of weak legacy act of the previous Red Ribbon Army started to feel unlikely. It was a concerning idea, someone running the army again. And if there were Red Ribbon machines strong enough to give him trouble, who knows what else there was. But how should it even start approaching this issue? These two androids were looking for more of them? 17 smirked, readying himself for some action. So what's the objective? Blow them up?
Nah, they seem to be misguided like you two were. Bulla,
You got anything?
Not right now. The girl looked at her wristwatch, which basically would be the equivalent of our world's smartwatches.
I really should have followed those two bucketheads.
There is this outfit called Red Pharmaceuticals, Buller said. Mom suspected that it had something to do with the Red Ribbon Army, but figured out that it was just an old front that had basically become yet another shady organization. So your mother knew about it and never told us? We could have destroyed it ages ago. Krillin tried to ease the tension.
We got no proof, so we couldn't have done anything even if we wanted to.
Kami cleared his throat.
In any case, this seems to be the right place to have a little look around. Are we trying to be inconspicuous?
Nappa shook his head.
Quite the opposite. If they come to us, it would be easier to try and figure out what to do with them. Work with Broly.
Goten nodded. Yeah, hopefully these guys are just as misguided. An old project that somebody found? We could stomp them out.
Yeah, about that. They seemed, kinda new.
New? How would you know that? 17 rotated his head.
I don't know how to phrase it, but you remember the whole thing with the Saiyan squad? I'm no expert about that, but it felt, they felt kinda like that.
The confusion made him forget where he was for a moment, as he saw the beast roaring, tall and mighty, shooting beams from its body. He saw the two Gammas trying to stop it, but even their power was nothing in compared to that. Goten was screaming something to him, but he couldn't hear the words. Krillin was grabbing Nappa's sleeve. Nappa! We gotta go! Nappa! Yes, they had to go, but where? Back to report to King Vegeta? No, that was years ago. What was he talking about? Planet Sheik had similar smoke to now, but it was them who caused it, not the monster. He looked at said monster, who again looked familiar. Where was Gohan? Shouldn't he be helping him train against him? No, that wasn't it. His mind was really not in it at the moment. He was mixing things up with what happened ages ago. Had there something to do with the fusion? As they approached the building, they clearly saw that it was well guarded. A little too well guarded for a simple pharmaceutical complex. True, years ago they were apparently responsible for the distribution of a certain knockoff version of Animorpholine. You know, that's the thing that caused the whole Beastman trend and why there are no animals anymore in Dragon Ball. And it might have held some other connections that were even more dangerous in the wrong hands. The bodyguards in the front were just men in suits, but the ones that they managed to spot, hidden from plain sight, they looked like regular Red Ribbon Army soldiers. They could see a certain tension about them. Hey fellas, nice day we got here. 17 tried to look as casual as possible while saying this.
Yes, sir.
18 folded her arms. Say boys, you don't happen to know where we can find the Gammas? The bodyguard seemed rather nervous.
Never heard of them, ma'am.
17 sighed loudly. You see, I'm a pretty relaxed guy, but my sister, oh boy, she hates it when somebody lies to her face. You don't want to see the reaction, guys. A shot from a weapon was heard, and 18 effortlessly blocked it with her forearm. I warned you. Before they were able to speak any further, a group of mercenaries and mechs came out from the building. As you can probably imagine, they were no challenge for the Dragon team. All they had to do was just be careful not letting their guard down when they weren't focusing on deflection. After some beating down, Nappa picked up one of the lackeys from the ground.
All right, let's try this again. Where are the Gammas? They're not here. They're on some job for the boss. We don't have anything else, I swear.
Boss? As in? Buller raised her eyebrow.
Commander Magenta!
Buller tapped her watch for some context and got it. Ah, there he is! Magenta, the owner of Red Pharmaceuticals, rumored to be Commander Red's son. You know, now I think about it, I can't see the resemblance. Before they could think about their next move, Nappa got an urgent call from Janet, Pan's teacher.
No, they wouldn't. Guys, we gotta take a detour.
What? Why? Krillin looking shocked. Nappa touched the top of his head and felt something there. There was still some blood left on it, and he started to feel funny. He looked at Krillin. One moment he was fighting this little annoyance, as told by Vegeta. Then the next, he saw him falling against the androids. And then, later, failing future Bulma against Gohan Black. Poor Gohan. If he hadn't pushed him so hard, he would never have become... Wait, no. That was the Margin one. This other one was the Kai. Was it Shin? No, the other Kai! Nappa realized that the monster was holding a gigantic version of Kami overhead, and that right now he was a scared and confused old man in the middle of hell. The sight that they saw in the kindergarten was scary at first, but it brought them some relief. It turns out that some soldiers tried to kidnap the little Pan, trying to take her to their plane, but they did not expect such a strong resistance from her, and they were subsequently stopped. What was even better is that they left the plane. As Krillin called support to take the goons in, Bulla realized that she could probably use that plane's internal systems for their advantage, to try and get them into Red Ribbon Army's main base. Pan, however, was adamant on staying with Uncle Nappa and Uncle Goten.
No, you'll be safer at home, honey.
Nappa tried to reason with her.
If Daddy's not home, then I'm gonna be safer with you.
I don't like it, but... Alright, hop on the plane. But don't leave it until you're told, okay? You stay with Bulla.
Okay.
Nappa patted her on the head.
Good girl.
And with the plane intact, the group launched an attack on the headquarters. They also informed Bulma, who would come in with her own plane, in case they needed a quick pickup, whilst also trying to contact Whis. Unbeknownst to Nappa, Carthay also hitched a ride with Bulma. Why was this blasted angel never responding when they needed them most? The plane's internal systems allowed them to hoodwink the security detail, but they were quickly spotted by the soldiers. However, the enemy that was sent after them was none other than the Gammas, who were ordered by some scientist brat to act. Well, it was meant to be a young man, but to Nappa, he looked like just another kid.
So, you survived after all, old man. Good. Round 2 for me and you.
Gamma 2 tried to look menacing.
Look, if you truly believe you're heroes, then you're playing for the wrong team.
Typical.
You take us for fools.
Gamma 1 was looking really dispassionate about that remark. As they started to fight, they discovered that not only had Kami's power increased drastically, but the numbers were no longer in their favor, as Nappa, when aided by the androids and Goten, started to become a problem for them. Not only that, but that brat scientist saw the panic of one of the suits watching everything from the safety of the nearby balcony. Goten noted that he'd rushed after the shorter man, but when the taller one was still watching, something else happened. Nevertheless, the Gammas were still powerful, and the combined forces of all of the present Z fighters, they were merely keeping them at bay. At one point, Bulla decided to scan the scientist guy, Dr. Hedo. There isn't much known about this one. It's almost as if all the data about him had been erased. She actually got so consumed in searching for more information about Hedo that she completely overlooked Pan sneaking away from her and trying to take a swing at one of the goons watching the fight. As the man on the balcony, the one with the coiffeur, saw her, he decided to take aim. The shot could be heard, but it was blocked by none other than Gamma 1. We're shooting children now? You know, Carmine, I think I'm starting to believe the old saying, Gamma 1 said menacingly. Before Carmine could call for further help, Goten was already at the balcony and delivered a punch that caused all the goons to run away in terror. 17 smiling.
Okay, guys, let's just get a truce. So, are we cousins or something? Did Jiro build you too? Dr. Jiro, please. That old fossil is much less brilliant than his grandson, Dr. Hedo.
18 blinked twice. Wait, what? As the situation seemed to ease, the Gammas quickly explained their story.
So, you're the strongest they have?
Well, there's the big guy in the sublab, Gamma 2 said. But no one will be stupid enough to actually... Magenta launched Max! We gotta evacuate!
Nappa looked at the Gammas.
Who's Max?
Well, he's about to find out who Max was very soon. As Nappa's mind was trying to keep itself together, he remembered the last conversation that he'd had with Whis.
Are you sure? You still have a lot of potential left in you.
The angel smiled politely at him.
Nah, my body hasn't much left to give, you know. I'm afraid that if I push myself any further, that whatever power I'll get will most likely tear me apart. This whole godly training thing is full of youngsters. I've had my fair share of adventures.
You know that I can easily age you down. You can relive your prime again. You've more than earned that, Nappa.
That doesn't seem fair, you know, and a little cowardly. I've been dreading this moment for many years, you see, but you know what? I think I'm ready to face my old age. I always wanted to fall in battle, but, you know, I'm satisfied with what my life's given me.
Whis nodded at him.
You are a remarkable being, Nappa. Not many mortals would make the same choice that you've made. You've earned my respect.
Suddenly, in that moment, Nappa saw it. He saw the beast towering over them. It kept growing, and it looked just like Cell, but larger, fiercer, madder.
Okay, everyone. We need to work together to take this thing down. Cover me!
As Nappa led the charge, everyone flew next to him in formation. The creature was demolishing the Red Ribbon base, creating plumes of smoke. Bulla evacuated herself and Pan, feeling really bad that she let her slip away, even for just a second. She was about to rendezvous with her mother on the way. The beast was screaming, and as Nappa and the others were throwing ki blasts at it, they were having no effect. As Nappa started to desperately charge and attack, the gigantic fist of Cell Max hit him and sent him careening into a building. His ears were ringing. He felt a pain in his skull. Something was wrong. He remembered the other parts of the fight as if he were looking through them through mist. Krillin found him. Kami now started to radiate with an orange light, and then later growing to gigantic proportions, loomed over them. He was in control, at least for a moment. Krillin then told him something. 4 androids trying to stop it in the distance. The scientist guy yelling something at him. For a moment, Nappa actually felt cozy. It could all end here for all he cared. He'd be okay with it. No more noise. No more confusion. His brain would be free from all of these black entanglements that had gathered lately. The beast was moving toward him. But in the distance, he saw 2 planes. And as Krillin was taking him away, his communicator started ringing.
Nappa? Nappa, are you alright?
It was Cathay, trying to contact him. "I have Nappa, Cathay!" shouted Krillin. "But he got hit pretty bad. Hopefully Goku and Gohan will get here soon. Otherwise, we're done for."
Hey, Nappa looked at the planes. Get away from here!
He looked at Kami, who in this weird gigantic form was now looming over the monster's head. And as he threw him away, he launched a gigantic mouth beam right at the planes.
No! No! No!
Future Bulma. He remembered how he failed her. But also, Pan, you still have a lot of potential in you. Bulla. If Gohan found out he'd failed them, he would never forgive him. You still have a lot of potential in you. From the noise, he could make out the words of that yelling science guy.
Aim for the head! It's the weak spot!
You still have a lot of potential in you. Nappa looked at his bleeding hands and roared. He called forth both his berserker and ultimate powers, and, like a sculptor in the moment, he started to sculpt. In the Furore, Nappa had changed. He wasn't in his berserker form, nor in his ultimate form. No, this was different. Nappa's skin was now a light grey, his beard a lighter shade than ever, but his veins were burning like lava on the surface of said skin, like a volcano glowing, as if he had been shattered and put back together again with molten lava. He roared akin to Broly, which got Max's attention.
Youngsters, move away!
As he charged upon Cell Max, the monster tried to slap him away like he was some annoying fly, but to its own shock, this fly simply drilled through the hand. Kami saw this and was shocked at this new power.
Nappa! What's in the... Hold him from me!
Nappa was unnaturally hot.
Stop it!
As the air around him moved and swirled violently, and the falling rain was simply turning into steam as it made contact with his body. As Kami caught the monster, who was still roaring over the fact that he'd had a hole punctured through his hand, Nappa jumped on its head. He gathered every single ounce of energy he had to prepare a volcano explosion, but this time, he was the volcano. He was Nappa, the relic. As he touched the top of Cell Max's head, it exploded with a fiery might.
Do it now!
5 beams fired from the androids and Krillin and hit the monster's body, which then disintegrated in a massive explosion. But from within, they could still see the glow of Nappa's body. As the dust settled, Nappa saw, in the air, Bulla holding Pan and Goten holding Bulma and Cathay. He took a deep breath, gave them the thumbs up, smiling, but then collapsed to the ground like a doll from hundreds of feet in the air. Everyone gathered around him concerned, as Kami, who'd now lost that weird orange shoe, turned Nappa over back onto his back.
Nappa?
Nappa was smiling. He was still warm, but his eyes were closed, and his body was left with deep scars, where those lava-like veins had been. He wasn't breathing. Cathay put her hand on his chest. and wept. Nappa was gone. Goku and Gohan never forgave themselves for missing this fight. Maybe if they had been there, they could have stopped Nappa from doing something so drastic. He'd still be here. But what was that power? In the end, Kafe relieved them all of their guilt by telling them that Nappa's dream had come true. He went down fighting. They could, however, still feel that she was mourning. I mean, how could she not? Her art style became more somber after that day, but there was one particular painting she treasured over all of them, featuring a large volcano, something that brought her hope. And despite Nappa no longer being there, the Dragon team ensured that Kafe would be well looked after till the end of her days. As for Hedo and the Gammas, they joined Capsule Corp and helped Bulma and Yamcha make the world better. Many years later, when Kafe passed on to the Otherworld, she was welcomed not by a queue at the Otherworld check-in station, her body turning into a cloud. No, she still had it, and found herself in a beautiful meadow, and she knew that this meadow was for her. This was his garden.
Hey! Took you long enough, but I had some time to make things as they should be.
She embraced him strongly. You know, they wanted to bring you back.
It was my time. They did well. You did well.
Nappa guided her to a table with some drinks on it and asked her to sit down.
So, tell me everything.
Years after Nappa's death, feeling his own old age approaching, Goku decided to travel around the multiverse, seeking tough opponents to fight. Without a rival like Vegeta readily available, since he had absorbed himself into his work with Tarbal's Saiyan colony, he was looking for someone who would give him a proper send-off, one last hurrah. Naturally, Chi-Chi wasn't happy about this, but she understood his decision. Every day, she lit a candle in the family shrine for him and Nappa, wishing them both well, wherever they were. Gohan managed to become a successful scholar and a great defender of Earth, though he passed his superhero duties over to Goten, Buller and Pan, since the three of them were far more keen to make their Uncle Nappa proud. The first of them, Goten, took some time off to train with Hit, who had taught him the time skip ability. Later on, he and Buller married and had a child, Son Goten. Son Goten? What's that? Think Tangas. As for the future CEO of Capsule Corp herself, she befriended Hedo, and together they launched Project Gamma, creating protectors of the universe, not only for Earth, but also for the Galactic Patrol. Something she hoped would keep Frieza and Cole in check. The Gammas also became friendly with their extended family, 17, 18, Marin and Krillin. Despite everything happening when she was very little, Pan never forgot Uncle Nappa, and she trained hard every day to make him proud, even to the point of being able to recreate some of his techniques. She became a fighting sensation, and later created her own dojo, not simply wanting to inherit the one that her mother was running. No, this was her own thing. Bulma and Yamcha then retired from their daily duties in charge of the company, and decided to travel the world, them helping people around the globe. They never stayed for too long wherever they went, not wanting to attract the attention of their true identities. Broly wanted peace, and this pursuit led him to the same colony in which Vegeta and Cabba were living. He, as well as Sheila and Lemo, were accepted as part of their society. Vegeta, however, was spotted by Whis, and taken as a potential trainee and proper candidate for the God of Destruction after Beerus moved on. Frieza and Cold withdrew from the public eye, with some saying that Frieza went on to become stronger than ever, but still lurking somewhere in the darkness. Archer and Otala became the new Guardians of Earth after Kami figured out a way to pass the title onto them both. Archer became the scholar, whilst Otala became the fighter. After passing the power to them, Kami vanished, apparently trying to uncover the secrets behind the origins of the Namekians. Now, here comes a deep cut for the story. Some people could swear, blindly, that they saw Tenshinhan and Chaozu at Nappa's funeral, but nobody could say for sure. Despite their disagreements early on, Tenshinhan and Chaozu ultimately were over them, but they just could not bring themselves to get back into the fold.
Alright, why are you showing me this?
I'm showing you this because there are timelines that exist without future Trunks, which turned out okay. You are not a necessity.
They haven't seen what I've seen.
And maybe that's what makes them more stable. You cannot run forever.
Try me.
As he turned around, the man had realized a few seconds too late that that blasted youngster had stolen his ring.